unspecified error occurred every time. I would say, can you specify, but clearly not. View current log. Vertical canvas record stop error. That's all it is. It's because it's like a record stop error. That's because there's nothing to record. I get it. Oh my god, Kiara was on top of that shit. I'm waiting for Tristan to be able to join this server, right? Yeah, we slept, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, we slept.
Yeah, we slept. And then I woke up, and then I went back to sleep, and then I woke up, and then I went to sleep.
Yeah, I was in a state of that as well. So it's basically a bunch of micro naps.
Lots of micro naps. Okay, fine. I don't know why it throws 2 plushies. You guys get a free plushie out of that, you guys ho babes. Why does it? I don't know. I ain't fucked about checking it.
Yeah, things seem to be like triggering twice, don't they?
Just for tit. I'm
going.
You kind of smell.
Yeah, I smell like that because Tristan was teaching me all about recycling. He would know because he's trash.
I dived in.
He dived in. Hi, Kuma. How you doing?
Okay.
Here says, Lil Nicky, whipper. Not the cat. Lil Nicky, whipper. Not the cat. And then I got Kiara over here on my hand. About what? What do you mean about what? Recycling. He was teaching me about the trash. Because we don't really recycle in the U.S. Some parts of the U.S. do, like the Northeast, they recycle. Okay, I'm gonna click over. Yes. Okay, so we don't really recycle in the U.S. We're joining the Fantastic server, Pentaru server, Fantastic, whatever, Fantastic Pentaru server. In the U.S., certain parts, like in California and in the Northeast, they recycle a lot. But where I came from, in the Southeast, recycle bathwater still is much gross.
We don't have baths.
Oh my god, I can't make my character. Anyways, so I could technically, let me see, disable my preview for now. Like, it's like I know certain things, like recycle your plastic, but like, it's a little bit more nuanced than that shit, you know? It's not so simple as recycle your plastic. It's not just recycle paper, recycle cardboard. Cardboard is the only thing I understand. Also, I forgot.
Cardboard and paper, easy.
No, you say cardboard and paper easy, but I was told once that you can't recycle receipt paper because it's a specific kind of paper that can destroy an entire fucking batch.
Nah.
Maybe not here, but in the US, like, their shit's nasty. And by nasty, I mean, like, okay, so I'm saying nasty because when I go under tunnels and stuff like that, I need to be chewing on something for me to be okay. You know, like, I have to be chewing on something or else my ears are gonna hurt like hell, right? So one time I went into a tunnel, but I didn't have any gum, so I just grabbed the nearest thing, and it was a receipt paper. I started chewing the receipt paper and it hurt. It was so gross. I put that shit right in my mouth. It was bad.
Do you remember what my eye color settings were? I really should have written them
I
down.
swear to God, Tristan. Hold on.
I've got it close. 4870.
I had to pull it up.
488078 looks close. I know I'm so problematic.
No. 47, 82, 70.
47, 82, 70.
Now
okay.
go write that shit down because I keep having.
47, 82, 7.
I have it written down for myself. I have like 3 values I have written down. And I keep having to tell you yours. US nasty, welcome upside down man. Yeah. I mean, it's not nasty. We're just like, I don't know. Just it's a bunch of old people. Including me. I'm old too. But the thing is like, fucking North Carolina's living in the goddamn Stone Ages. You know, we're still using fucking styrofoam. Nobody uses styrofoam anymore. We're gonna choose our spawn location, and our spawn location is gonna be where we're gonna have our house.
Basically,
Here. It is gonna be Isle of Silence, babe. Okay. I think, yeah. This is gonna be we've already claimed it. We've claimed this area. It's gonna be great. Wanna be my lover, oh yeah. Wanna be my lover, oh yeah. The reason I have all the numbers and everything written down, and my physique is even written down as like 30, 30, 40, is because it's like, I want to make sure my character is consistent across all playthroughs.
Mine changes every time.
Does it? Okay.
Slightly, yeah.
There, I'm home. I'm home. Here's my home now. Also, we're gonna actually level up very quickly.
Isle of Silence?
Yeah. So Amy, have stolen the spot you were thinking about your second base, but apparently it's popular. Oh, that was you? Yeah, it's a very popular space.
Hey, honey, I see you there.
That's not you, though. In the Discord, are you frozen?
I'm behind you, my love.
You're not frozen in the Discord, are you? It is popular. I build every single time. Like, I don't feel whole unless I put a base there on my servers, so.
I love you, keep running away from me. I can't join your guild.
I'm sorry, I don't have a guild. Hold on, let me make one. Alright.
Oh, you're right next to Peng Peng?
Oh, no, that's not where I wanted my second base. That's not where I wanted it.
Aiko was talking about over in Sakadarima, but there's a bunch of people,
I was gonna show you on the map, but, like, I don't have it.
I joined the guild.
Yeah, my area is in Sakadarima. No, it wasn't you. I knew. Oh my god, I'm gonna.
Oh, pardon me.
No, that's why I said it wouldn't be until like level 50s. Because I wasn't gonna claim an area. Like, I probably would have, maybe, but I wasn't gonna claim an area in level 50s. Like, right in the beginning. Like, this area is like right in the beginning. You know, that's why I was like, hey, let us claim this area, otherwise somebody might take it in the beginning. I wasn't gonna claim any later areas.
It's an alternate beginning area.
Yeah.
And if we move,
I was
we
actually
just
surprised.
check if
I
it-
was actually surprised to see that somebody claimed that area. Because I was like, that's like level that's in the 50s. I was like, you can't even live there until like endgame, like mid to endgame, you know?
Maybe Pan reversed the coordinates.
No, it wasn't Pan's. Pan didn't claim it. You built your Pen King and built your giant tower. Yeah.
Except other than Pan lied.
Oh yeah. Oh, maybe, yeah. Because the server, the coordinates that I wanted was, I fucking pissed off a, how did I piss off a T-fan? I accidentally punched a T-fan. Look. Don't think I won't take your ass out. Don't
What's
think
this
I
one?
won't take it. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I got an idea. I got an idea. I got an idea. Okay. Okay, watch my back. I have to go do an emote really quick. I might get a pal ball. Pal sphere. Here. Okay, emotes. Back in.
I'll punch
Give
him
me a
while
sphere.
you get there,
Yes. Okay, hold on. This bitch is mine now.
Joe.
All of them, it seems.
Oh wow, you got a mega one.
2 mega ones. They're both mine. We're gonna have to just kill the other one.
Oh, I got
It's
3
fine.
power,
It's fine.
regular powers.
Fight on behalf of me. Kill your friend.
I get the friend.
Oh, okay, good.
I got regular powers. Nikki's 53%.
Hey, Nikki. Oh, Lord. Okay. We solved our problems by taming them.
How stinky am I? 32%. Oh my god, I'm less stinky than you, Nikki. Hat.
Lord. Okay.
What did one hat say to the other? I'm going on my head. I love corny jokes.
I love that. You must go to the Flower House and pay break for Palspheres. That's beautiful. That's a smart thing to do, though. But yeah, no,
if you want.
I'll show you where. Hold on, let me pull up my map.
Yeah, if you get like, I think you can get ancient spheres in the floating islands. You can like, from default, catch legendaries with them.
Yeah.
If you want to speed run.
I'm pulling up the map so you can see where I wanted to build. Okay, my later area is.
It's gonna be good that Aiko can't build there because she always wants to build
I
there.
always want to build there.
Every playthrough eventually turns into her building there.
I love it. It makes me happy and brings me joy.
Yeah, okay. Frosted lives there already? Or
There's
just
no way
one?
she lives right there, right now. Hold on. There's no way she lives there right now.
I mean, they could honestly have just... Frosted could have just gone there.
Do what I did and
early.
just
Yeah.
kind of built
Deal
up
with all your
some.
pals dying because...
Look, my pals keep dying on my other world. This is where, right here. Yeah, where Lylene is at.
Yeah, where the line lanes are, yeah. Yeah, Frosted is living there.
So he's suffering for the cause. I get it. That's level 50. Everything surrounding is gonna kill him. But yeah, I guess whatever. I guess I don't necessarily want the stress. You just caught Lylene there in his base. You just caught Jesus Christ! I just logged in. I'm level 2.
To be fair... To be fair, Epic did say run around the floating islands and Fey break for spheres. If you get ancient spheres, you have like a 70% chance to catch the legendary pals. So Lylene's nothing.
Yeah, I guess. Everybody's speedrunning this shit. This is not a casual server, it seems.
Oh my god, maybe we should speedrun too.
Yeah, speedrun. That's the whole point.
I need perms, my love.
Huh?
Not with Frosted's jet dragon. Oh my god. People are gonna burn out so quickly if they speedrun.
Jesus Christ. What were you saying, babe?
I don't have any perms.
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
I don't need rights.
I gave you a promotion, but I didn't give that promotion any permission, so hold on.
You just wanted Lylene for your face? Yeah, that's fine. But like, already having a jet dragon? Getting the best flyer in the game already? Or one of the best flyers in the game?
Yeah.
That's
I mean, I got a Celine on my other world, but that took me days to get, and I'm like level 32.
To be fair, you literally won't be able to get the Jet Dragon saddle until level 70.
Yeah.
So, what's the point in having a Jet Dragon this early? Other than
Defense, I guess.
but it scales to your level. Wait, no, it doesn't for your base. Base is base. If it's in your base, it's whatever level the pal is.
Rossa was rage baited into catching it because someone else said they catch it first.
Oh my god,
Like-
succumb into peer pressure. I mean, that's fair. Someone was talking about, like, finding the Mammoth at level 1.
Yeah. I don't know. That kind of shit stresses me out. That's why I was like stressed out about like Dino, you know, when he was talking about like speedrunning shit. Speedrunning this game stresses me out. Like even when we were on 3 times speed, that's stressing me out because I felt like it was way too fucking fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's just like I like this game like slowly. I like to enjoy the game. I like to feel like yeah, it is just a perfect preference. It's just like whew. Some people just zoom right through everything and miss everything. I'm like, enjoy the stuff that's lower level. That's fun. That's part of the fun of it, in my opinion. I don't know.
Yeah, when you have a Pal that can kill literally everything except for raid bosses.
It's like, what's the challenge? Where's the... I don't know. Maybe people just don't like the challenge. Maybe people like just being OP. I don't get it. It's not my jam.
Some people do.
It's not my jam.
Some people really do. It's just a personal preference thing. It's good that it's PvE so everyone can go their own pace.
Yeah, because otherwise I would die.
PvE
I'd have my ass
game
handed
like
to me.
this is very...
I wouldn't enjoy it. I'd be like, oh wow, I have to rush to build up a base that
you know has defenses and stuff. It'll just turn into like Rust. Rust is shit. I hate Rust's grind. I genuinely do not like Rust as a game.
the good thing is also is like the second I start getting overwhelmed, I could be like, babe, we just need to like go back to our own server where we're slow as fuck.
Yeah, if you ever get overwhelmed, yeah. Oh, Cremuses are here. Eat my axe.
Oh God, I thought you were about to say eat my ass.
No. Cremus is Queso.
I need a Herbie. That's gonna be my goal. I'm gonna try and get a Herbie today. That's my goal.
Yeah?
And that's an easy goal, I think. I want to build some shit up, and I want to have ourselves a base so that when people see our stuff offline, it's like, okay, cool.
I hope you have a wonderful sleep, Epic, and you have a good day at work tomorrow.
Enjoy eat.
Yeah, I used to play like play Dark Souls 3 with Narissa once. Well, a few times actually, but like Narissa would always go for like an OP mage build, but with Dark Souls 1 you can get very overpowered in PvE and just like start one-shotting or almost one-shotting bosses as soon as they spawn.
We're also gonna be suffering on the ping side too. Did you see what the ping was when we started joining?
No.
It was like 204.
Server info. Oh, 240. Yep. Lovely. I love it.
Is the global PAL box turned on? I'm just curious. No reason, just curious.
People were talking about bringing their global pals in. Once I gain once I get to the point of I get an OP, I get bored, I love you. Yeah.
Yes, same.
Yeah, but like when I was playing Dark Souls with Narissa, they would always go an OP mage build against PvE. But then whenever they fought anything that had like high magic resistance and actually had to do melee stuff, they always got frustrated when they died. But it's like if you're gonna skip a learn in the melee side of things in Dark Souls, death will come so easy when you actually have to. I don't know if you have Nope.
Hurt my feet. I'm trying to like get some kind of center thing because I was thinking about it. We could probably get 4 bases up here actually.
Yeah, that's a central base.
Yeah. Like it would have to push everything out a little bit.
That's fine, even if they're over the water a bit, because eventually we will get.
Yeah, we'll be able to build on water.
Yeah. Okay, I have successfully retarred. I'm gonna get a chest down just so.
Can you help me figure out where this central area is?
Yeah,
Did
this
you
is
build the
deeper.
pallet thing already?
No.
Oh, okay, because I was like, this is not.
I researched it. I'm just putting a chest down, the chunk of wood down, so I can actually move. Oh my god, it's a bot. Go, mods, go.
Babe, you know we ain't got mods.
Oh, that's gonna become annoying for me.
Hmm? Hi, Psycho.
I'm gonna have to reopen my Twitch dashboard thingy.
So fat. I'm trying to figure out where the fucking center is here. Ugh. I'm chugging, dude. Move your butt. I'm trying to place the stairs so I can fucking get up there.
That's why I put the chest there, so we can actually, like...
I need my wood.
You're gonna get more when you have to cut down the tree.
I know.
Egg. Oh yeah, I should be using my model, huh?
Yes.
I just had to have it visible.
God damn it. You kidding me?
Me off. That one. I was connected, I just didn't have it visible. I just like that you did.
We both did. I need to figure out where the center of this fucking...
Wow, my weapon's already damaged.
I'm going... Alright. Say a little more over this way.
Roughly? I mean, it's not perfectly a circle, so...
I know. It's just, that's why it's hard finding center.
Yeah.
I broke my foundations! So I was trying to break this tree. Damn, this health has... The health of all these trees is very... It's very healthy trees. God damn it.
Did I leave a primitive workbench down there? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I did take it.
A little bit more this way. Yep, totally the way I want to do that. Thank you. Yeah, alright, we'll do here. Can you break these things around here, babe? No? Yes?
The trees?
Yes. These 3 trees.
I was just, repairing my axe because it's already broken. No. At least the little ones die in like 1 hit. Oh my god, I see your back. Dang, that's a nice back. Wait, no, that was my back. I thought it was your back. Dang, I'm complimenting myself. Damn, that's a nice back I got there. Hi, Lucy. I don't. Oh my god, a rock spawned in.
There, we have base. I think. Where's... Like, I need to observe the outsides. Where's the circle? Okay, so look, it's like it's mostly on top, yeah? Did I
Yeah.
take pretty good?
Yeah, here's a bit off, but
It's
it
mostly
can
on?
possibly go one more tile over.
Over which way?
East towards me.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Because the other side is.
Okay, I need... Can you break the 2...
Yeah.
That tree right there, please, Ben. Pretty close, though. You're surviving energy drinks? Fucking mood.
Yeah.
My berry's back, because apparently I'm starving to death.
This side's still. This side's gonna always be over a little bit.
Deterioration's on, so...
Good to know. I mean, I did whack one of them, but
Oh, well then maybe deterioration isn't on, you just fucking work this shit.
I will leave this to you to judge, but
I'm glad that you're feeling a lot better. That makes me happy.
yeah, I'm glad you're pretty much fully recovered, and you get the rest of it.
Why am I cold?
It's nighttime.
Shit.
Build one of these. So it's a source of warmth in the middle. We'll be warm in the center. So we snuggle.
Snuggle.
Glad you recovered, Nikki. Basically. Oh no, hungry. We've got plenty of berries on this island to start.
Yeah, that's good. We just got a raid. They're getting raided? I thought they turned off
oh my
raiding.
God, raids are on.
I thought raids were turned off.
No, I don't think they. I don't know.
But they said the same. I thought that was like one of the big things, is they said they were turning off the raids.
Yeah, I do remember them talking about it. Nice. I hope you enjoy your week off.
That's gonna be
And I hope the birthdays are
amazing.
wonderful.
Damn, where are we at? Where's this? 30 calls? Okay.
Oh yeah, we have premises that spawn here, so we could Although now that the base
I'm
down, then-
cold. What?
the crevices.
What about them?
They give wool, so we could get like cloth. You can't put them in a farm or anything, but like just catching them and killing them gives wool.
Yeah, but I'm not even high enough level for that shit yet.
Not yet. Closing in, level 4.
Yeah.
Almost there.
Yep.
I'll keep working on breaking the tree.
I can't put my torch away right now because I'll freeze to death.
Yeah, I got plenty of health to go through. Basically just extending the foundations as wherever they can go. I imagine.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm just trying to get a lay of the land.
Yeah, and make it so the trees are all destroyed.
Just want to see like what of the land is what of up here is usable. can build based on that. Oh man.
This is New World. This is Pan server.
It's Pantaru server.
Pantaru. Community server based in the US where we got really high ping, but that's okay because we're super cute and you negate it. Just by being cute.
Yeah. Totally.
How ping works, right?
I'm a little stressed, but I'm good. Like, I'm good overall. I think it's just because I've just woken up.
And you server.
And the server with people, okay? I don't know if you guys know this. I'm not very big when it comes to people. I like these people, though. They're cool. But damn, if it ain't stressful sometimes.
People can indeed be stressful.
Even if I like them, people can still be stressful.
Aha.
Especially you, Lucy. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Sometimes. I'm just gonna go around freeze to death. Why is there so much fucking wood? Holy shit. My goal today is to get a Herbie. What's your goal today, babe?
Something.
I've decided I'm going power Herbie. Let's go down.
My love,
What?
this will help with your stress once it's done.
Bows?
Yeah, get your clock
That'll be
outfit.
really nice.
You're definitely much more stressed with taking damage than I am. I'm completely fine.
I'm not worried about damage. Well, I guess I'm worried about damage. It's just the thing along the edges. I don't like seeing the cold thing because that stresses me out. You know I don't like cold in general.
The cloth outfit is basically, yeah.
The thing is it's too fucking real. It's too fucking real. I'm cold in real life, bro. I'm cold in real life. And I'm cold in game. It's too fucking real. I don't like it.
Nice, Lucy got first today.
Yay. Like it's like insufficient cold resistance. No, it's not. Not anymore.
It's slowly warming up. At least now we don't have to worry about accidentally, breaking the foundation.
Yeah. I leveled up. Level 4 now. I just need to know. I'm just saying, it can make our life a lot easier. Mayo's gonna help us chop wood, maybe. Nope.
Let's go.
World said nope.
World said no?
Yep.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah. We could probably upload things, but we just can't download things. Which is fair. It makes sense. I mean, I'd say it made more sense on a server where somebody didn't already fucking have a jet dragon.
True, but you can race to get that rather than, getting world free things with ridiculous kitted out passives. We have been good, Kuma. We have been good. How have you been? I haven't seen you much lately.
Babe, is there not wood in that chest?
There's wood in the chest.
Oh, okay, never mind.
You've got
It just
trees
didn't want. It just didn't want to. Fuck everything in this corner in particular. It wasn't that. Like I tried to auto sort and I didn't auto sort at first.
Ah.
Tommy, you need to be playing this game. I don't know what you're even fucking doing with your life right now. You need to be playing Palworld. Like, Like, if you don't think you need to be playing Palworld, you're wrong.
Your opinion isn't valid.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Palworld.
Palworld is the only response. Is the only answer.
It's never the question.
Always the answer.
Is the question yes?
The question, alcoholism? The answer is Palworld.
True, it is the cure for all.
Ask
I'll
any
just try
question.
everyone
Ask
Palworld.
any question. Palworld's the answer. What's the answer to all life in the world and universe? Palworld.
Never the taco, never the taco, cause the answer's power. Answer's power.
Have we been? Palworld. See? And we've also been a lot more animated now that we have our new models.
We do have new models in active and...
You should go look at Tristan's. His is the little adorable.
No, you're adorable.
My what?
You're adorable.
Derp.
You're amazing.
No, you're breathtaking.
No, you're taking my breath. Asthma.
P-Fan, I'm gonna need you to learn how to fucking transport, okay? This is... T-Fan, learn transporting. I wish that you could, like, literally make any... That's my goal, okay? I wish... Here's my goal. Here's my request. Not everything has to have every ability. However, I feel like there should be a way to unlock anything in anything. Right?
I think hell should have a cap to their maximum potential.
No, I disagree.
If it's one of the ones you unlock. Like, if it doesn't have it naturally. If it has it naturally, 10.
Yeah, okay, yeah,
But if you unlock it, say 5.
okay. If it already has it. So, like, you could teach it how... Like, I could teach T-Fan how to transport. He's not going to be great at it. But he can do it. So if you want an entire base of just T-Fans, you fucking can.
Yeah, it just won't be the most
Efficient.
fishy enough. It won't be the most fish.
Ow! Fucking, what the fuck was that? Also, apparently this server has proximity chat, which we don't have to use, but it's an option.
Oh, cool. I don't even know what my push to talk button is for this game.
How does it even work?
I'll check controls. Option. Controls. Keyboard. Push to talk is default Z. I'm gonna move that onto my mouse.
I don't think I have
Oh.
push to talk.
You might not, because controller.
Looks like it's still...
Controller pad?
If I hold Z, can I talk? Does that work?
Doesn't have it.
Hello? Hello? No.
Buddy, can you hear me in game? Hello?
I can't hear you in game, no.
Hello?
Hold on.
Aloha?
No.
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me in game?
No, I might have
Yes.
sound. I might have push to talk just.
Game settings.
I'd have mute nearby voices. I'm gonna turn that off. Input style push to talk.
Hide chat.
Mute my voice off.
How do I find that? Where's that at?
It's in sounds. It's in
Alright.
yeah, sounds. The bottom group. You probably, because you have a controller, might be better off. Oh wait, no, you have your keyboard there. You can
Mute
use
my
your
voice
keyboard.
on. I guess off.
You want to turn both of those off. Oh, hello. You're on open mic.
Oh, fuck. Oops.
don't think I'm on offline.
Push to talk.
Yeah. Hello? Ah! You can... Okay, it's easier to tell when you're actually talking.
Did I save it?
Save yes, you do not need a restart. It just gives the warning that some things need a restart for everything.
Hello? Is it
Hello? I hear you.
working?
Yes.
I don't think I hear you. Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah, you hear it twice because of Discord.
Oh, my face, dude. Yeah, I don't want it all the time. But it's nice that it's an option.
Top middle. Central. Below the top,
Bless
when
you,
you talk in, it has a green microphone. It looks good to me. Thank you. My nose is loaded. Brain gone. Yeah, okay, good.
Is that our fucking T-fans making that noise?
Probably. I don't know. I don't see a T-fan. Oh, no, there's a T-fan.
My T-fan?
There's a cat here going meow, meow, meow over here. That's all I'm doing. Thank you, Lucy. I feel like I might have another one.
Why do I feel like something's fucking with my nose, dude?
Same.
Like, I feel like there's a bug or something. Is there a bug?
No?
There might not be, but I'm being fucked with.
My nose just suddenly feels a bit congested.
No, not my nose is congested. I feel like something keeps. You know what Tristan tried to do today? He tried to get me to leave the house. It's like, who do you think I am?
Aiko doesn't want any snacks.
He's like, it'd be really it'd be faster if we went together. And I'm like, ugh. He's like, we can go later. Because we'd both be able to carry stuff. I know.
Because I'm a weak motherfucker.
I know. I want to go later.
Go waiter. He's a hero. Gonna go waiter to zero.
If I brought this back one, it's like, there's still like this little bit of area here.
We finish clearing,
Yeah.
put foundations down, and then figure out.
Yeah.
I think that's better.
That's kind of why I was wanting to like get the lay of the land, figure out like what usable land and stuff.
Because we have access to basically all of up here.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was wondering, like, how much space is on that side? Fucking get out the way, bitch!
On this side, at the northeast, no, north, yeah, northeast side, it has, a bit, it has more room. We can go, like, diagonal. Up. Wow, the weapon gets damaged so quickly. This weapon's shit.
Yeah.
But it's still better to repair than it is to continue on.
I'm already fucking broken. That's why I said I think that they increased the durability on, like, I think they increased the durability on trees.
On trees? No. This is the default durability.
Is it?
Yeah. We just typically get to a better pickaxe or have piles that assist.
Defense, why you only gotta be good at watering? Time for me to go get a bushi.
Typically there's a bunch of sticks around as well. I don't really have access to those on this island.
Oh yeah, see how it overlaps here? That's why I'm wondering if we go south a little bit.
South?
Yeah. Just by like one. Even if we just go by one. Like, come down here. What the fuck is this tree down here?
Yeah, I see. And then we should also probably go, maybe to this one. Yeah. Like over one as well. Here,
Over where?
Look at this side. If you look at this side, you'll see.
So we can go southeast a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, southeast. Some of the campfire is probably gonna break out of everything. Which is fine.
Nothing's broke.
Oh, it doesn't break. Oh yeah, the kitchen doesn't break. Even later. Eesh.
The kitchen does. The fucking stove does. Tell you that shit, because that shit was easy.
Oh yeah, you can build the campfire anyway. You don't need because it's a source of warmth.
Yeah, that's a little bit better. That's a bit better.
Check the east side after as well.
Go check the north side.
Right, so it looks a lot better on this side of the cliff. If you bring it any more, it'll start cutting off some of the cliff.
Yeah.
So if we go to this side, it doesn't get fully to the edge. Some of it overhangs, but there's this end that just like sort of becomes part of the hill going down that we will never cover all of. I think there is perfect.
Downside with ping is like it doesn't just like automatically go into my inventory, and then I gotta sit there and wait for it to go into my inventory.
Oh yeah, ping's gonna affect everything, but that's fine. Something you unfortunately have to get used to if you are in Australia.
I live in Australia now, guys. You can't tell. Look at my ping. Think I've been lying to you this whole time? What a weird lie that would be. Dinosaur center. From here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Two and Tristan, you're adding angles where there do not need to be none. You're adding wrong angles. You're just adding corners places. Those wrong corners. You added wrong.
Oh, they were there before you moved it. Not want to add any corners?
No, there will be corners. It's just they'll be correct corners.
Yes, they were correct before you moved it. Thing is, even if we have a... Did Jesse throw something at you? Scream at you?
No. She reached a 45 stream streak.
Oh, nice.
And then said, woo!
Wee woo, wee woo.
Wee woo, wee woo.
Go back and repair my ink.
It's those things. It's the celeries. Have you seen those bitches just like, they go, whoosh, they just like roll their R's. Okay, see, like this is wrong, babe.
Yes, I know this is wrong, but it's because it can't have, I mean, it can have a full one.
No, it's 3 and then corner. This way. Ridiculous stuff. It's 3 and then corner. 1, 2, 3.
I was just measuring out like literally the max. Those ones were there.
Yeah, but if you do that max like that, then whatever walls you place are gonna break.
I know. I was just getting the space, just so trees stop spawning. It's like trees, see, like right here already. Oh, I know. Maybe? I don't know. Tree might have been. I don't know. But sometimes the trees just spawn back and they might be invisible and shit.
Okay. So from the center, if you do this foundation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 will be it. So like right here. And then on either side of the 8, you put 1. Okay? 1 foundation. And then on either side of that foundation, you put an angle. That should be this, this, and then angle.
Yeah? You're making a big circle?
Yes. And then under that, you're gonna place the foundation. And then it's that. What the fuck is on my face, bro? I swear to God, I'm losing it. I am losing my mind. It feels like there's like something that's smacking me in the fucking face.
Could be a little dog.
But where?
We have really tiny little like fruit fly-like things, but I don't know. It wouldn't be on you. It would like hit your face and leave. Could be a hair strand as well. I've had some of them. Could be. Could be.
There's a little hair on my microphone.
Could be that as well, yeah.
Oh.
Okay. And now most of the areas. 1, 2, 3.
The fuck? Oh God. I'm losing my mind. Don't worry. Why did I? Oh my God.
Huh?
I was like in the middle of fucking using my controller and it just disconnected.
Oh, fuck. Super controller. Yeah.
Nope.
This one? That one was already there. I hadn't touched that yet. This was...
Totally.
I guess we hit the overhang, so...
No, it's okay. We can make it work.
Yeah, we just use the grooves or... There we go.
Did you use a foundation there or a roof?
Oh, I didn't use a foundation when I could have, yeah.
Can I use a
This
foundation for? I'm gonna check to see if I can use a foundation for any of these.
there can
Tristan,
be...
I literally just said I'm gonna test to see if I can put a foundation here, and you replaced it with a ceiling.
No, I replaced it with a foundation. It was a ceiling.
Oh.
These ones can't be.
Okay. I'm stressing. I'm just.
Tidy
I need to
up.
calm down. I need to calm down. Is what I need to do.
What's the thing that's stressing you the most? Like what?
I think just
Brain
it's an
stuff?
unknown thing. I've got itchiness happening. It's a physical. It's turning physical. My anxiety is turning physical,
Okay.
and it's turning into a physical reaction where it's like I can feel every bit of my skin.
What is causing the like? No, I mean, like what is brain seeing is problem? Anxiety.
Like it's, babe. I feel like I could. I feel like I feel every cell of my body, bruh. I need to turn off my headset really quick and just scratch my face. I feel like I can just peel my skin off right now.
You could maybe have a shower, just like a quick shower.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a quick shower. I swear to God.
Let me check the humidity right now.
Take a quick shower.
58%, so that's not bad. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum. Ba-bum-bum. I'm not sure what she's wanting to do with the thing. I think Aiko's just getting in her head about like, yeah, yeah, come here. Open window. I'm thinking it might also be like air quality itself or something, so I don't know. I want. I don't really care about the cat here. I believe it's the other island that I want to go to. I'm also getting itchy things, so it could just be like air quality as well. Where's the other? What is one more this way will probably give us the access to I'm swimming. Thank you, Whipper. Thank you. I hope you have a good, a wonderful lurk. Shoulder is in an owie state, so. In waterfall. Oh no. Oh, go into this cave. Thank you for the second Whipper. Whipper, I think. Whipper? Yeah, Whipper. Yo, Kremis, kill them. You're probably gonna die, but you got this. Get in this dungeon to escape from the cold, but my Kremis, you can kill them. Oh, okay, fine. T-Fan, go. Had a wonderful, wonderful time. Is it your shoulder again that's hurt in Pan? I did see that you message that your shoulder was in an owie state. They're beating me up, T-Fan, defend me. Yeah, please rest. Please rest. Take care of your shoulder. Don't want you having like any worse injury. Oh, Christ. We are gonna have so much fun. We've been looking forward to this. We've been planning. Yes, welcome in, welcome in. I'm Tristan. Aiko currently isn't here, but she'll be back shortly. She's just having a quick shower to hopefully get rid of itchy feeling all over body because yeah, I don't know why. Just everything feels itchy right now for both of us. But yeah. Bumpy, you to love somebody. Guess what? Gonna be me. Okay, it's morning. I can leave this dungeon so I stop freezing to death. Let's go. Let me. I get these away. Ba, ba, ba. So how's everyone doing? The bottom of my foot itchy. Itchy, itchy. Doing fantastic, thank you, Lucy. I was more referring to the Raiders because I think I already asked you, but it's good to know that you're still doing great. Yum 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 yum. Ich die tea fan. Get in my ball. Get in the ball, little silly elephant. No, no. I've been told to hydrate. I do have water. You bitch. My head. I've already got only one brain cell. You gonna throw stuff at me? Yummy water. Yum, 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 yum. Look forward. Oh, that. Another wool. Nice, nice. Gotta find two more wool now, and I can make myself clothes. I'll get clothes eventually. Oh yes, premises. They can give wool. X, 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 X. Aggressive cremis. Let's go. Oh, I'm catching a dead cremis. Says yeah. Why is the bottom of my foot itchy? That's an interesting spot to be itchy. What is this T-fan doing? Is it dead? This T-fan spawned in the sky, fell, and it wasn't deep enough for it to survive the fall. It took fall damage and died. The poor T-fan. I'm gonna put Aiko in a safety box once I get back. Be faster to go here and then to know. Oh baby, baby. still believe. Give me a smile. Hit me, baby, one more time. I'm no longer gonna be naked. Killing me. I must confess. Still believe. Safety box for Aiko. Oh no, I can't. I can't. But then I can do it like that. Yeah. Wait, what? What? Wait, what? Hit me, baby, one more time. Apologies if you hear the neighbors yelling to say love they too to their family. So sweet. Hello, I will take one large quarter pounder meal. There we go. Damn, Macca's employees. Zoning out and staring at walls. Dang. At least it's better than staring at your phones. I must also do this. This must happen. I must do this. When my wife gets back, I must show her that I, too, have raided her, and I believe she's also raided herself. I can hear her. She's out of the shower. Hey, honey. Someone's just trying to steal Mum's car. I don't know.
There's a house around me, and I'm starving. I'm hungry.
I will let you know about 1 minute after you left to have a shower, and then I came back.
I got fucking raided.
Pan raided.
God damn it.
I think Pan's already left. Her shoulder. I don't know if you saw the message in the Discord, but her shoulder was like. She's having a lot of shoulder pain. That's why she didn't stream yesterday.
Baby. Should be okay.
She'll be okay. She just needs to rest.
Oh wait, hold on. That means I rated myself.
And also, I rated you too. Yeah, thank you everyone for sticking around. She's naked. She had to shower to get the itchy feeling off, and hopefully it worked. Yeah.
Sometimes, man. What do you say after I got rated? What do you say? No, she's gone. She's stuck in the shower.
Yeah. I said you'll get in the shower to get rid of the how we feeling or something, and
They were all like super. How dare she be missing? How dare she be lying and not actually be here?
She fooled us.
I'm gonna dry my hair because I can't put my heads up.
No, yeah, it's okay. So far, all that's happened since
Because you built a shack around me.
I built a shack to keep you safe, and I ordered a large quarter-pounder meal from you, but you just keeps drooling while staring at this wall. Hello? Hello?
I am.
Already massively better. Fantastic.
I'm glad. Yeah, I'm also feeling intrusive. Maybe there was like super fine hairs in the bed,
Maybe.
and we just made ourselves itchy.
Also, just to answer your question from before, like, Elvis did not scratch me at all.
That's good.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you're holding him,
No,
just,
he
like,
meowed. I'm always like on the looking out for it, but
no, it's never intentional when he scratches. It's always just like he has his paws out to just grip and hold.
yeah.
Um,
No, he's just a baby.
maybe you did that to yourself.
It's
I don't know.
possible.
Oh, shoddy bed. I think I made enough to make the shoddy bed.
It doesn't say it has to be good. It doesn't say it has to be functional. Just, it's fine. I got this. We just have to have one.
Yeah. Double team. It's not even a double bed.
Look at us working on that bed.
Gonna be so snuggled up, very close. Feed box, straw pile bed.
Okay, we gotta feed the babies. Got to feed box.
You got the feed box. I'll get the straw pile bed.
Say goodbye, but not joke. Try to walk away and I stumble.
Figure out where to put them later. This is just literally for the level.
I feel a lot better.
I'm glad.
I do feel like the entire time I was in the shower, though, it was still like, I felt like I was scrubbing myself fucking raw.
Oh,
I don't know what it is, dude. There's something. I don't know if it's inside my skin. There is most definitely. If there's not some. Tristan, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Because I feel it right now. I feel it right now. Come here. Come here to my face. I feel it around here. Do you see anything? This is what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure it is just a 100% physical manifestation of my anxiety.
but why is it also happening to me? I'm not anxious.
Because you're empathetic.
Huh?
Because you're empathetic.
I think I'm gonna check the
Curse of an empath. Oh, what the fuck? I get kicked out because hate me. Damn it. Wait, what is it called again? I'm just gonna type in pen. Pen. I don't remember what it's called. Fantastic.
Fantastic, yeah.
Fantastic Palworld. Yeah.
And
Okay. Well, it looked like only one person was on, so I think that was happening. Ugh.
when they look in the silver, they might say
You're having it too, but on your whole body? Mine's like mostly on my face. Like I'm literally like I had him come over here and look at my face to be like, is
there was
I
nothing.
I could feel it though. Like if like I feel it right here. Like babe, it's like right here where it keeps happening. It's like right here where it keeps happening. And it's such a weird spot. Why that spot?
I want to see if there's like a high pollen count on today or something. No, it's low. No, so it's not pollen.
Like I'm thinking like, is it a hair? Is it an eyelash? Is it what is it?
Maybe we need to clean the room.
But we like did clean up before we started the stream. We just like
We did. It could be dust.
Could be dust. Or it could be a physical manifestation of my anxiety.
It could be. Could be all of the above.
Oh, you don't seem hungry.
Could be all of the Shia LaBeouf.
Ugh.
Did you get back into the server?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Oh, also, I forgot to set the timer, it looks like.
You could join. Oh, there we go. That's okay. We've only like barely been live.
Well, there's a minute left, so I've already kind of been, I guess, like, the raid kind of added some time. Start.
But the raid added 33 minutes.
Yeah, so by the time I go back.
Oh, no, 19 minutes, never mind. We just went up to like 30 viewers or something from it.
The frick.
Yeah, thank you everyone.
Everybody, thank you so much. If you guys want to follow, that'd be cool. We're in the ending of a subathon. I would
like
see we lost track of days. Really, it says day 6. No fucking clue. Today was supposed to be the last day, but technically we took like a day and a half off. So like, with the half day, that's the part where it's fucking confusing us as to what day it is now. So kind of it's like vibes. I think we're just gonna like finish out the weekend.
Yeah.
And then just say, okay, yeah, that's it.
Use tomorrow as the last day.
Yeah.
Okay, we're still not gonna get another bait yet.
No, I didn't imagine we were getting in the base. I'm not super worried about that. We're sharing a base, so.
Yeah. Oh, berry plantation. We can get a ranch up early.
I don't even have the berry plantation unlocked.
Oh yeah, I had to run to a dungeon to not freeze to death. I was exploring to get more wool.
Yeah.
So I could make clothes.
You didn't make a torch?
Nah. Torch overrated. Just find wool. Where do we want berry plantation?
I don't know at this point. You just put it like anywhere. Shit's gonna get moved around. Trust me. What is? It feels like there's a spider web on my eye, connecting from my eyelid to my nose. Right. So it's making me like fuck with these like corner lashes right here between my eye and my nose. Because it's making me feel like it's right there, but what?
The only thing I can think of is just dust, but it's weird that the shower didn't get it off.
I scrubbed the fuck out of my face too, and it's literally just in here.
It could just be it could be the room.
There's not a bug here. There's not a bug.
No,
Like
no
it has been looked. I need to make myself some pal spheres. Because I have no pal spheres right now. I also don't have a shield. I need a palladium fragment. Let me get one more palladium fragment so I can make myself a shield. And the palladium, obviously, I mean palladium. Bunny!
Bunny?
There's bunnies down here.
Ooh.
Don't make balls though, because I need the palladium. What the fuck? Oh.
No, I won't touch the balls yet.
Try to say goodbye and I choke. Try to walk away and I stumble.
See, I wanted to make ball and I wanted to make...
I want my shield. I want my shield and balls.
I'm gonna do a little bit of like... I wanna get the fast travel point that's in like the center of this other island. The main
Oh, the big one over there? You don't want to wait for me?
I mean, I could wait for you.
I
can do that.
You love me.
You
hate me.
I hate you. I love you.
What?
I love you so much.
I love you too. I thought you said fuck you. I was like, well, damn.
If you insist.
Oh my gosh. Like, I'm gonna keep fucking with my face. It's all around here. It's all around here. I don't understand.
I think we're just gonna have to deal with it.
I'm just gonna stare at my face for a few, because, like...
I'm gonna turn the AC off.
I'm not cold.
You're not cold?
No. I feel like there's something on my face. That's all it is. Like, it is here.
Yeah, for me, it's
I'm
like
gonna put
everywhere.
maybe if I put lotion on my face, because I have not lotioned my face yet. Maybe
Could be
it's dry. Maybe it's dry.
Could be. The only thing I'm thinking of is like maybe it's something outside. Maybe there is a bit of pollen in the air, and it's just being blown in via the AC.
Yeah, but why would it stick in this one spot on my face?
Because obviously you didn't scrub down to the bone.
In that one spot right there in the corner of like, just so you guys are aware of where it is. If you touch your left eye and the corner of your left eye to your nose, that little indent right there, if you go down by like a centimeter, for some reason, right there. Right there is where I keep feeling like there's a hair or a bug or something fucking with my face in that exact spot for some reason.
We are converting her slowly. She said centimeter, let's go.
Centimeter smaller than an inch. I use centimeter when it's smaller than an inch.
Oh my god. America. Fuck yeah. Using centimeters when an inch is too small. Or too big.
This power.
You know you're heavily insulting someone when you say that they've got a centimeter. A PP.
Yeah. Hell, even the smallest guy I was with, I still gave him an inch.
And he took a mile.
Would you believe he blew me off?
Huh?
It was cause like, never mind.
I'm punching this premise off. No, like beating this premise to death.
I should make a club.
My fists are strong enough.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but like, it also starts tearing into my health a little bit, I feel.
My party is 4 teeth ants in a premise.
I just have one teeth ant.
I've just been, you know, over here catching the elephants, the silly little elephants.
I just want to catch up to 5 now. Berry and green, berry and green. Oh, I can make a parachute now. That's good, because I almost forgot
nice.
that.
I had enough cloth for that, yeah.
We do or don't?
We should.
Yeah.
I'm coming back with more wool. Which I'll be able to make my patty.
You know, I was thinking that maybe it was an eyelash issue. Like maybe I had like an eyelash fall off or something.
Maybe.
But the thing is it's like I still keep wiping that spot and it's not going away.
Yeah, I don't think it's something that, like, you get away easily. It's gotta be, like,
I need
microscopic, whatever it is, causing irritation.
talk to the person near the Great Eagle statue. That we can work our way towards.
We can, it's not too far away.
No, and I'd like to cut through the area where the herbies are. So I can get me a decent little herbie. If I could find me a lucky herbie, I'd be happy as a fucking clam.
That'd be awesome. Big herbie. Whoops.
Did you take my glider, you hoe? There's not even enough cloth left. You bitch.
I can make one cloth. We need one more. Unless you have it on you. Do you have a cloth on you?
No.
Fuck. Me. Gotta go back across the border.
Well, yeah, because you took my fucking glider.
I can run away now faster than you.
I bet, you fucking whore.
Oh shit, I used all my stamina gliding down that small little bit, so now I'm drowning in the water.
Good, die,
Almost.
die, bitch. I don't give a fuck.
Come on, Cremis. Cremis, where are you? In the trees.
Fuck you and your criminals.
I want a Cremis so I can get you the cloth to make the glider.
Well, you know, I had the cloth to make a glider, and then someone stole it. It's fine. You fucking. I've not gotten a single piece of wool this entire game. It's yours as far as it's all fucking concerned. Just come over, steal my glider. It works so hard to make. Trying to think. I do want Herbie. All I have right now is a fucking T-fan. What the hell am I doing with a T-fan? T-fan's not gonna sit. Okay. Are you gonna save my life? T-fan, where are you going? See, he's already rejecting me. Hello, come back. Come back, T-fan. Where are you going? Where do you think you're going?
Oh, I want that Cremis.
Is it a big premise?
I don't know why I want this Cremis specifically. It's got insomnia. Okay, I've got the wool.
Okay.
I'm coming back. Zoom, zoom, I'm so slow.
What's at that schematics tower?
That is, I put it in the chest. It's like a ring of water resistance or something.
I'm gonna go get it right now then. We already got it.
It's already open as well.
Do you think it might be like tight skin? So like every time I blink it pulls something?
I think it's something in the air because I'm also feeling it. If it was just you, it could be like skin or anxiety. Or, but it's both of us. Both of us are itchy.
Oh, what's in this dungeon?
Don't know.
Going in.
Scary. Don't worry, honey. By the time you get back,
Back later.
the big glider made for you.
Whoa, it's foggy in here. What the frick?
See what I mean? Like, the lighting's really weird lately.
What the fuck? I can't see squat in here, dude. Why is there a sun in here? It's horrible.
Oh, they turned off food decay.
Fuck off. Did they?
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
I just realized it because, like, I've had this egg in my inventory for a while and it hasn't decayed at all.
Oh yeah, these berries aren't decaying. No, fuck off. Oh wait, I tried to glide away. I don't have glider.
That means it's gonna be so much easier getting a Gale Claw farm set up. You don't have to worry about it.
Okay, I got a brittle mouth.
Nice, nice. Mouse still useful.
Can't
No,
fucking
good.
see squat. This is terrible. This is awful. What the fuck is this? Like, look at this.
That is a visual glitch. That's definitely a visual glitch.
Nah, shit.
Why? I think it's exit and re-enter it might fix. Let me enter to see if it's someone's. Oh my god, I know what's happened. We found the Toby's cave.
Right?
You turned the entire dungeon into a hotbox.
Apparently.
I'm coming in, my love. I'm coming to save you from the
You know what, Lucy? Shut the fuck up.
What if that visual? Yeah. I believe you're in this one. Yeah, I went to the right one. I want you for the love.
I mean, hopefully not. I don't know. Maybe
I
not.
want you to be
T-Fan, rescue me.
I'm surprised you're here.
Why? I am fucking gonna find my way through this. I need more pals. Okay, all I have is a T-Fan, and that bitch ain't exactly a warrior.
It can be a warrior. It's actually got a pretty good passive for.
Well, it's gonna be a Healy boy. A Healy boy.
Ah, don't wake me in the back, syndicate guy.
He's shit! Ah!
Now, the real question is, did you go the right way or the wrong way?
I think I'm running into a wall right now.
Hopefully I'll find you at some point soon.
It just okay, I see my T-Fan. What the fuck? Okay, this is bad. This is terrible. I think I'm running into a wall. No, I can't be running into a wall because my T-Fan's there in front of me.
Whee!
Okay, I have. Okay, this is. Can you see it? I really hope that you can.
I can see in here, yes. I am hopefully going to find you.
I just wanted a pal. What the fuck is Sam Ham? Oh, hold on. I'm going towards somewhere.
I'm interested how you got past all these syndicate people.
I was able to see kinda. Oh, we're on to somewhere. Pingullet! Okay.
At the boss?
Yeah, I'm at the boss.
Oh, nice.
I don't see it, but I see names.
Good luck fighting the boss. It's gonna have over 1,000 health. And be level 13. I hope you have enough health spheres.
It's level 10. His name is 8 Too Much Pingullet. I'm cold! Save me! Oh, my T-Fan's dead. T-Fan's dead. My teeth. Is it the boss? The boss. Nope, I'm gonna die. Come on, bitch. Come on. Alright. Just, I'm down. I'm down, but I got something.
I wonder if you caught the boss. That would be interesting if you did.
I don't know. I can't tell you. No, I didn't get the boss. The boss is level 10.
Yeah.
But I did get a Pingullet.
Yeah. I see. There's hopefully I can make it to you in time.
Less than a minute, babe. Hurry up. Don't be like hanging around. Just
I'm doing
save me.
I can see the Pangolin. I can see you, but you're on the other side of the Pangolin. Can you try and head south in the compass? Yeah, that way. Cool, they're going to the corner. For some reason they decided to wander the corner. I'm getting you, my love. Let's go. Now we gotta kill or capture the Pangolin. Okay, that's a little one. Oh.
Where's the boss?
The boss is there.
It says it's level. You say the big one as if I can see them.
It's 3 level 8. You do not see the health bar on the boss.
I see the health bar on the boss, but I don't see the mini health.
Yeah, the boss won't have it.
Alright, where's the boss? Is he over here? Oh, wait, I see him. His big curve. I'm out of balls.
Oh.
Here. I don't have any balls. Can you like catch him for me?
I got 2. There's a reason I didn't want to do options until later.
Look, I'm fucking prepared for this shit. I'm gonna kick his ass. I'm gonna send his brother after him.
Defense, go! Oh my god, I'm frozen. Kill the little one. Take out the weaker enemies first.
Well, one of them's mine.
Yeah, I'm picking up the one with the red health. Counter attack.
He's almost dead. Catch him. I don't know. I think I was looking at somebody else's head.
Hey, you're looking at the little one. Hit him in the head. 58%.
His name is Ate Too Much.
Okay, this is my last ball. 51%. Got him!
Yay!
Yeah.
Okay, now I can go, yeah?
Yippee!
Can you do me a favor? Can you show me where the end is? Is it over here?
Yeah, keep going this way. If you keep going this way, you're gonna hit the stairs and start going up.
Oh, I see the end. I see the end. I don't see where the chests are, though.
That one will be left and right. You're heading towards the left one, I'll get the right one.
Okay.
I suppose I should give you the reward you did this dent in your sin.
Look, I'm just saying, I don't think you understand what I just had to deal with. I couldn't see nothing.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you this remedy. I think the right one's always the remedy or elixir, and the left one's the.
I just want Fat Boy.
Fat Boy Shloom.
That's his name's gonna be Fat Boy. Oh my god, I can see.
My love. Here you go. Elixir. Remedy, I mean. Speed remedy.
Oh, it's a good thing I've got ancient technical points now. Can we go back to the house so I can get Fat Boy? And put my Mao in the thingy. I also need to make more balls.
Yeah. And your glider is ready as well. Gonna need a lot more of this Paldium. Unfortunately, we didn't get any of the big Paldium deposits in the dungeon.
I couldn't see anything!
Exactly. We're going after the big rock.
Don't I need stone for the balls too?
No, the regular ones are just Paldium.
Oh. I thought it needed more. Maybe the recipe changed. Oh.
The Mega Spheres need more, but the Pal Spheres is just Paldium, I believe.
I thought I needed wood and all that other shit. You sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
You might be thinking of the lore book entry.
No, I feel like that's what it used to be at least.
Maybe.
But
Yeah.
I think I did pretty well for not being able to see.
Yeah, I'll say you did pretty well.
I mean, outside of the dying part. Thanks for rescuing me.
You're welcome, my love. Okay. Oh, that's creepy. Fat Boy is in the base.
Did you name him already?
No. Even that for you. He's helping.
Look at him! He's so nice.
Standing by the feed box.
Well, I have to call him Fat Boy because his in-game name is Ate Too Much.
Yeah, it's great. Great idea, Fat Boy.
I hope it's a
need
boy.
big
It's a boy, yeah. He's a pacifist? Bullshit.
Pacifist? No.
Oh no, he's a pacifist.
Oh, he is a pacifist. Attack minus 20%. That's probably why we didn't both die. Just doing 20% less damage.
No, that's okay. I'll take him anyway. Oh my god, you know what's gonna be super funny?
Hmm?
If I get a rocket launcher.
True. The one negative is it can kill them. We can fire it once if they're full
But
health.
I just want to see what it's like.
Sometimes.
I just want to see what it's like.
Oh, it does a lot of damage.
Yeah, but look how big he is.
He's so chunky.
How am I supposed to wield a fucking launcher that can launch that motherfucker? Fucking stolen from him. So sorry.
That's okay. There's no way to work without. Actually, I saw a setting that you can adjust. Game settings. Not toggle sprint. I want to single button press for hold interactions.
I don't want that. Why would I want that?
So you don't have to hold, you just press. And you start working. You have to hold the button the entire time.
Hold that name for I'll return to the aura farming bird sleep. I can't. Like, I wish, I wish you could. You just can't.
Global Palworld are not enabled, so we're gonna have to get you in the world.
We'll have them in the regular world, our world. This is the
Yeah.
Pantaro world. This one doesn't count. This is why we can do stupid stuff like go into a cave where I'm blind.
Engullet to death with a pickaxe.
Was that with a pickaxe? I thought I had
mean,
my club.
Oh yeah, you're using your club. I had a pickaxe. I haven't made a club.
Fat boy, help us.
Yeah.
He's like, I got this. He's so proud. Not even what I was gonna build. I was gonna build this fucking Palgear workbench, but we're missing a cloth. Did it take me a cloth to make this?
I'm gonna put this premise.
It did not? Okay. Yeah, alright, that works. Give us a cloth! Give us a cloth!
Premise has got insomnia and dainty eater, so actually gonna be pretty good.
Give us a cloth so we can make the Palgear workbench.
We need two wool.
Yeah, but we have one. Or no, never mind, we need 2 wool. Never mind, I'm stupid. We have 1 cloth.
Okay, this will help.
I mean, yeah, I guess. That'll help. Oh my god, Fat Boy's so excited. He's like, look at all of them! Friends!
I'm a go. I protect. It's transported.
I help! Says I help.
I love how fucking goofy they are, just on their head while they freaking waddle. I'm gonna pick this one up and then orders. No, he stole it from me. Oh wait, no, I
Run, Fat Boy, run!
I got it, I stole it from him. We can make a clone.
Dinosaurx 550 said, I am here for blood, the blood of Tristan.
You're here for blood, the blood of Tristan. For blood, the blood of Tristan.
Am I Jesus?
I don't know. I'm surprised he's here for the blood of Tristan, but he's in my chat. You know, he's got his own chat, yeah? If you want his blood, you can find him over there on his channel. Go eat him. Go eat him.
Anti-blood donations.
Dinosaurx 550
I had one when I was born, but screw you all. Pulling up the rug under me. I would save my blood donation.
Okay, alright, it's time. We must be on our way. We have to go find Herbie. It's important. It's kind of along the way anyways to where we need to go.
Do you have spheres, or we're gonna get them along the
I
way?
have 29 spheres.
Nice, I've got 1. Numb. He has been numbed. Oh, my dog says Hi, dog.
Hi, dog.
I've been eaten by a shark. I. Sorry, but
You didn't know. You
gonna,
knew this. You knew this day was coming.
I am going to hold Dino Shark
You're gonna hold him.
accountable for generation punishment, and the dogs are the generation punishment.
Are you gonna eat his dogs?
Yes, that is how it happens.
So basically, we're gonna head south. We do ultimately need to go 41,069 away meters.
Nice. What the hell?
What'd you think? You ate him, and then you sacrificed all of your animals to him.
And I eat your animals. It's fair trade. It's how this works.
Nom, nom, nom. Nom, nom, nom.
You touch my dogs and I'll break your elbows. Good thing I don't need those. I just need my wrist.
Why you come in my chat to threaten me? You're TTSing to me. He can't hear you. I can though. I'm not touching your dogs. Your dogs are gonna slobber all over me.
Because Dino Sharks doesn't watch me to get the TTS.
He's like, I don't have the points for TTS over here.
Oh my gosh, she's got 29 Pelspheres, but she keeps taking them from the ground.
I need more. Herbie will try to escape.
Yeah, please. We must know all, especially the cat.
Especially the cats.
We love kitties.
Big cat people. Meow. Hey, I got something for you, babe. I'm just gonna stare at it. Since apparently you're making fun of me. I have a look, I'm just saying it's a fucking habit. If I see a Palsphere on the ground, like literally in the other world, I'm running around with over 1,000 Palspheres on me. I'm still picking them up off the ground.
I don't even keep, like, most of my Pelspheres are just in my chest. I have like 200 on me. Actually, I think
I carry over 1,000 Palspheres.
Rose, Lavender, Daisies, and Sunny are the dogs. Shadow, Whiteout, and Silver are the cats.
Oh, can I guess the colors of your cats? Orange, tabby, and another orange.
Oh my god. Not a single black cat.
No.
To be fair, Anthony and Matt's orange cat is nicknamed Shadow because it keeps following them.
Why is that?
Marissa has a cat named Shadow as well. It's a black cat.
That is a very common name for black cats.
It is a very common name.
Yeah, I was right.
Funny thing is,
Kind of, almost.
Shadow's a black tabby. Yeah. Narissa's cat sleeps on top of her PC because of the air vents.
Yeah.
And there's loads of warm air. But it means that she has to clean her PC so fucking much.
Right, I was also tabby, white silver.
White,
It's a great
silver.
tabby.
It's a great tabby. Okay, yeah.
I would have thought they were like plain black, plain silver, plain white.
The aeroplane? Why are there so many salaries? Whoa.
Lots of salaries. Those are rarity 1.
Rarity 1. Oh, we're in the Gobfin area. Oh, what, one of the Gobfin areas.
Yeah, this is the better cup. This is a safer cup area, weirdly.
It's awesome. You have a silver key.
Now I have a copper key.
Oh, nice. Oh my lord, the dogs are playing. Rip. Have fun. Good luck.
Hold on, this is gonna be my bestie. Over here, hold on. Not my bestie. Herbie's gonna be my bestie, but this is gonna be my second bestie. Who is it? Who is it? What is it? It's green. It's green. What is this?
Oh my god.
Is it a
That's an explosive bestie.
Oh! It's a Toka Toka. Alright.
Hopefully it has heavily armored.
Probably won't.
Probably not.
It looks tired. go. He's got runner. He's gonna be very fucking fast. Fucking go. Fuck him.
Oh no, my key fan died. They blew up the volcano.
Oh, weirdly, my tuk-tuk is dead. Oh, fucking, who saw that coming?
I was probably wrong. They're level 15. They're gonna shoot
Oh,
us
yeah,
forever.
right. Run away!
We are very weak.
My tuk-tuk is level 6. He's dead, but, you know.
It's the egg grenade now. Yeah, you can get a technical grenade launcher. It shoots eggs at you.
What? That's how that works. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Where are you
Hold
at?
it. Where am I at? Behind? Rowing Cuties in a pack.
Ooh, I got a Gigasphere.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. You got something. Oh, this is good because I'm getting some spears. Because, what the fuck? Why is there a random bunny in the water?
It's drowning.
What the fuck did you just do?
There's an air vent back there, and I took it off, and I was gonna go to the top of the cliff, but I hit the side of the wall and rocketed forward. And then I used my glider to not die from fall damage.
How much more?
I kept the momentum. The bunny
I like that Dino Shark's name is like half dino, so like, oh yay, and then you're like, and then like the other half is shark, and like you're afraid of sharks.
I'm allowed to numb you? Apparently.
To me, don't nom me. I don't want to be bit today.
I'm gonna eat at you.
I am already sensitive. I don't want to be touched.
If I eat your flesh off, I get the nerves, and I can eat the nerves, and you know the good for the itchy.
Oh, that's true.
You're lucky.
Do you?
I got both. Yeah.
Oh yeah. If it's a Herbie, it's mine. If it's anything else, you can have. Wait, where am I? It could be a Herbie. It's not. It's a bunny.
Look up top.
Yeah. Oh, no. Get the ball.
I said no numbs, no bonks.
No, stop. No, it's okay. No, be our friend. Bitch, I swear to God.
Oh no, the king.
Honestly, I think the pink might be safe now. Bruh, I don't have many balls. I'm gonna need you to fucking get in it.
Level 27, you're casting with balls intended for level 10 power. We really shouldn't be trying to catch anything in this area.
You're right. Help me.
I can't, they're aggroed on me. I need to run away briefly. Or they are aggro. They're still angry with me.
I think they're angry with me because I was throwing balls at them.
Huh?
I think they're angry at me because I was throwing balls at them.
I mean, I was trying to help as well. So they got angry with me as well.
It's a laser.
Yeah. Okay, up here. Yeah, music cut out, so I'm out of life. Well, out of life?
Save me.
Out of...
I'm in an area where I could potentially find Herbies.
You don't want these Herbies, they're gonna kill you.
No, I've got one of these Herbies before, but it was only like level 13.
Dinosaurs 550 said save the
Look at
wife.
this one.
Yes.
He
Silver
did good.
key.
He saved the wife.
I had to run away so I didn't get one shot while trying to rescue her.
This one needs a silver key, babe.
Let's go! It's gonna have like, legendary ancient armor. Oh, there's some herbies, my love.
I know.
Right there.
Dinus
On the
Hearts
left.
550
West.
said, good husband.
Right under, like over here. Right here.
Hello, Herbies. That's level 10, 15. I want the level 15 girly. No, I want it to be a boy. Look, I want a 15 boy.
Oh, there's a 10 boy.
I'll look elsewhere.
Window shopping.
I am window shopping for the right Herbie. There's always like so many fucking Herbies in this area, which is why I gave them a 1. 10, 11, 12. I'll take like minimum. Oh, here's a 13 boy. Come here, boy.
13 boy.
Wait, was that a 14 boy?
15 boy down here.
Where?
Oh my god, Dire House. Let the Dire House move on. On the other side of the Dire House.
550 said, is that a 1
Oh no, the Dire House.
Is that one no? Is that one yes?
I can't fight them with my level 4 credit. This is the... Basically, it ran further north, but the Dire House on blood. I don't know how to get around them. I can probably see. It's probably it running around over there.
Didn't they aggro on me? No.
Ah, they aggroed on me, probably. Guess I'll be bait. Come on, doggos. One of those is a level 15 boy.
Trying to look for him. You level 10 boy, 11 boy.
Is that one with man parts? No. Is that one with... No. Is that one? Yes.
I don't see it.
Well, I would help you, sir, but I kind of got 3 dogs chasing
I
me.
know.
Run off beside me. Oh, you're too close. They run further away. Oh, there's a law book thing here.
Yeah.
Right.
14 girl.
You've come back. Why you come back? It's for the north.
I went north. There's a wall.
Dinus Hearts
What do you
550
mean?
said, rock creature has entered the room.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh. Okay, I'm coming.
It's asleep.
Oh my god, that's gonna be so easy to catch.
La criatura.
42%. Is mine! He's got a swimmer!
Gotta be zooming.
I kinda wanna check the other one though. This is the perfect time to catch Herbies. Oh, they're sleeping.
Likely to get something. It is a perfect time to catch him, yeah.
Okay, that one has a swimmer and destructive.
Oh, destructive, not good.
Okay, that's a 10. I mean, it could level up with me.
You're a 10, my love. They will gain XP, it's just... You will level up faster than them.
Yeah. I got a point in my stamina. I always use stamina. You wanna help me find another one?
No. Yeah, well. After what, another level 15 boy?
It could be anywhere between level. I'd like 13 or 15. Between 13 and 15.
And must they have the PP?
What the fuck? And
PP
yes,
unicorn?
yes, because it's a it's named Herbie. Let's have PP.
Of course, because it's nighttime, loop moons are out, and they are, dango.
Right.
There's also, Cognito.
What? Cognitos. Bugs, I don't mess with them, they're fine. La creature has entered the room. Oh my goodness.
Which glass feature?
I'll try and catch this one. Maybe Herbie will be a girl.
I have no balls, and I only got Powerful.
That's not cheery. Not great. At least have a female for breeding purposes later. Could be great. You never know.
Go over to this tower. No one knows this static tower. Yes, it's great. Attack him. Nice. Quick time event. Yeah. Yippee! Heat resistant construct.
Any more stamina? Did I tell everybody that Herbie's fully loaded?
So do you have a gun?
You go. I have anything to do with it.
It'd be cool if you could just give random pals with handiwork a gun. Oh my god, this is a massive tornado group. I wonder if they up the spawn rates for things.
Maybe.
I've never seen loot moons walk and wander around in groups of 2. Usually they're solo.
Dinosaurx 550 said
Maintain the dogs have their claws in my stomach, hurt and get red. They want your intestines.
I've been spotted, run away!
Good luck, my love. You will be remembered.
On the ball. Maybe if they don't sense any kind of malice, it'll be okay. They're not stalking me. Like, it's like I'm in the area and they don't necessarily like that, but they're not gonna come after me.
You won't?
I'm doing fine. I'm not being pursued.
Oh my god.
I'm still looking for more Herbies.
Impressive.
I think I'm out of the Herbie range, though. I don't think Herbies are spawning at night, so I think I left the Herbies.
Yes, they won't spawn at night.
So this is some bullshit. I need to just pass on the, or like, get through the day. Because there's going to be a lot of fucking Herbies here later. Oh my god, this is great. I can go live up on this fucking, I can go stay up on the tower.
It is dawn right
Babe,
now.
meet me at the tower.
I'm on my way.
That's where I'm going to be.
Little darling.
That just said needle. I was like, what?
It's morning.
Okay, perfect. So when I get back down, there should be Herbies. Okay. This entire area should be fucking covered in Herbies. I see you down there.
This is a Mimog
Get it?
with what spears?
Why is it mad at me? Why is that mad at me?
Oh, actually, no, I do have mega spears.
I have one mega spear.
I've been frozen.
You know what? I guess if I die, I got like 3 Herbies on me.
True, but they all go on cooldown at once,
Dang.
I believe.
Alright, I'm leaving the tower. I'm leaving the tower. I'm going toward the Arsox balls. That's where they will spawn. Yours there. Unfortunately, there's 2 potential spawns for that area.
Yeah, they have definitely increased the spawn rate of things. I was right that there was a ridiculous amount.
There's
of,
so many fucking loot moons, dude.
Yeah, they usually only spawn in as singles.
I see a Herbie. I see a Herbie. It's level 14 boy. Hello, boy. Come here.
Oh my god, he's got a premium. Does it even really matter when you can change them later?
No. But that's why I'm just getting level 14. I was just looking.
Hello, Mayo.
That one's a positive thinker. Hold on. It's level 14 girl. Fuck it.
Yippee!
Stop hitting me!
say 11. Maybe. I hope. Nope. That was my one ball gone. Oh,
Gabby, absolute trash. I need to heal. I have more balls. I can catch more Herbies. I want to catch an awesome Herbie, okay?
I wish you luck. I'm just gonna continue on.
You're fine.
It's still gonna be attacking you there.
There's a messenger of love down there. You know what that means?
Oh.
What you want? What you want? Want me to sit? Okay, got you.
Sit and chat.
Damn it, you didn't give me no balls. Broken drum because you can't beat it. It's the world's best Christmas present. What's the world's best Christmas present? A broken drum because you can't beat it. Or you just can't beat it. Okay, I see.
I'd say the world's best Christmas present was my wife. She came a bit late though, but oh my god, there's so many Herbies over
That's
here.
what I was saying. I'm on my way.
There's a group of Dire Hounds trying to eat them though, but that's fine. Dire Hounds, oh my god. So many hells. We're all bulls. Oh, there's level 15 over here.
I'm gonna see if I can get me a dire howl too. That'd be cool. But the thing is, I'm afraid if I throw it at it, it'll... Oh! I found mine! I found mine! I found it! I found it! I found it! It's mine! It's mine! No. I just caught my Herbie. Would you like to know what passive it has?
Yeah, sure.
Demon God.
Already? Okay.
Yep.
That's...
I knew I was gonna find the right passive somewhere. I didn't know it was gonna be that. But I'll take it. That's my Herbie.
Demon God's just a little bit good.
Just a little bit.
Okay, so you wanna go do the first tower?
Alright. Okay, I want to swap out my Herbies, so I have to go back to the thing. I need to go back to the house. So I can actually get my Herbie.
I'm just gonna run around and level up.
No, that's fine. I'm gonna level up too, but I want my Herbie with me so I can level him up too. Hey, it's a Mimog.
I have no pounds, no gold.
I have 13 dollars.
Yeah. You get the phone.
Am I gonna get a Mimog? That'd be an awesome first catch. Nope. No, come back! Oh, I don't give a shit about that. That dire howl's destructive. I don't know what that means.
Destructive means it loses sanity.
Oh, I don't give a shit. Oh, it's level 14 dire howl. Oops. Hey, oh my god, the fucking ping. Oh, duh.
So many hells. I feel like they've got to reduce this at some point later, or else it'll cause lag.
Dinosaurs 550 said I crave collab.
Unless they've got a really good server.
Fragrant foliage. Perfect on a dire howl.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you want to give it some grass. Grass things. Grass fruit, skill fruits.
Better. Okay, I'm gonna go get my...
Wing.
I can't wait. I can't wait to play with my hamster. Oh my god, Herbie. Look at him. He's got Demon God. What the fuck? He's level 13, by the way.
Oh my god, I can't even go over there. Boo. Trying to go over to the Anubis area to get the Palworld shrine from over there. Friggin' too hot. It increases heat by into like the point where I just need one
Yeah.
heat resistance.
Either one of these is actually particularly good. Fragrant foliage. Grass attack damage.
How do you? Yes,
I'm gonna take it with me temporarily. I will. Okay, so I've got Fat Boy. Fat Boy's a good penguin. I got Herbie. I want to find a good I want to find a good dire howl now. Do you want me to make you some spears?
Nah, it's okay.
Okay, I'm making 8 anyways.
That's
Jessie!
I'm gonna grab this egg. It looks like a huge verdant egg. That's gonna be something really nice. Possibly a Mamaros, possibly a Broncherry, possibly a Sandor?
Hi,
Maybe?
Kirby. That's
I don't know
Demon
what it
God.
can be from here. Little Donnie. Way up in the
Do you
sky.
need some wool? Do you need some wool? Do you need some wool?
Maybe. Wool, 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 wool,
I should probably get like a practical pal, like one that's good at like mining or something, you know? I'm thinking my fighting pal.
That's gonna be pretty difficult seeing as we don't have Gregs in Australia, but sure.
Who's Greg? Who's Greg and why are we fighting him?
Greg's is a grocery store? No, I don't know. It's something in the UK. Is it a grocery store?
Look, we don't know.
It's heaven. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have heaven here.
This is Australia, not heaven, okay? That's what it is. I'm so sorry. I wasn't aware. People get really weird about the grocery stores. It's cool though. You wanna have heat?
You only have it. No, it's pretty chilly right now.
Yeah, it's really cold. It's really fucking cold, dude. Okay, there's a dungeon over here I want to go in. I say I want to go in this dungeon. I don't know if I want to go in this dungeon yet.
It's a pastry shop. Okay, that's what it is.
Pardon me, how dare you not know every store that's in every country? You know what? How about you meet us down at the Woolies? How about you meet us down at the Woolies there, Dino? I say as if I live anywhere near a Woolies.
Yeah, it's not. There's a Woolies not too far away.
You think I can go in a level 19 dungeon? Probably. We'll be fine.
Fucking what? Woolworth. The Woolies, yeah, we'll go to the Woolies.
I mean, technically, this one would be a practical pal. Look, no. I'm sorry. Look, stop. Stop! Just get in the ball and love me. Cool. Now we have a practical pal. Hold on. Nope, it's not good enough. I thought it had a level 2 mining. It does not. It does not. Did you know Fuddler only has level 1 mining? It's trash. I can hit rocks myself, motherfucker.
Honestly, like, literally, you have one pickaxe, the base pickaxe, is better than the Mammoth time to mining, and the Mammoth is 4 by default. Mammoth is such a shit miner, because all of its good mining is in the pack.
I have a sadist Mao.
Oh wow. He wants to whip people and he'll pay you for it.
He has increased attack, but not as good defense. You and the sea.
No, we have 2 main grocery stores.
Yeah.
Australia, Woolworths and
There's
Coles.
only 2. There's only 2.
For all intents and purposes, there. Like, we do have IGA, and then we've got, like, some local growers, but it's duopoly. COL.
It's called an oligopoly.
Oligopoly.
It's where the grocery stores get together and they agree that their prices are all going to be the same. So all in all, there's not really a difference, but so they can get away with saying, no, we're not a monopoly, when in actuality all their prices are the same anyway, so it really doesn't matter where you go between the two.
And the thing as well is their prices are cheaper than what local grocery stores can afford. So local grocery stores can never, grow and
Yeah.
expand because
They're cheaper than that, but they're also just expensive enough, and that's an agreement between them and Kohl's. I say this as if I fucking know anything.
no. Do you know how Tesco's was what I was thinking about?
No, it's okay. It's okay. We can be friends. Woo.
Woo.
I'm just catching all the cats, dude. You're over here like, oh, I have so many crevices. I have so many mouse.
Mal, oh, even a dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mals and Malchrists.
I wonder what the boss is. We're gonna find out soon. I've only got 8 balls left, though.
It's not spelled like coal. It's C-O-L-E-S. Coal like the name, coal. With an S on the end.
Could I get it, though? Oh, God. I really don't want to fight this bitch. That's fine. I got pals. I can make them fight. But still. Go Fuddler. I don't give a shit about you.
Go,
Fuddler. You see that fucker right there? No, not the little one. I mean, sure, take out the little one. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, basically, Woolworths and Coles can dictate whatever prices they want.
Ah!
They've done the,
Oh my lord.
My teeth went, oh, it died ages ago. I don't know about that. I have no way to defend myself against high level cells, so the only way
I'm blind!
the only way you can effectively defend yourself against them is by having enough health skills to help them and hope that they get full.
Please. Yes!
Sacrifice
I got the boss Cognito!
Oh!
I'm down. Herbie, save me!
Well. Okay, oh.
Run, Herbie!
Yeah. Aiko made all the balls and then picked up all the balls along the way, so I had no balls to throw at things to basically get them in the ball so I could run off.
Hey, I tried to give you one and you were like, no, I don't want it.
Heck you! There was a lucky gale core here. That's a getting up.
Oh look, vital remedy, just what I needed. Okay.
I gotta keep going.
I can make a furnace and a small feedback and a statue of power and a saddle for my dire hell.
81% still not worth it.
Okay, I am going to. I only have two balls right now. Wait. Oh my god, how many times did I level up?
Oh,
I did. I leveled up twice. Yeah, I did level up twice. I was confused.
I think maybe they increased the spawn rate to get more lucky.
Maybe. Alright, I'm going back to the house. Mostly because I got some dead pals in my pocket and I have a boss Cognito at the base waiting for me.
I got some dead pounds in my pocket. Dead pounds in my pocket, yeah.
And I can make a feed bag. What's a girl? Look how big this fucking Cognito is, though. Yeah, go chop some wood. Huh?
You got a Swolnito.
Swolnito, yep.
Lucy is swole.
Not Lucy, that's a girl. Is Lucy a girl?
I mean, you abbreviate to Lucy, and that's usually a girl's name.
I want to talk about what I grew up thinking Lucy was. Did I talk to you about that? What my mom taught me that Lucy was?
Hmm. Oh yes, yes. It's like a nickname for
Everybody's
down
got
there,
that.
right?
Yep. That's what she called it. Nobody ever calls it that. Nobody ever calls it that. That's what she called it.
Um, I've heard Susie as that as well. Which became really funny when
Yeah, it's really funny when you meet somebody named Lucy or Susie.
uh it was a dog.
Oh no.
Susie was
Oh
a dog.
no. You don't know what happened.
Childhood friend's
Ooh,
dog.
okay. 10 Paldium fragments and I can ride my dire howl. Not even the one I want, ultimately, but you know. You got 2 shiny Pokemon back to back? That's awesome.
Nice. What about back to front? Or front to front? They're just posing.
Posing like Team Rocket, back to back. If it's front to front, they're hugging.
Oh, you got a bit off? Nice. Totally not me taking a bit off. From the first Pokemon I caught to champions.
Yeah.
I was that kind of kid in Pokemon.
You grew an attachment to your first pal and then just brought it forever.
Yep.
I had an attachment to my first pal in my Nuzlocke, and then it died. So I quit the Nuzlocke and married the guy I named it after.
Yeah, it was me. I was an Infernape.
You were.
Did I get up to the point of becoming an Infernape, or was there still a Monferno?
I don't remember. I remember you died.
Yeah, I died at some point. And I was like the team.
He was fucking awesome.
So if they hug you, are they gay?
I mean, when you hug your mom, does that make you gay?
When you hug your mom, is that incest?
When you hug your dad, does it make you gay? I don't know if you're a girl or a boy, but I assume you're a boy.
Are you a femboy? Because for some reason we're collecting those. Femboys and...
You don't have a mom or dad? Well, fuck. Awkward.
Did you eat
Do you have a grandpa? They left you. Grandma? Grandpa?
orphanage?
Aunt? Yeah, orphanage. Sister? I'm a man, though, and live with my aunt. Okay. Okay.
Oh my
Do you
God,
have
he's
an uncle?
Spider-Man.
Do you have an uncle?
He's Spider-Man.
Oh my God, he's Spider-Man. What happened to Uncle Ben? You have a half-sister. See, I'm trying to find the male in your life.
I found someone's dead bag.
Oh no.
Our sister don't remember. Oh.
Okay, I can now put berries in my pocket. I got some berries in my pocket.
I got a berry for the dead. Her name is Coney. That's a nice name. Isn't Coney the name of someone in King of the Hill?
Maybe? I don't remember.
I think Coney is the...
Wee.
Is Connie the daughter of the Native American guy?
I don't know.
Does he even have a daughter?
I don't know. I don't know. I've never really watched it. I have like an
All you
occasional
know is,
episode.
that's my purse, I don't know you.
I know more than that. I know that like there was cheating with Peggy and the Indian guy named Red, I think his name was. I don't remember.
Yeah, I know he had like a very stereotypical like Native American last name, like...
What was the Native American's name in King of the Hill? John Redcorn.
Yeah. There it is. I have made it to the Rain Syndicate Tower.
I need to. Did we? Really? Okay.
I'm slowly making my way to the beginning.
No, it's fine. I'm gonna get over there eventually. I would like to get a better dire hell though. Mine's currently destructive, which is fine, but it could have demon god.
You can literally make that Herbie fuck everything. Hit Demon God on everything. We just need to do the first 2 towers.
Oh, true. Okay, I've got Fat Boy, Herbie, Dire Hell, Incognito.
Oh wow, that was really long, really far apart.
What should I name this
How old are
Cognito?
you?
What should I name the
Cognito?
Cognito? It's a girl. It's a girl, and it's big, big girl.
Aura.
That's perfect.
Because all she's gonna do is Aura farm. Can't say. Don't know what this is. Aura.
Oh.
Know
Yes,
what this is?
it's very clear in the channel. Is this not... How old are you, Dino?
Yeah, I've got 18 plus listed somewhere.
Older
You're older.
than your sister? How old are you?
I think older than 18 plus.
I was getting ready to try and catch a new Herbie. Guess I don't fucking need to. I'm a badass.
Seriously, man, Nightmare. Nightmare was a good one early on.
They lost
Oh my
me.
god. Lambo!
32? Okay. Why were you asking if it was an 18 plus?
To list age? I'm catching my team. My love, I've got a plan for this playthrough.
Okay, what is it?
I just need to get them all.
Okay, what?
5 Lamballs, that's my team.
Okay. I'm gonna have one Herbie at the very least, and I want a Celine. Herbie, Celine. Bushi not. I might not do Bushi not. Listen, the big thing with my issue with Bushi not, okay, is that... Oh, see, he's got the Iagiri, which is awesome. You know, so I can direct him to attack things, and he's very fucking strong. The downside is it's hard to take him into camps.
Oh, cool.
I guess it's like I can survive without putting him together in camps, yeah.
Oh, this is cute.
I need an earlier mount. You'll say it's a Gaelic orange. I won't say my real name for... Well, obviously don't say your real name.
Oh yeah, don't say.
You're
it.
reading AO3 again? That's fantastic. I'm glad for you because you've been reading a lot of books lately. You deserve,
you
you
have.
deserve a break.
You deserve AO3.
I kind of want an unconventional mount for this run. I want to look at the technology points and see what unlocks when and see what I could be working towards. By unconventional, I don't mean like a water mount. I mean like something stupid. Not like the not like
There's an
nothing
awful
like this.
level there.
It's not that many books. Over 100 books is quite a bit. What the fuck you mean? You know what? What's the worst that can happen?
Yeah.
Now we run. Now we run. I wanted to throw one. I had a back bonus. It got in the ball. It just didn't stay in the ball. Did the day go by like super fast, or is that just me?
No, it was actually going quite a while.
Huh?
Yeah. No, it's been gone quite a bit. So. I wouldn't say super fast, but I don't think they've altered the day-night cycle.
Felt like it. I got a makeshift SMG schematic.
Oh my god. Please tell me. No!
What?
I found a Lucky, but it's a Chicky Pea.
Go in there, but also I'm gonna fucking have my shit wrecked if I go in there. But I'm not gonna. You know who I should ride? I should get a Grintail.
Yeah?
That could be an unconventional mount and actually help me out with getting more eggs. What is this? Oh my god, I can get a Bushi. Hold on. Give me a minute. I didn't realize where I was. Give me a minute. Am I going to be able to catch this with Pal Spheres? Probably not, but I might have a Megasphere. I have one Megasphere. Back bonus 10%. Come on. Ah! Jesus, I fucking forgot, dude. Oh my god. The Bushi scares the shit out of me.
Oh, when it does the Agiri at you.
Yeah. I'm leaving. You're right, I wasn't ready. You're right, I wasn't ready! Tried to leave. Herbie, save me, save me!
I hope you enjoy your AO3ing, Jesse. You deserve it. You really do.
3 of my pals are dead.
Nice.
And I didn't even come out with a fucking Bushi. AO3 is
Fanfic.
fan fiction site where people like you can read lots of things that other people read. Fanfic.
Yeah, there is a family bucket-sized chicken here. I was just getting things so I can catch it. Get in my ball.
I thought he was talking about the Cuties.
No, there's a lucky Chicky Pea right here.
I don't have enough balls for.
Flippin' Eric joined. Oh my god.
Eric.
You don't have enough balls? Oh my god.
I don't have enough balls to get the Bushi.
I am up to go into the small settlement.
Well, don't go to small settlement on baby cake.
I really won't. I literally was just doing all the starting stuff. Already had everything from here. I'm just
I'm gonna put a Herbie out here for crafting.
Oh yeah, Herbie's actually a pretty good
Well, not
all-round
crafter, gathering and planting.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna remove one of the premises.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna replace it with a pangullet to do some watering. Because the Herbie does gathering and planting. Not very good, but it's better than nothing.
I'm just gonna save stat points and then deal with the annoying use stat point thing being there all the time.
Anyway, I guess I'm just gonna go down. I'm gonna like continue running. I'm just gonna stay on foot. Well, everybody's gonna
Yeah.
come back. Hi Q, how you doing? Look at me, look at me.
Look at me, look at me. Get my ball.
You think I can catch a level 38 bronze cherry with one ball? Oh my gosh. The Jolthog Chris are all sleeping, but they're walking. It's weird. What? Rah.
Oh my god, Senpai noticed us.
Alright, I'm going towards the beginning. I can't do anything about the Bushi.
How are you, Q?
Or if I find the lucky something, I don't know.
Probably.
Pick up more balls. Oh, there's Mega Spin. I really do want to get that Bushi though.
Blessed
Ow!
be thou. Oh, that was a painful sneeze?
Yes.
Is your brain still there?
I make no promises.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Bless you indeed. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's your fault.
It was all my fault. I wasn't there to protect you from your own sneezing.
You're not the only one. Oh my god. I gotta close this tab over here. Because literally it's just my own stream. You guys are so cute. I love you so much. But I don't think I'll be able to catch you. I'm gonna try anyways. But I'll try anyway.
You wanna watch yourself after you're ready for stuff?
Run away! It's gonna attack me! Run away! I'm not prepared mentally or physically.
What about emotionally?
Look, if I get killed by a Jolthog Christ, I don't think I'd be able to take it emotionally.
Are you in the mountain?
Look, I'm still making my way over towards the beginning area. I am like 1,800 meters away.
Where? You can encounter Jopol crisps there? Wow.
Hey, I found somebody's base.
Yeah, I've come across a couple of people's bases. There was a sign in front of the base in front of Peking that says Hort on socks.
It says Horton sucks.
Yep. I guess that is Horton's base, yeah. What?
Bases.
Oh no. Dino Shark said bonk.
You've been.
I used to have a bonk thingy, but I haven't set it up for this model.
There's an Amion and a Lamb Ball and an Ectolier
Yeah.
and a coal node. That's protected. A protected coal node. I was like, this is my coal. You can't take it. It's mine. Woolly Pop. Oh my god, can you imagine? Imagine I take a Woolly Pop to the end. I don't want one of them. Like, it's so cute. I've never tried to use a warrior Woolly Pop.
Yeah, I've only used it for farming for pop candy.
One doesn't have a passive. Okay, I'll try this next one. Woolly Pops don't give a fuck. But this one. That one has ferocious. It's perfect. I found the perfect one. It's got ferocious.
You can turn the mint meat you get from the lamb balls into cabs. Yeah, cab skewers.
Okay, I've decided I'm taking a woolly pop with me to the end. That's gonna be like my lamb ball, except for it's just a woolly pop, because nobody ever thinks to use a woolly pop as a warrior, and it's so cute.
I've left my mark on this world.
Do we have a wood gatherer?
Probably not. This monk is a wood gatherer.
Oh, I guess technically my cognito's a wood gatherer.
My
That's a wood gatherer. I will rescue you, sweet. Welcome me. Lava chickpea. Oh, I love that. Chickpea. I love it so much. That's amazing.
That is amazing.
That's
Thank you
fantastic.
very
Welcome
much.
in. Hi. Welcome in.
Welcome.
Let's see. My name's Aiko Heartblossom, and this is my husband Tristan Heartblossom.
Hi, I am husband.
Yes,
I love my wife very much.
he's gay. Don't worry about him. Okay, anyways. We have been playing a disgusting amount of Palworld recently. We were playing Palworld together. Yes, awesome. Wait, where's my music?
If
Oh, it's
you
still going. Never mind.
if you weren't playing Palworld, but you had that as your raid message,
That'd be very strange.
that would be a bit strange, but also
Well, I thought for a second maybe they were playing Minecraft, and then I saw it said Chickpea, and I was like, oh, I see, yes. And I love the dancing dino. Makes me
that
happy.
is lovely. The dancing dino is such a good, just general global.
Well, yeah, it's a great global emote. I wound up making my Rexy Party emote originally based off that. Yeah.
Yes,
The
yes.
one that was like really popular. Everybody loved that. Now I have to make a new one. I need to make an Aiko Party emote.
I hope your stream went amazing. We are currently in the end
It's in the basement. Keeps us in there.
end two-ish days.
Don't send help.
Next stream will probably be the end stream of our subathon.
Yeah, so this is the last day. Well, tomorrow's last day of our subathon.
We hit our goal yesterday, and we are so happy.
Yeah, we did reach our goal, but we do have the stretch goals if anybody's interested in those. Those are more like of the big things.
Those are just more like, if we get them or not.
Babe, do we have a
but
spark it?
It'd be nice.
Do we have a spark it?
We do not have a spark. I haven't caught one yet. I didn't even go through. Joined a raid
This
into
spark
your
it said
Arco.
fuck you in particular. What the fuck, bro? Are you good?
Well, thank you for.
Sorry.
Thank you very much for the raid.
Sorry. I joined y'all into a raid a while ago, and I've been meaning to check y'all out. Oh, thank you.
I
Whoa.
heard your streams went well.
Okay, well, we have a pacifist one now. It's very
Hopefully
easy for a
streams went well.
pacifist. Yes, I really do hope your streams are well. If anybody's interested in following us, we plan on playing a lot of Palworld. The thing is, basically, okay, yeah. So, we've been hyper fixated on this game since 1.0 dropped, and we're like, oh shoot, Subathon's coming up, what are we gonna do? Clearly more Palworld. We've done like nothing really Subathon related. But to be fair, it seems like everybody's cool with that. Everybody's like, Palworld? Yeah, alright, sweet. I'm also playing Palworld. So it's kinda community-like. And right now we're on Pan server. Panic Ninja.
The Panic Ninja.
Yeah. And her and her husband, we're playing.
Oh, nice. You exploring the volcanoes. You're still pretty
Oh yeah.
early.
Okay.
Is this your first playthrough of Palworld that you're
Ooh,
doing?
yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah. I have a problem of I freed a floppy, and floppy's a passive like a partner skill, is that it's always active and it gathers items in a nearby area.
Yeah.
I can't tell the floppy to go away.
It just keeps picking shit up.
I've gone from just over my carry capacity to like 300 over, and I'm moving so slow now.
Oh my gosh. Whose base is this? Somebody built something here.
Yeah,
Somebody's like, I built big.
Summoner.
There's not even a base here. It's just a...
We ate in the same room, so if we
It's not a bug, it's a feature. You get to hear us both twice. Why wouldn't you want to?
we talk a little bit loudly, yeah.
We like hanging around each other. We did build a big screen in between us, you know, that's got like sound acoustic panels on it and everything like that. Are they for the acoustic purposes? You know, they're supposed to be, but you know, they're actually more helpful in the fact that we're not constantly staring at each other because there's a wall between us now.
It does. It is very cozy. I love being around my darling wife. Oh wow, my
Also, like, it happens more when we get excited because we're both like talking really loudly and both at the same time, and yeah.
I have readjusted my noise gate, so hopefully it's a bit better.
Yep. Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I love hanging out with my wife.
Be hella loud when happy. Look, we get excited. Okay? Would you rather us be sad and depressed? If you say yes, I'll cry. But only for your amusement.
And
Not
the
'cause of
good
my
thing about us being so close together is
Oh, I'm gonna go rescue a floppy too.
audio engineering has moving blankets. We were considering blankets as well. We could put a blanket over that.
Okay. I don't know if it would handle the weight, but we could try.
Yeah, it would have to be. Does it have to be a thick blanket? Or just a moving?
I think it just needs to have curves.
It just needs to move.
It's thickness, enough thickness to it. Moving blankets, you can get moving furniture is pretty good. Yeah, we have a partition. We bought a partition that's meant to be like a 3-way partition, but we just like removed 2 of the parts because it's like way too big.
Almost made it. This has been a journey. Floppy constantly giving me rocks and
This guy is
wood.
an absolute shit shot, dude.
Yeah. If you need a raid and run, we completely understand.
Or you can just hang around and hang out with
Or
us.
if you want to hang out and lurk, that's all.
We have-
your chat. That's also understandable.
We generally have the mentality that if you have enough energy to hang around and keep chatting with us, you probably have enough energy to keep streaming yourself. So
The room isn't that big. Like literally, we've got the partition. I can reach my arm around the partition, and we can hold hands.
oh yeah,
Yeah. Right now we're holding hands. This is.
I want to like wipe my hand off. Thank you so much for the Why did it cut off? That was weird.
Oh, I got a sword schematic.
Also, I caught this woolly pop who is now going to be my warrior.
Thank you very much for the follow on both of us.
She's got ferocious. And I
Do
also
something silly
oh yeah, go ahead.
and have a team of balls.
He's gonna have a team of lamb balls. I'm gonna have a woolly pop, and I also have a Herbie that I caught his demon god. Not even joking. I'm level 11, and I have a Herbie with demon god.
Cool. I could have Pyromaniac on a. Cool. That's gonna be the one I feed fire to. Hooligan's just general damage. Yeah. Just general damage is fine. General damage can be the top one.
Still making my way.
That is a weird order of those messages, my love. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Home with us.
Why did that happen?
What? That's the first time you've seen that.
Why would at have its own line?
Cross, fire, neutral, decrease in neutral, and Yeah, this would be grass and fire.
Like a cryptic Resident Evil note. Yeah, you have to look. It's a puzzle. You have to put it together yourself. If you can't figure it out, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. I've got my Lamborghini set up.
Hmm?
No, actually, wait. No. I don't
Wait, does
want
that mean I have to start getting all the skill fruits like you did, and just start pumping all the pumping my woolly pop with all the skill fruits?
Yeah.
I love it. That's gonna be fun. See, I liked what you were doing with your land ball, you know, but I don't want to use a land ball, but a woolly pop, bruh. Absolutely, absolutely. Look at his cute little face. What should I call my lamb pop? Not my lamb pop. I called it a lamb pop. It's kind of like a lamb chop.
Eat the pal. Eat the pal. Yeah, we're playing on a community server. We're still figuring out what settings they've got.
Yeah, and we also have like horrible ping. It's great because
Yeah.
they're in America and we're not.
I managed to kidnap Aiko. I brought her to Australia.
He stole me. I lived in
Kidnap.
America. I was fine and happy living in the land of the free. Home
And
of
then
the
I went up
brave.
there and winked at her and was like, "Yeah, baby, you want to get married?" And then we got married, and then
And then he took me to Australia and I was like, what the frick? Where's all the fast food restaurants? Where's all the sugar?
eagle screeches. Funnily enough, I'm pretty sure the sound is of a hawk as well.
I need a fox barks.
Whenever it's the stereotypical like eagle flying by and they play the screech, because the eagle does not have a good sound, they use a hawk instead.
Okay, I got a fox barks. All I needed that for was for the saddle later. Or the harness later. So I think, isn't that that's something I gotta do? The fox bark saddle. Where are you at, Ben?
I'm back at our base. What were you saying?
The fox bark saddle, isn't that still a quest? People mistake us for Aussies all the time. I'm not even Australian. Where are you guys from?
It will be after you talk to the chief, but yes. Mistake you for Aussies all the time.
No, I just...
That makes me think either South African or Kiwis. But it's usually just one of those three. You're both from America? Oh.
Huh. Where in America? You need to know more about where. Like, why are they... Is it like, are you in Michigan? I'm trying to think of a place that has an accent that could be misconstrued for Australian. The only thing I could think is like Midwest.
Both from Southeast.
Okay, so be more specific. I'm from North Carolina. Like, be more specific.
Aiko is so cute when she gets happy and excited and comfortable because she becomes more southern.
I'm not gonna use that. Do I need a pupperette? Probably not now. Right under you in South Carolina? Nice. Well, I'm not there now. I'm in Australia now. You're not under me. If you're under me, you're in Tasmania. That's it. That's the only thing under me besides... You're so confused by this whole thing because, like, what do you mean? What are you confused by?
What's confusing you?
Did you get a chicken?
I do have a lucky chickadee.
Okay, cool.
It's so big.
I'm saying if you got one, I don't need to get one. I am, however, gonna run up to the top there and go grab that bitch.
Your auntie?
What do you mean? Your auntie?
What's your auntie doing? Wants to go out at 11 p.m. Okay.
Till 3 a.m. Okay. Run away!
Let's reorder my party to have both the highest level and also
He'll accept that as an accident.
Till 3 a.m. You gonna go clubbing?
With your auntie.
Yeah. Yeah, it is my sheep auntie. This is my war team.
Are there two babe, there are two alpha. There are two boss Mammorests. Side by side. Almost. I'm so confused.
Really?
Yes.
Dang. It's the Bob Battalion. It really is.
Battalion.
I'll probably swap out one of them for a flyer.
Yeah.
Which one?
My flyer is going to be a Celine ultimately. But which one? I don't know. Your crappiest one? Grandma kept shouting me to put something on TV. So I pasted him the controller, and now we are watching a 30-second paint ad. What does it say? And this bridge? What was the first? What was the first sign? What did that say?
Oh, you gotta find that.
What?
It's within eyeshot.
It just says and this bridge.
Yeah, the first sign's within eyeshot.
I'm confused.
By the base.
Okay. I'm like, I saw the base and I see a sign. All it just says end this bridge.
Yes. Okay, sure.
I am not reading anything.
Oh, Logan's over. Oh, he's one in Hungry Jack's. What's the Burger King?
Oh, I like Burger King. I need to find the sign. Yeah?
No.
Oh. Aw,
Oh.
that's sweet. So the first sign I see is welcome, make yourself at home, and then the other one says end this bridge. Where's the first sign? Oh wait, here's another sign.
I don't see the.
Tristan claims this bridge. Are you claiming other people's bridges from their bases, babe?
Hey, the sign's outside of their base frame. I've claimed it. It's mine. No, I didn't see. I haven't seen.
My darling husband.
Nothing popped up.
Ding ding.
Yeah.
Who's a gremlin? She's a she babysits. She babysits. That is her chosen profession, and that is gremlin child is. I don't know whose base that is, but it's funny. Also, my mother-in-law's in the room. You guys want to say hi?
Hi.
She's saying hi before all of you. Oh my god, you're slacking.
Nobody's said anything yet.
Oh wait, no.
I gotta catch up. Streamer lag.
Let me get the Hungry Jack's menu up, my love, so you can find. Ooh.
I am but a simple girl.
Napolitano.
Bored.
Oh my god.
Why do
They
you need
basically
all this
can-
cloth, Tristan? he's a cloth addict.
Dear me.
He's a seamstress in a past life.
You can't get. I know I'm not through the app. I'm just getting the menu up so I can look at it because it's not through DoorDash.
We have a little nephew here today. He's just
Should
downstairs.
Should we German suplex him?
Should we German suplex a child? Aww.
I'll get this. Oh, I'll text you. You gonna go and drive and get it, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pick up fallen branches or hit trees to get wood, I guess.
Here you go, my love.
Alright.
At the top is like it's currently in the what's new, but you can go through all of them there. Oh hi, help.
Huh?
Yeah, why do I need all this cloth? I mean, we're gonna need a lot more cloth than that. I was just making what I had from the walking into the ranch.
I have done. I'll keep clicking off the menu, my bad. Breakfast, Whopper beef, chicken burger. So not hungry right now. Oh my god, I'm not getting that. Absolutely fucking.
Not feeling any food.
It's like. Okay, I'm gonna say something about these spicy tender snack wraps. The picture of them looks literally like poop. It looks like somebody pooped on a salad.
The penguin? That penguin? That's just the regular penguin.
You see my penguin?
Regular penguin.
You guys want to see Fat Boy?
Aiko
Fat boy.
Yeah.
He's cold. I'm cold now.
This is just a regular penguin. Aiko has has an alpha penguin. I'm starving.
Can I just get like a Whopper Junior? I don't even know if a Whopper Junior is a thing in this country. Here, babe.
Yeah. Yeah, mom typically
Take it.
prefers Whopper Junior.
Yeah, I'm not starving, so. Chunker. His name's Fat Boy. I love him. Except for he makes me cold, so. I also have a H2O. Man, you had to specify. Damn it, I gotta drink water now, babe. I think the chicken was a lucky.
Yeah, the chicken was lucky. Whopper Junior meal. What size? Medium? Large? What size drink do you want?
Big drink.
Large.
I am more thirsty than I am hungry.
Oh. Hi, Rico.
Meow, meow.
Hi, Rika.
Will be 6 feet below.
I drank water just now. Thank you very much. Jeez, so needy. And bossy. Bitch.
Can I build the... we need to go mining. Flame organs. And flame organs. I've been told to get head patted by Nat.
I beg your pardon? Who you calling a bitch? Who you think I'm talking to? Who the fuck you think I'm talking to? Who the fuck you think I'm talking to? I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, motherfucker.
How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing today?
I'm doing alright. I just noticed how many shared viewers we have. I kind of gotten really nervous there for a second. That's quite a bit of people. So how's everybody doing? Is everybody good? You're watching. I'm being creeped on. Oh my god. No. I need to mine the blue notes at the beach. Like it says at the beach, as if they're not anywhere else. I can only get them at the beach. No, I'm being creeped on. Who's watching me? Always feels like somebody's watching me. Alright.
Yeah, Australia, unfortunately has not thick walls.
Yeah, it's fucking cold.
We don't have good insulation for keeping the heat in because usually this country is hot.
Have I seen
We
the
have
small
not seen
one?
the small one.
I have not seen the small one, but I've heard of the presence of small one. And apparently...
You're too afraid. Just sit like, want to breathe in everything.
fucking love you guys already. You guys are
You are
fucking
perfect.
great. That's
You love
typically
the
how
vibe.
yep, that's what I do too. I'm like, I'll just go raid somebody and then just sit there and just stare at them. I feel like there are streamers and then there are people who watch streamers. There can be some overlap, but like it's really hard for me to like watch streamers, like chat with streamers.
Yeah, typically it's like if we're in a stream, we're asleep. That's
Yeah.
what we're most of the time if we're watching someone else's stream, we're asleep.
Especially lately, because lately it's been like all we want to do is play Palworld. So if we're awake, we're playing Palworld and we're streaming it.
Star 50 said we all at a party in the corner
Yeah,
like
it's a
Ryan
gang
and
of
here
knobs.
must not communicate.
Yeah, we tend to have a lot of lurkers in this community, and we love them.
Love our community of workers.
But please bear with us if chat starts moving quicker, because it's moving quicker today than it usually has been.
Yeah, usually it's
So it's a bit harder to keep up with it. But it's good practice.
yeah, it's good practice. Eventually get to the point where it's like maybe we'll get so big and we'll get to the point where it's like we stay silent until we get so fast, where chat goes so fast they're not even talking to us.
If chat does get to that point, that's what slow mode is for.
Yeah, true. I do like being able to see what people say.
Yes. Slow mode is very useful as you start growing, but
Too close to a special boss or facility. Bitch, where?
oh yeah, you're building too close to someone's base,
Yes.
or maybe the world boss.
I don't know.
Chat must not go boo. No, we're fine if chat goes boo. Our
Please.
brain will just.
You've always
move
considered
at
it.
the
They could be
speed of
really
thought.
sad because then I wouldn't be able to know every single chatter individual. I know. That's another thing too. Is like we've talked about how because we've seen other people that grow really really fast, and I'm like, part of me is like, oh, that'd be really cool because growth awesome, but at the same time, like I like getting to know everybody.
Yeah. We want to make this a viable career because we don't want to get, we don't want to have to get a regular job where we're separated from each other. We love each other too much.
We
that
have
want to
attachment issues. Like he leaves to go to the bathroom, and I'm like, I miss Tristan.
I
I
want
wish
to
he'd come
spend
back.
all my time with my darling wife. This partition is about as far away from her as I want to get.
Now we can still look over. Unless, of course, he has to do what he did yesterday. Okay, yesterday he had to compliment 5 things in a row, all while doing an uwu voice. And this
singing.
motherfucker, and singing, and this motherfucker moves the partition out the way to look at me, and then, in his uwu voice, while singing, tries to compliment me, and then winks at me. I was like, what the fuck just happened?
Look, I love winking at my wife.
He is it's very hot when he winks at me, I will say that. But
Usually.
it is very unnerving when he's singing and doing an uwu voice and complimenting me all at the same time.
There's also something else I was doing. Complimenting. What's the fourth thing?
Telling an embarrassing story.
Oh yeah, telling an embarrassing story. Yeah. And how the hell are you? We are walking good.
Walking good.
We are walking good.
Oh,
I honestly, we really need to make a Fwaki remote.
I really do.
It's such a great idea for an emote.
Should it be Fwak you or Fwak yeah?
Fwaki. Oh, fuck yeah. Whose base is this, and why is there Lamball stuff?
Oh, this wants me to catch a Lamball. I have to catch 3 Lamballs. Excuse me, pardon me, are you 3 busy? Are you 3 busy? Excuse me. Get in this ball. Thank you. Excuse me.
Can I help you, base?
Excuse me. Bitch, I need 3 Lamballs. Capacitor.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, pick up all the Lambo kebab and put him in the... Go to bed. They're rotating out because they're tired.
Your life is the embarrassment? Wow. That's unfortunate, dude. Only you have to... Only you can stop forest fires.
Only you can prevent embarrassment fires.
Meat cleaver time.
I have no idea whose base this is, but I have fed... I've given their base Lamball kebabs because their pals were starving.
Aww. That's sweet.
They don't have a planter.
Our pals are probably starving. They literally had 2 berries. There's like 4 of them there.
Funny enough, I gave them lamb ball kebabs, and one of the pals in the base is a lamb ball. So cannibalism, let's go.
Nice.
That is something as well you're gonna have to get used to with this community.
Oh yeah, we
By
make.
this community, I mean us.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. We are devil's advocates for cannibalists. Cannibalisms? Cannibalists. Cannibals. That's the word. I know I'd find it.
Kebabs. Devil advocates for kebabs.
Okay. So we will absolutely sit here and defend cannibalism because we want to.
It's really fun to just debate ethical topics.
Like,
I enjoy it.
we have big conversations about like the ethics of cannibalism because there it is. There's that tree. That's what I was looking for. So basically, think about it. Think about it. Big think about this, okay? So everybody in the world is starving. All you have to eat is each other. You don't kill anybody because you're not a murderer. But let's say your neighbor dies and you ain't got no food. Would you eat your neighbor?
Only if it will prevent a forest fire. In the end, we are all meat.
Exactly. Exactly. See, Chombles gets
You
it.
get it. You understand.
I need Chomble's pronouns because I keep wanting to say she and I'm not 100% positive.
Are your nouns pro or against?
Somebody came up here and stole these fucking skill fruits already. Damn it. Was it you?
Yeah, please don't use nightmare ball. Really fun.
He is mine? Okay, sweet, sweet.
Okay, let's go.
Now I knew.
That is good. If there's something you would prefer better, please let us know at any time.
I mean,
But he is fine, I feel like means he is fine.
did you? This belongs to another guild. Somebody died up here?
Huh?
Is that the bag you found from the other guild person, babe?
Oh, yeah.
So it was you that took the skill fruits. Damn you.
I know where some of the skill fruit trees are. And I will take them. If I'm in here.
But I need some for my woolly pop.
There's plenty more.
I like that my woolly pop is neutral.
It can learn a holy burst at level 7.
Oh my god. Do you think it will?
Probably.
I need to figure out which one. Okay, I need to like get my party together and everything. I can't like fucking favorite shit right here. I need to put a party together. I need my Herbie that's got. I need a Herbie who's got Demon God.
I can't tell if this is just missing or if that is just meant to be like that. Probably meant to be like that. Bum, bum, bum,
Fuck him up.
Small child has not come and said hi yet. We apparently followed on Mom's account on YouTube, but that hasn't come through, so it could be weirdly
My
delayed.
Chillet loves diets.
Nice, got a diet, another chill?
Yeah.
Oh, this one must be down below.
Oh my lord. I can't do anything with lettuce seeds right now.
Yeah, it won't take us long to get there.
Maybe not.
Oh, someone's got a base right. Wow, this is actually a built-up base.
I think you might be. I don't think I went over there.
Yeah, we know he's in the house, but he said TV. Yes, I hate everyone else.
Yeah, he's TV boy. But we're gonna be getting, you know, Burger King because of him, so that's good.
You've eaten so much junk food this week.
Said he weighed himself and he was like, oh. I was like, I'm not gonna weigh myself because if I do, I might cry.
It wasn't as big of an increase. Like I haven't.
Look, I will call it Burger King, okay? Let me have this. Why do you guys hate me so much?
No, it's just Natalie.
I just want a little bit of familiarity, okay?
It's just Natalie. She hates you. It's okay.
I don't even, there's nothing familiar around here. You guys even call McDonald's something different, okay? Let me just fucking have this.
Yeah, we don't even have Hardee's. We've got Carl's Jr. and it's shit.
Yeah, you guys' Carl's Jr. is trash. Oh, they served me a gray burger and I'm pretty sure it put me out for 2 days.
Yeah.
No, we do. Look. We had to drive like half an hour to go get the Wendy's, and then we were there for another fucking hour just to get the food, which, by the way, it's amazing. It's fucking great. It's fucking great. It was delicious, and I will happily go back again at any point. It was great. I was so happy.
When either they open a store closer to us or we have better access to a car. Also, hi Anthony. How you doing?
You guys still call it a Whopper, so
It's yeah.
it's Burger King for all intents and purposes.
The only reason it's not called Burger King is there was a store called Burger King in Australia when they came out, and they tried to sue for the name and lost.
Gotta fly over a whole ass Waffle House. I took Tristan to Waffle House when he was here, when he went to the U.S.
Yeah, we got the I wanted to go like in the scary time. We went at like 1 a.m. What's it called? Servo and petrol? Yeah, we don't have gas in this country, except for natural gas in houses, or when you're passing gas. We have that kind of gas.
Creating an entire long line of. Thank you.
Do you have flame organs?
I have one.
Okay. That's what I was doing over there.
All right, we need ore.
Look at me lagging.
Okay, I'll put that back. I'm gonna pull back my Herbie. Okay.
Apparently, I'm still watching you twice, my love.
Temporary mount.
Things are lagging.
I'm not lagging.
No, it's me. It's my it's VTuber Studio. Doing things again.
So I've got Fat Boy Herbie, Woolly Pop. Which, by the way, you guys want to name my Woolly Pop? The only thing I'd request is we do not name her Candy because I have an Aunt Candy and it's weird.
Things are so laggy right now. I might need to
Fluffy?
go back to my other model.
I feel like I can't name it Fluffy because Tristan names his Floof.
Yeah, I need to close VTuber Studio.
Woolly seems a little too long the nose. I say that. I already have Herbie. Who's a Herbil? Cloudy?
Unfortunately...
I'm going to name Sugar.
Unfortunately, I must return to TNG Tuber. So I will be in Trash Can.
Oh, because of the lag?
Yeah, it is.
How you doing, Sugar?
There we go. I am back to Ping Tuber.
With Fat Boy Herbie, Sugar, Dire Hell, and Aura.
Hope everyone on YouTube is doing excellent as well. And just having a fun time, just hanging out.
Do I have any miners?
I hope not. I hope you don't have any miners. Watch out where you're keeping
Do
them.
not have any miners. Although it does seem as if Aura is a level 2 lumberer, so that's good.
I am going to...
Look how big that chicken is, guys. Just
Look at that cognito. Damn.
that's Aura.
Well, I can make the feedback.
Yeah. And look,
You brought home some rubber.
night vision. Ow!
Yeah, night vision is not recommended during the daytime.
That hurt. I kind of want to take. I kind of want to take Aura. I kind of want to take Aura into that cave to see if that cave is still broken and to see how bad, how bad it'll be.
Here would be the best to try and get. Yeah. Okay. Things are playable now when my VTuber studio hasn't decided to use 90% of my GPU. I don't know why. It just sometimes it uses that much, and other times it's like, nah, we're not gonna.
Did you have it? You didn't change the desktop on it, did you? You
Hmm?
put it back on the virtual desktop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Everything was where it should have been.
Okay. Mm. Sometimes
Everything
shifty
was how it
spot
should
can
have
be
been.
weird. Do you have your preview off on OBS?
It wasn't OBS doing it.
Oh.
OBS was using like 5% of my GPU. OBS mostly uses my CPU. VTube Studio uses because you can like tell it to use the GPU.
Yeah.
It just used. He said, "Oh look, GPU space. Yes, please." Oh yeah.
Oh, I can actually
Unfortunately,
see in this dungeon now. Oh my god, Killamari. Hello.
unfortunately, I am in PingTuber, but as I am in PNG Tuber mode, I guess
Howard.
I will allow
Roasting.
roasting of how trash I am. Yeah.
Not only is he trash, but his computer is too. Ha ha ha.
Yay.
Just saying,
No,
Subathon's going on. You guys want to help towards a new computer?
Yeah. Oh, computer's gonna be so freaking rough. My help. You should check out a certain website.
Is it Pornhub?
I mean, if you want. I wasn't what I was referring to, but if you want.
Hold on.
I saw a funny post on there.
Trying to catch all the Killamaris. I know somebody really.
Apparently, there are people who upload like just non-adult content
Oh yeah.
because it's got such a good payout compared
I
to
have a Killamari with light-footed. That's gonna be perfect.
we need to go mining
Yes, I
for
agree.
metal.
I agree. But I'm in. Technically, I could go mining in here. You know.
You can. You're in the dungeon.
Yeah, there's metal in here.
Oh, you're in that dungeon came back up.
Yeah.
Wow.
What website?
Utu.
Okay. I'm not the same alone. I'm not the same alone. Yeah, she. Am I looking at chat?
No.
Just the watching.
Yeah.
Bad. Not bad.
Not bad at all, yeah.
It's also. I don't know what day it is. Saturday? So that makes a little bit more sense.
Saturday, yeah. For most of the world, it'll be Saturday right now.
It's Saturday for us, isn't it?
Yeah, Saturday for us. But we're ahead of most of the world. Most of the world is like hitting Friday night currently.
Oh, so technically in the
rolling
Saturday.
into Saturday.
Yeah, alright.
Saturday early morning.
the freaking weekend, baby. We're about to have us some fun.
You can have fun going through that dungeon. I'm gonna go for this other dungeon over here.
That's fine. I'm getting this ore from this one node. I'm gonna come back with at least
got a
3. Hello? Hold on. Come here. Come here. You say hi to your mom?
Hi, Mom.
I don't know if she's paying attention, but she was asking about you. Okay, we'll be there soon. Unless you want to bring it up to us.
Wait, sorry. No, I'll
It's
go
so
down and
fucking
get it.
weird.
Okay, so. Oh! That dungeon wasn't off, and I just turned around and now it's up.
My pickaxe is damaged now.
Yeah!
Well, I did what I
We
could.
could do with getting a tentacle as well.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, never mind. Not really. We're gonna get so close quickly to the oil. Is it oil? The ore mine that it won't take too long.
I do like that this mine is here, though, because it's got metal and coal and palladium and all that shit in here. And it's got sulfur, it looks like.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to really do much with this pickaxe, though. I love you. Fuddler is poop. You don't want a poopy fuddler. Hello. He's gonna go get the food. Everybody doing today? You guys doing alright? I don't know what time it is. Dinner time, I'm assuming. Is it 7? Oh, it's 8. Shit. Don't want a fuddler. Do I have enough metal? Ew, gross, no. Oh, no. That's unfortunate. Babe. My pickaxe broke after like 33 metal.
Yeah, that's so bad right now.
Yeah.
My love.
Dunka.
I swapped your chippies with one of Mom's
Oh my god.
because Mom got like eel thing or a small meal,
Yeah.
and they gave us the large chips. So those
Help! 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 I just want the fat one. Laura, don't let them take you. You can kick their asses. Bam! I'm gonna die.
Thank you, Lucy. I am indeed back from outer space. I gave you the crappy Hungry Jack scroll. I don't know if you have.
Oh my lord, stay in the fucking ball, bro. I ain't got that many. Herbie! Help! Help, Herbie! I know, but my pickaxe broke.
But it's good to know for later.
There we go.
Two dungeons
There we
right,
go.
that's about it.
Okay, we got it. We got it. It's an ace swimmer. That doesn't really help me, but that's nice to know, I guess. Thanks, Herbie. Appreciate it. Well, not for Herbie, I'd be dead.
Death. Oh, death. Is this one that has a nightmare ball? Oh. See the problem.
All right, I got flies. I don't like these flies. Take them back. I don't want them. They're terrible.
Oh my god, extra.
To be fair, I've
fries.
never been a fan of Burger King fries, so I don't think it's just here.
That's still good to check because we do use a different potato.
Waffle is extremely cheaply and quickly made food, but is made with hate and love at the same time by a person who is overworked, but it hits the soul. You're right. One time, okay, so my big Waffle House story is one time I went to Waffle House. It's like 5 in the morning, I think. And I'm sitting there and I ordered a waffle and I ordered something else. I got the something else. They forgot to give me the waffle. And I reminded them and they started laughing. And they're like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I forgot. Then they left. And they come back, ask me, how's everything going? And I was like, I still don't have my waffle.
I love this story.
And I'm like, they're like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I can't believe. And then they'd leave, right? Came back. How's everything going? Bruh, where the fuck's my waffle? Basically, it felt like he thought it was so funny. He went to the back, got high every fucking time. He just go to the back and get high. And he kept forgetting my fucking waffle. The fries are his favorite?
Yeah, I think so.
Average Waffle
Average.
House experience? Exactly. Exactly. I just thought it was funny as hell. It's the only time, like, I did actually start getting a little bit mad because after, like, the third time. But, like, it was also really funny.
I feel like it's justified to get a little bit mad after the third time.
Exactly. Exactly.
Have you followed me this entire time? Look at that, dang.
He's dedicated. You guys want to see my Herbie? Did I show you guys my Herbie? This is my Herbie. Do you want to see what he has? Do you want to see what he has? His demon god. Oh, I'm fucking level 13 Herbie.
Care about those days.
I love him. And this is Fat Boy. He's a pacifist. He's trash. This is Sugar. She's got nothing on her right now, but she's gonna be awesome later. Anyways, I should probably go to the small settlement, huh? You wanna go to the small settlement, babe?
I haven't yet, no, but we can, yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Nice work, Lambo.
Technically, I went to the small settlement already, but not for the quest. I went because I passed by it on the way to the other thing.
Did I even get the...
I just had.
I haven't got the boss fellow for it, but no. I will come over once I drink.
There's so many onions on this Whopper. There's no cheese on it.
There's no cheese?
It's not a Whopper with cheese, I guess. There's no cheese on my burger. Damn.
You can get a Whopper Junior with cheese. They'll have cheese on it. But yeah, the standard Whopper Junior doesn't have cheese. He's so sad.
It is what it is. And then he has one of those too, Herbie. Yep, they're the best. They're fucking great.
Herbie does so much damage. It
Really
is
does.
ridiculous. It has no business doing that much damage.
He will save your life and then destroy everything around you while you run to safety.
And he gets the damage buff when he revives you, I believe.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know. At the very least, while he's reviving you, he doesn't really get targeted.
While in party, Herbie uses his healing powers to restore 30% of the player's max health when incapacitated.
Okay, it's just heal. Okay, so it doesn't do more damage. It just get a free heal off.
Has Demon God?
Dang, that's amazing.
Nice. Did
It
you
was
hear
what,
your
like
son earlier,
mid-30s?
Nat?
Yeah, you ignored your son.
I ignored him.
Came in and said hi, and you just said,
You
I
said
need to
Damon
change
said
my
hi?
email.
You said Damon said hi?
No, I said he came in.
Oh, okay. I just said Damon. Yeah, Logan came in, said hi and everything.
Damon hates us.
He went, hi, Mom.
We even made a whole show of it, and you were just like, I hate you.
You're my least favorite child, that's why I sent you away.
Let me put this Vixie in to farm. To go onto the ranch.
We need 2 more flame organs
2 more flamin' organs for what?
to make a furnace.
You mean this?
Furnace! Do we even have a fire pal?
Nope. I guess you've caught one.
Oh, I did? Oh, yeah, I did. I
What?
forgot. Yeah, that's right.
I feel like we're good on wool for now. We don't really...
I have to make the fox sparks harness.
I need to still go catch one. I need balls. The biggest problem is
I
my
need more
balls.
organs.
I need my balls. Is this Amish Paradise or the OG?
I don't know.
I feel like with the playlist we've been listening to, it's probably the OG song.
I don't know. Let me see. No, it's Gangsta's Paradise, yeah. Amish Paradise is really good, though.
Let's just say we don't have enough. Did you use it?
What?
No.
We don't have enough what?
Oh, I probably used all Paldium.
Oh, I have some. Hold on. I just, like, made max Palsphere. I just super pack. I don't put Paldium in chests for reasons.
But we needed to make the login and the third pit.
Okay, then we can make them.
And the crossbow.
Then we can make them. I'm just putting them temporarily.
What do we need to make the crossbow? We do need Paldium as well now.
I don't have a crusher unlocked.
How about ammo?
Oh, I can have it unlocked. I didn't have it unlocked. There you go. This is our first time, like, living together. Because I don't share well. This is a learning experience for me.
Aiko very much just told me I hate living with you enough in real life that I want you to live away from me in game.
In real life, we're really good at sharing stuff. Okay, no big deal. In game though, you put your fucking Paldium, and so if I go and make 60-something fucking Pal spheres, because oh look, I've got all this fucking Paldium because nobody communicated to me.
Why wouldn't you put it in the chest? It frees up an inventory
Why?
slot and it weighs a lot.
I don't typically have that much Paldium. I never have enough Paldium. And besides, like, if I'm still in, like, making Palsphere era, you know what I mean? Like, hold on. I need a singular stone. I can make it, just I need a singular stone. to me.
I guess we
Ask
get
the
mine
master.
in.
It's okay, I got.
Mine in.
Oh, well, I know that was rough. That was rough. I got it. What the fuck is up with that chicken?
Hmm?
That chicken's so funny. Like a homie want to help me out instead of a scrub like you who don't know what a man's about. Can you pay my bills? Can you pay my telephone bills? Can you pay my automobile bills? Didn't make work at you. I don't think you knew. So you. The thing is like, if I'm crafting for my inventory, if I'm like, I'm gonna make some bell spheres, how many can I make? I would just go to max. And I'm like, whoa, I didn't realize I had that much. Fucking, like I can make 68 POW spheres.
If I craft at max, especially with the early resources, it is max -1. So I can still auto sort into it. So I don't have, weight issues early on because I don't have many levels into weight.
Oh, I start putting shit in immediately. Alright, we need more. Are you mining? First now?
Yeah. Yeah, money still. Hey cat, please stop rubbing up against me. I'm not giving you chicken. There is no chicken here.
I'm shit at resource management early on, okay?
Oh, that's okay.
My philosophy is get what I need for what thing I need to get. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That's completely fine.
If I have enough palladium to make 68 POW spheres, I'll be like, fuck yeah. Is that my Foxbox? It is. You're not fucking cooking, are you? Of course you're not. I forgot
It'll
you.
follow you when you go out of the.
I forgot
area.
he was cooking.
You can stop it with the
No, because then he'll have to take lunch breaks.
You almost finished what it's doing.
And good at something. Found another. Traveling, good with nothing type of brother. Silly me, why haven't I found another? Traveling, good with nothing type of brother. Silly me, why haven't I found it? Can you be my bed type of brother? Silly me, why haven't I found it? Can you pay my bills? Can you pay my telephone bills? Can you pay my automobile? The dead may put down. I don't think you do. So you and me are through.
Oh, nice, got this. Oh, now that we have this made, we can.
I need more ingots.
Oh, I
Ah,
got cat box.
bills. Can you pay my telephone
I
bills?
also will
Can you
need
pay
the
my
staff
bills? Oh, I like the swords in here. I don't think you do. So you and me are through. Pay my bills, can you pay my telephone bills? Can you do automobile? So we did make a chill. I don't think you do. So you and me are through. Okay, where could we? I could go catch a blaze howl. That's really high level for me though.
You could go and catch a blaze out.
No, I'd rather catch a bushy. I will never guess what you're doing.
Enjoying the freedom of your child you have placed upon.
Pooping.
And that is another valid option. A lot of people like to watch things while they're pooping.
Okay, I need 5 more ingots. Not pooping. We need to get a Vixie. Oh, you have one! Sweet, you are such a smart man.
Debatable.
You have the potential for being a very smart man. Yeah, are you drinking? Maybe. No, it doesn't strike me as
Most likely
drinking.
you're not drinking, I guess.
I could say Palworld, but you know, I feel like I'd easily guess that one. Because it's addicting. And if you have access to Palworld, you'd be playing Palworld. Because why wouldn't you be playing Palworld if you had access to Palworld?
It is Palworld, okay.
I knew
Shake my
it.
head.
Okay, alright, alright.
Imagine playing Palworld in this household, in this economy.
I need to go catch a bushy. I have a gigasphere now. I could do it. What? Are you laughing at
That
me?
Lambo got absolutely destroyed. Oh my god, it just put a Lambo with Demon God.
Did you?
Yep.
Nice. I'll get a bushy. Do I even want a bushy for this playthrough? Probably not. I want to put my focus into sugar. I'm gonna get it anyways, because boss.
There's so many pals everywhere. I hope their server can handle like everyone being on in different areas with all the pals loaded.
Yeah, I got one. I also realized that alphas don't drop.
What did your alpha not drop? Oh, did not mean to jump there.
Ooh, okay. You know what I should do is I should go catch a bunch of woolly pops. And then condense into sugar.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'll catch a woolly pop with demon god.
Yeah, that is a possibility. Is there a way to increase in server settings like the rate of passive?
I don't know. I don't think so. Alright, we need to go southeast a bit. I think I might go just head south, yeah? Yeah, south from here. I don't think we need... What happened on... Oh my lord!
Hmm?
I auto-sorted and I did not have my Palseers marked as not to be auto-sorted. And I bet the same shit happened with my money too.
Oh yes, it will.
I was like, what the fuck? So what do you think the alpha name is for the woolly pop?
Oh, that's a good question. Cotton candy lover.
Oh, that's Tony Chopper.
Cotton candy maker. Chopper's friend. Chopper's favorite food. I don't know what the woolly pop would be.
I'll look it up. I'm just curious. Pal.
I have no interest in a tansy alpha. Dexterous primate.
Giant cotton candy. It's literally just called giant cotton candy.
Wow. Stop shooting that lamp. With that torch. Boom boom boom. Yeah, that's the only real way to defeat the tansy alpha boss.
Apparently I can.
Whack it in the head with a pickaxe.
Apparently I can do some level 14 dungeons. In
Level 14 dungeons you can get?
See.
That's past the early level weapons.
Yeah, like.
Hey, fuck box!
There's one near here. Then I might be able to get some. I might be able to get some lollipops in the dungeon.
Oh, cool. I've caught a few fox bots. Honestly, I'm so freaking happy I got a demon god level. That's
I want a
insane.
demon god woolly pop now. But I have a ferocious and it's fine if it stays ferocious, but I would like, if we're gonna give it the best potential. Demon god or diamond body, either one. Or both. How lucky would that be?
Really lucky indeed.
The dungeon's not even open. Oh my god, I'm being electrocuted. Fuck. I thought that was part of the song. I died from a puffle. Herbie. Help me.
I'm proud of you, my lord.
I didn't even know I was, like, I didn't know they were aggressive. No, I haven't done this tower over here.
A lot of them, yeah, will be aggressive, but potholes you encounter in such early areas that usually you'll level up by the time you get them. Get to that.
In my defense, I wasn't paying attention.
I can see that.
I was like full on tabbed out. I could just go south from here. I was looking at the map. Well, the map in the database.
Speed, increase that. Not there for now. Definitely got to do a lot of rework in the basement and more things unlocked.
I don't wanna die. I'm gonna die.
Disbelieve.
Oh, I'm dead.
You killed yourself? Full damage? Where are you? Oh, I cannot help you. Unfortunately, I have none of the fast travel points around you.
I was almost at a fast travel point. I was right there. I was right there. Herbie, what's your time left? Lame.
Ingots. Suppose I can get the second berry plantation going. I need to build a medieval medicine.
I'm gonna swap out. I'm gonna swap out my Fox Sparks, who's not helpful at all, for a dire howl.
What? That is fair, yeah. Fox is, apart from like making the harness, it is just not that great of a pal. You need to make the harness though. For the quest.
I know, but I need fire organs, flame organs.
There is enough of flame organs in the base for one.
What? You said there's enough flame organs?
For one, yeah, but we're gonna need two. Um. My brain is shutting off. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
I'm trying to go get more woolly pops so I can condense them into a 4-star woolly pop.
Do we even have the condenser unlocked?
I do.
Oh, we do now. Yeah, level 14. Hey, kitty.
You need to take a break?
I don't know. I don't know.
You want to just chat?
Hell no. I think it might just be energy drink things.
Get an energy drink. Where am I go?
Not me. I've had too many.
You haven't had any.
I've had two.
Oh, because you had the solo.
Yeah, I got the solo one.
Making lunch, what do people want? What do you want, babe? Am I stressing you out?
No, not at all. I feel like I've done the opposite of what an energy drink is supposed to do with energy drinks. They made me eat. Are you making lunch? I will take your joy and happiness. That's all I require right now.
Jesse's joy and happiness? Okay.
Jesse deserves to be happy. No one else. Just Jesse.
Alright. Fair enough. Jesse does work a lot harder than me.
You're already happy enough, aren't you?
Also, Jesse, how's your haircut?
Yeah.
Are you enjoying it?
Yep.
You said you were going to send me a picture and you did not.
I know when I have.
Unless, of course, it was Sims that told me he was going to send me a picture. In which case,
And
he did do that.
Sims did send. I think Jesse said that she would send a picture as well. Apparently, you look like your dad. Oh, that's
Unfortunate. Unless, of course, he's pretty. Not a judge.
all you want. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Could be a compliment. Could be a
Serenity. Serenity, earthquake resistant. Okay, not too shabby. Ace swimmer. Really helpful.
Don't worry, your hair will grow back quickly.
Positive thinker.
Oh.
Brittle. Not great.
I'm gonna focus on getting 4 because I got a turticle from a dungeon.
That's fine.
80% decrease in ore weight. Let's go.
You have a really good land ball.
Hmm?
You can catch more land balls for condensing into a 4-star land ball.
If I had the spheres, I would.
Why not you make more spears? Spheres.
Because we're out of palladium. My weapon damage now.
I'm a pallium whore.
We just hatched a Relaxosaurus Ox. Oh, nice! Would have gotten that from a dragon egg.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Unless you... Did you breed for it, or was it a wild egg? The Hell database is amazing for...
Figuring out what breeds and everything.
Yeah.
Remember how you were doing that game 8 thing website thing to figure out the path from point A to point B? And now the Pal database is so fucking fast.
Hmm?
Pal database is so fucking fast compared to like what you were using.
Yeah, what we were using was so.
Mine wouldn't even load.
Yeah, literally the entire web page sometimes freezing. You have to leave it going for ages before it gets anywhere.
Oh, this is a ravine grotto. That's not where it spawns.
Photo sent.
Jesse. That's short. That's very short. That's a short haircut. How do you feel?
Whenever I get a haircut that's substantial, I always feel lightheaded for like about a week.
I'm used to seeing Jesse's hair like she could put it in a ponytail or at least a half ponytail, you know? You like it? Good.
Why are you sniffing my feet? He's literally got his nose in my feet.
I can't see how it looks with your face. I can just see the hair. It's definitely tomboyish for sure.
Ah, she's got that tomboy look going on. Nice.
You mind if I show Tristan?
I will not look if you do not want me to.
Kind of smell.
I am
Like a
respectful
baka.
like that. Shit.
Bitch. So not name. Think you can bug it, you
Hang
bug.
on. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Tristan, come over here. That's very short. Her hair's used to being. She's used to having much longer hair.
I'm glad you didn't need to get it like buzzed.
Yeah. Someone sniffing Tristan. Was it you? Was it you sniffing Tristan?
Kick out sniffing my feet.
Ah.
Literally doing this with my feet. He's like had his nose pressing into my feet.
He's so cute. I didn't know he was in here.
Yeah, he's under my desk. He's just been sitting there for a while because my Hungry Jack's bag is just there with. Oh, we talk about him and he must have left.
Oh.
He decided to leave because we.
Said his name too many times. Oh no, I've been observed. Gone.
Sort of been sneaky underneath the desk because he's, you know, in the darkness. He's a black kitty. Sometimes he
Keep
like,
calling.
sits
Why I've
underneath
been
the
so
seat.
aggressive lately. I've just been calling everybody rude ass bitches.
Who?
Me.
Who you calling a rude ass bitch?
Apparently everybody.
Oh, it's just one of those days. Dang, we've already been streaming for 4 hours? What the fuck?
It doesn't feel like it. It does not even. It's not even close to feeling like it.
I feel like I woke up like 20 minutes ago.
Blah, blah, blah. More sheep.
He... Go down, boy, murder.
All the sheep are like against me fighting them. Come on, what, really?
Have been healing. Oh, he's in that outdated.
Gonna show my dad. My dad's very much girl type. Oh, no.
Like, if girls are meant to have long hair, surely they'll be born with, you know, full hair down to the back.
Runner, burly body, cold-blooded, not helpful.
Nope.
No, it's alright. That's kind of more defensive, I guess. Right.
How are you losing, Rushor, to a defense that is not even, it's just busy drowning the cat eagle?
I was a sadist. On tracks. I was behaving like a sadist.
Dumb boy. glad you like it though, Jesse.
Bounce away, me just bounce away, me just bounce. Slide, slide, slide. My sheepies. I need more balls.
I was saying it looks nice. You don't have to remember to brush it now. Got all the benefits of just, you know, saving on shampoo and conditioner.
Alright, I'm leaving. I have to go make more balls. Basically, I'm gonna run away. I'm gonna go find the dungeon. I'm gonna steal a bunch of Paldium, make more balls.
I wanna know what balls is.
I wanna know where the people are.
I wanna know where the balls are. I wanna see
See 'em dancing.
walking around on those, what do you call them? Feet. Out where
Don't say
they
feet too loud,
walk,
okay? Lucy's in the chat.
out there. Huh?
Don't say feet too loud, okay? Lucy's in the chat.
True. On their balls. Where they ball, where they bun,
Out where they spend all day in the sun wandering. There's a dungeon over here, yeah? Okay, but it's not gonna have anything in it. It's gonna have like an egg, maybe. Maybe it'll have skill fruits. I'm not telling you, because there's a chance it'll have skill fruits, and I want it for my woolly pup.
You found a treasure dungeon, nice. Oh,
Well, I mean, I know where one is.
they're random every time. There's like 3 they decide to find.
Well, one of them is one I'm going to now. That may or may not be one that I don't know.
Well, you're gonna stop rolling at this
I want to have the world's most powerful woolly pup. I think Tristan's just jealous because I decided woolly pup instead of Lambo. And he's like, oh my god, woolly pup is like such a good idea. But he's like, oh, can't take it from her now. Is that what it
I
is?
will take all the Lamballs over Woolly Pops.
You don't like woolly pup?
I like Woolly Pop. It is also pink.
Yeah.
It is cute. It is adorable.
Yeah. Look at that fucker.
But Lamball.
Are you saying this isn't the face of a war? Are you saying this isn't the face of a warrior?
Lamball is good fodder because it's made out of lamb, and I don't like lamb. I would never use the Woolly Pop because I want to protect it.
Oh, this one isn't a treasure one. Lame. It's gonna have penguins at the end, isn't it? But actually, the good thing is I might actually be able to get some Paldium from here. Yay!
Yep.
Everything's asleep too. It's nice. Don't mind me, just getting some Paldium. Break all the balls, all the balls, all the balls.
Oh, the lonely ball.
All around me are familiar faces, worn out spaces. Thankfully, nothing here has insomnia except for maybe that fuddler. I've become spotted.
I
No, I don't know how to get out of here. I think I figured it out.
gonna go over here
Right here, turd.
until. Summon this Lambo, hide in this wall.
Run, dire hell, nameless dire hell.
I am
You
going
got
to
this.
go to bathroom.
Go to bathroom. YouTube. Stuck trying to get a pull. I'm gonna hit only Paladin. That's like 231 balls, y'all. Oh my god, I'll finally be able to get the fucking shit I need. Yeah, ready? Ready? I don't need to fight these guys though. I'll make them. Gwen, thanks for the sub. I'm gonna add you. I'm gonna add to the list. I'm gonna add to it. We're up to 101. We're on our way now, man. 101. Hey, thank you. That's really nice. Oops. I just really should help with this fight, huh? I mean, I don't really have anything. I'm just gonna beat away. Ow, hot. I can't roll. I'm too hot. I mean, I'm too heavy. We'll get it? And maybe we'll have a really big fox box. That'd be cool. I don't think no one's gonna give us a thing anyways. Oops. Fine. We'll be better at cooking maybe. Alright, let's go. There we go. Now I should have enough to make the Foxbarks harness. Of course, you've been sweetest to me, you deserve it. No, you've been the sweetie. Look at this fucker. He's huge. By he, I mean she. You got glasses yesterday. Okay. How do they look? And how is seeing? Nothing. 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 Oh. I'm gonna be able to eat a ton of fucking cotton candy for like nothing. Those all balls I'm getting. Ooh. Alright, we're gonna need somebody help me make this shit. I don't know who we got. Alright, fat boy, help me out. It's literally what I named him. Okay, I'm not just being mean. You think they look good? It's much better. I'm glad. That's good. I'm gonna have so many balls, and it's good because I need them to catch all of the woolly pops. I'm gonna make my woolly pop strong. I leveled up. I feel like it's good to get these early on, you know? Because, like, what if it's a... What if I wind up getting, like... I could wind up getting a Demon God one. Or one with Burly Bot... Not Burly Body. I have one with Burly Body, I think. You know, we can put some levels into it. Right now, they're only, like, level 10 base. Ooh, nice! That's fantastic. Did you steal them? for legal reasons, this is a joke, obviously. I think glasses look cool on people, and I wish I could choose like glasses to wear, but like they'd be fake. They'd be fake glasses. No, I did not. I'm on benefits. I get it free. Okay, well that's good. I'm on benefits too. It's called country benefits from being in a country that gives healthcare and stuff. It's not a big prescription, but it's still noticeable. Nothing. Nothing. Is somebody wearing glasses who doesn't need glasses? Is that appropriation? Like, I know some people with freckles don't like it when people put fake freckles on because they're like, I had to be made fun of for this, now you're using it for fashion. I don't use fake freckles, but I just don't wear makeup. Okay, I think we're good now. I think we're good. Okay, we hold on. Okay, I think we're good now. Okay. Go. I have lots of balls now, but that's good. Persona 5 protagonist did it to look less scary and symbolic of wearing a mask. I see. You know, I've started seeing you as an online older sister. Is that weird? Oh, so sweet. That makes me really happy. No, that's not weird at all. That makes me happy. How have you been, by the way? How's that guy that you're dating? Is he still being good to you? Do I need kicks in my ass? Dude. He is. He's the sweetest. I'm glad. He's not as sweet as Tristan, but you know, whatever. He's probably alright. I don't like the way the chief, like when I go turn this in, he's like, oh my god, you made it already? Crazy. I thought you were incompetent. I'm just gonna like, the fuck? Wow, rude. But I don't want to make a nail. I want to make... Wait, hold on. Can I make more of this? Can I make more ingots? Yes! Get over there, cook that shit, bitch. Unstable. Oh no. Beans. He sleeps like a sick Victorian. What? He's sleeping right now. He sleeps like a sick Victorian child. Like all the time? Or like, does he have a specific way that does he like sweat in his sleep? Or what do you mean? What does it mean? What do you mean? He sleeps like a sick Victorian child. I need to know what that means. Just the position he sleeps in. That's funny. Does he sleep on his back with like his head to the side or something? I need to. How does a sick Victorian child? I'm gonna Google it. I need to Google it. Sick Victorian child. Let's see. There's a couple. Okay, all right. I need you to tell me if this is correct. Okay. Okay, which one? I'm gonna need you to show me which one is correct, okay? Because like, is this one correct? Why does my boyfriend sleep like a sick Victorian child dying of the plague? Is this him? The way he sleeps? Because there are other options. There's this one. And then we've got this one was great. Loved that. Then there's this this guy right here, but this is not even sleeping. I'm gonna say sleep. The second one. Oh, really? It just what is this? I need to see what this is. Show me like this. Where'd it go? Come back. It's my fucking light mode. Play. Like that. That's so mean. I did look, see, I can't say squat. I cannot say anything because I sleep with my eyes like partially open and I look like a creepy demon. Okay? I'm aware that I sleep with my eyes partially open. I'm aware that's creepy. Welcome in, Glock. Thanks for the follow. You, 760 gold nerd, nurse, fantastic. Welcome in, welcome in. Get our way downtown. I don't know. I need more ingots. Make more ingots. Cook wood faster. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna hit him. I'm just gonna go get some stone. With my new axe, I have oh shit. I have so many axes and pickaxes in my pocket, bruh. Don't even know why I felt the need to repair them. And then I still have to make a medicine production bench, which is more nails. Unless I already made one. I don't know. You've been getting really bad baby fever. Oh my god, I remember that. I remember when I used to get baby fever. It was really bad. It was really bad. I hope that you are either able to curb it or do something about it. I personally do not want kids now. But there was a time. There was a time where it was bad. Hi, Brando. What are you doing? That's a positivity check. This goes for everybody in the chat. It's not just towards me. Everybody gets that aggressive positivity check. Heg. Heg to you, Lucy. Hey to Brando, but heg to everybody else. Aggressive, Louie. This axe. Alright, I think I am going to go ahead and make the nails. Just so we can get the medieval medicine workbench out of the way. That's all we need for this one. How have you been today, Brando? Or are you just now waking up? I don't know what time it is for you. Tristan and I are playing on Pentaro server today. Damn it, I was sitting and it made me stand up. Sit on ground. Looks weird. This is how I keep my ass hot. You tell me I have a hot ass. This is how. Oh, Lord. Where am I at? Oh, how many do I need? 5 more. Ugh. Oh, wait, I can make this now. That's nice. I don't even know what this song is. I wish I did, so I could sing along to it, but I really just don't know the song. It is a 90s playlist. I don't know everything from the 90s. So was Baby in 90. 90s from like 0 to 10 for me. So I'm going to be trying to, look at this, look, you see this woolly pop? I am probably going to replace this woolly pop, but I'm going to try to not. I'm going to try, well, I mean, maybe. I might be replacing it. If I get Demon God, that'd be badass. I need to organize this storage. There's way too much shit. Okay, I need to build. I come knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hey, 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 hey. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Gross. This one sounds different. probably make 2 of these now. Knocking on heaven's door. Hey, hey. Knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. No, it's not close enough. Not close enough. It's like, I'll explain that. Okay. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Let's go. Alright, let's go with this and this and... Oh wait. Need plants too, because plants are important. And carpet. And science. Knock, knocking on heaven's door. Okay. So this is gonna be like overflow storage, I think. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. This is gonna be like not really resources. This is gonna be more like check all. It's gonna be armors, gliders, weapons, accessories, ammo. Maybe not ammo. We'll put ammo in another barrel here. Ammo's gonna have its own thing. But I'll put ammo and weapons in here too, because grenades count as weapons, and then we're also gonna need a room for schematics. And we're gonna need a section for eggs too. So schematics could go in here, but I prefer they go in here. Oof. Rip. Actually, hold on. Yeah, it works. Yeah. Welcome to Miami. To Miami. Welcome to Miami. What I could probably do is not have the beds completely centered. Like, currently I've got them right there. I could have them over a bit. Welcome to Miami. How did I do this? How did I do that? How did I do that? I don't even understand. Oops. Stop building shit and trying to trying to fucking. Tiniest little bit. Okay, and then tiniest little bit. Tiniest little bit. There we go. I don't want it perfectly centered. Well, this is storage technically, so I want to get these. We'll see what we need. No, there's a couple schematics in here. A few schematics. Then there's books. Tools. Oh wait, need these. Oh, ammo. Keeping that. Okay. And then we want I don't know what's gonna go in here yet, but something. Oh my gosh. It is between like two people. I would say tell me if your first name starts with an M or an S. But hi. I gotta say I might know who this person is. I'm 90% certain I know who the person is, but can't tell just based on that. And check only enhancement items. Let's put books in here. We are gonna need a chest for resources, and I think we'll get a barrel. Tristan gotta follow. I think it was the same person. Probably. He's in the bathroom. I wonder if they realize that we're live or if they're just following. Because they're not talking. Hello? Hello, are you there? Do you hear me? I think it's my mom. But that's just a guess. It could very well be my dad. That's what I was like. His name starts with an M or an S. And I just want to put seeds in there, but I don't know how many seeds I've got. I wanted to have a section for eggs too. Ugh. Storage management's a pain in the ass, but it's a good thing Tristan's in the bathroom so I can do it all while he's not paying attention. Egg storage, I guess. I wonder. We'll push. Nope. I do not like these little chests. They're so freaking ugly. But we do need chests, so I can't hate on them too much. These are just like prettier, I think. No? I mean, I guess, sure. Para 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 para. The penguin's working so hard. And Jackal, we are gonna put wood and stone and ores in there. We are gonna put iron Jackal. We're gonna put production goods, other materials, and ingots in there. And here, uncheck all, and we're gonna put power materials in here. Okay, power material. Okay, too much. There's two different kinds of power material, and I think that's kind of where we're at right now. There's two different kinds. Hi. Someone's figuring out how to use buttons. I'm gonna feel really bad if this is somebody not related to me, and then they're just like, "Why are you being so condescending?" Stop being condescending. I'm proud of you. Good job. Proud. I was trying to see if it's my mom or my dad. Or it could be my sister. I don't know. They're not answering me. They're ignoring me. Another head hangs on me. Time is slowly taken. Alright, I think I'm gonna build this out here for the PAL materials because PAL materials sucks. Like, really. There's so many. And it's like all different kinds. There's the kind that you can get from like farms. There's the kind that you can get from killing things. Like the organs, for example. Maybe baby? Is it maybe baby? That's kind of cute. Here's the other one. The precious plumes, the precious entrails, precious pelt. That's the special stuff. That's the special stuff that isn't... It's not used for crafting. You sell it. Maybe.
Lizard.
Lizard!
You got a lizard?
I got a lizard. Well, thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate it. I will add it to my tally of gift subs.
I'm back. Hello, hello, welcome. Oh, thank you for the follow, Brums.
Brums is likely my mom or dad. I don't know which one, and they refuse to talk to me. They refuse to talk to me. They'll throw a plushie at me,
Thank you.
but they refuse to talk to me. Of course, this is entirely speculation. What do I know? It could just be a complete stranger.
It could indeed be a complete stranger. Oh my god. I've met someone in the server.
What's wrong with this? Oh. What? I accidentally duplicated flame organs. That's okay, it fixed itself. You met somebody in the server?
Unfortunately, you cannot catch other people in Pelspheres.
Did you try throwing a pal sphere at them?
Yeah.
That's beautiful. You're like, ah, damn.
It's the, Kez.
Ah, I see, I see.
Who just joined. In your head. In your head.
Zombie, zombie.
Apologies for being gone.
Holy fuck! Sorry.
Holy fuck?
There's so much wool. Holy no. I hate you so much. I hate you so much. I'm so fat.
I can help. Oh my god. Holy Nova, holy Nova. Just Jeff Hardy got the summer.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh,
didn't
I
want
see
the
you're
sub.
building a house now.
Yeah, well, I'm building something. Do you like our bed?
I like.
I'm gonna build.
It's gonna get better when it's not the shoddy pad, but
Look, our bed is beautiful.
it's love.
Oh my god. No, nobody said that. Nobody said that. What do you mean? Nobody said that. Well, I don't even know what that means.
I see you put like the side of the frame into a.
No, get up. I don't want to go to bed. This will be our own little personal storages. Just like little thing. It's not much. It's not much storage, but it's a nice for like personal.
Oh.
I'm gonna lock it. I'm gonna lock this one.
I'm gonna lock the same one, and then neither of us will have access to it.
Okay.
That works, right?
Put my money in there. My dog coins. And my kinship peaches, you know. The important
Just
stuff.
following, wasn't it?
Oh, Okay, I don't know why I don't know why I did that. So the thing is I actually need that to make other things. I need
Oh,
that to make other
I
things. But
am half tempted
what? Deep down
to read
inside.
out to you and then just go lay down on bed.
You
I
tired?
don't feel well.
You sleepy?
I feel tired and I don't feel good.
Okay. You can take a break. You don't have to raid out either. Do you want to just take a nap or do you want to go sleep?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't want you to feel like you got to push yourself to stay awake if you're like that tired or that not feeling well, you know?
Oh yeah,
But I also don't want you thinking that you have to raid out because you're only going to be gone for like an hour or whatever, you know?
I don't know how long. It's literally gonna be a I lie down
And
and
you wake up when you wake up. Okay. That's fine. You can go to sleep then, babe. I just want you to feel okay.
never feel okay.
I didn't stress you out, did I?
No, I don't feel good.
Okay.
It's I think it's fatigue, but I'd energy drink my way through it so I can actually function, but it's not functioning well. And then also
Yuck.
tummy upsetty because of all the junk food we've been eating.
What do you mean? We've totally
I mean,
not been eating a
all the
bunch of junk
totally
food.
healthy food.
Totally healthy food. We're very responsible.
We
Let's
drink responsibly by not drinking.
You can't sing devil with the wrong one, and you can.
I think it's fun to be a medicine workbench. I like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to place this other bench, but like you got in the way, so. I'm probably gonna place the medicine workbench again just so I can have it in line with this. This is like, oh, it's ever so slightly out of the way. And this is what I'm gonna be doing. So if you do need to go to sleep, just know I'm gonna be doing stupid stuff like decorating, getting general base things together, and then
If I go to sleep, I don't want to leave people just watching me be AFK. Well,
okay, that's fine. Do you think I'm weird when I do that?
no, because you put me on.
Oh yeah. Do you want me to put you want to put me on? No, I mean, do you,
I can do that if you think that'll be okay.
I mean, I can. It's just gonna be a more of the. I don't want to do that because of like how much processing it's gonna take.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. Like I was down for it if we weren't doing our VTubers and it was just our Pinktubers, then it'd be different.
Where can I go where I'm just overlooking bay? Oh,
Oh
notification
man,
server is shutting down. Yeah,
that
I
was
mean,
so quick. No. All right, I'm gonna check the Discord really quick.
At some point, Nonia 4 said good morning.
Okay, it's my mom.
Well,
Let me check my settings. I might have it set to where new account can't type to avoid scammers. I'm gonna check my settings. My mother. It is my mom.
it is?
Yeah, she's messaged me on. I'm checking the stream settings because I might have it set up to where you can't chat unless you've been in for a minute. Raids. Channel.
There's 2 instances of the server that are open right now.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Kept spinning in the message section. It's usually a loaded
I
thing.
think that's a good time to just raid you. Go lay down. You're still like awakey wake, right?
Yeah, I'm awake, yes. I'm trying to see if I can't figure out. Do you think there's somewhere where I set it up to where I accidentally can't? I actually made it to where my mom can't message me. Oh, moderation settings. Let me see.
Yeah,
Chatter permissions, email verification. No, what do I have on channel protection? View advanced settings.
Okay, everyone. I'm sorry that I'm gonna have to, I'm fighting off half an hour and I don't feel well, so I'm gonna raid my lovely wife with everyone. You can all hang out there and stare at her from
New
the wall.
users need follower email notification.
Hey,
Phone.
I love you all. And anyone watching on YouTube, thank you also for hanging out.
So Discord is not the same as Twitch.
Yeah, I'll probably be live again tomorrow, but this time I need to lay down. If you want to, keep watching, Aiko will continue.
I'm still gonna be here.
Twitch, but
I'm just checking my settings really quick. If you want a new Twitch
for now,
name,
the YouTube is ending. Yeah, I love you all. See you see you later.
settings.
Where's the raid button? I need... Bonk.
Community servers. Fantastic. Search. There we go. I'm going back in. I'm going in, guys. I've had a Tristan thrown at me. That's right. I need to make a Tristan plushie and have that yeeted at me too. My mom said she wanted to use. She kept saying this account. She's like, I forgot I had this account. And I'm like, Twitch and Discord are not the same thing.
Oh.
She's like, I want to use this account, not the other account. I'm like,
What should be in the email?
I told her she wants to change her name. She can go to her account settings, but Twitch and YouTube are not the same. Twitch and Discord are not the same. So she's gonna have to. She's gonna have to pick one. Oh, okay. I need to break. Kaylee, how you doing? The entire family's getting together. Babe, I'm gonna break your chest because I need the metal. Because I had that metal for the high quality workbench.
I don't have any chest.
Okay, that's fine. I will remake them later when I have more metal. How you doing, Katie? Tell mommy that the Discord and Twitch are not the same thing. But she told me that she'd rather use her Discord account.
You're hungover, nice work drinking.
Good job.
Welcome to the legal age of drinking in the US.
Tell her, yeah. I tried to tell her, I don't know if she understands. Also, she can't chat in my chat because, like, let her know she can't chat in my chat because she hasn't confirmed, she hasn't verified her email address and everything. And it's privacy settings. My mom's trying to be supportive, guys. It's like she likes me. It's not like she likes me or anything. Baka.
Sundari
Sundari mom.
Deafen. No, maybe. Yeah. I'll deafen myself on Discord.
You'll take care. I appreciate it. Don't kill her. Don't kill her.
Oh my god, she's getting taken. I'm gonna deafen myself.
Don't cry. Oh, you'll be crying because you're deaf and I see. So you mean I was like, what? Why? Don't cry. I will remember you. Sorry. I will, in fact, do that. Go eat, babe. Yeah.
Legs feeling weak, so that makes sense. Typically end up feeling weak when I start deep.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you. Good kiss.
love you.
Get some good sleep, okay? I love you.
I was about to say you too, but no.
I don't want to go to sleep. No, I must stay awake forever.
She's woke.
I'm woke. Woke as fuck, man. Oh my god, this looks like trash. Nothing. I said I saw some trash on the ground. See? See that Vixie is specifically trash. Like how many pal spears I have? I went specifically mining for paldium. That's where I went.
Nice. They give the good nose, the big ones. They give you like.
Yeah. But now I'm gonna go catch some woolly pops.
Alexa, turn the love lamp off.
Are they like over here? No, over here. North of here-ish. Okay. Enjoy. Oh yeah, he's got my nap queen mask on. Well, it's his now. He's the nap queen. Sometimes he lets me use it.
You have it unlocked.
To be fair, I don't necessarily like being a queen anyway, so. Aha, there they are. Excuse me, woolly pops. Which one of you is the leader? Take me to your leader. Not the time, no. Get in there! Impatient. Dainty eater. I love you too, my darling husband. Go sleeps. Farmhand. That could be really good if I decided to use it as a farming pal. I'm gonna go get this shrine over here and try and keep an eye out for woolly pups. Do we want to get another dire hound? I don't think so. You know what I think I want to do, actually? I think I might want to use a Fenglobe. What level does the Fenglobe saddle unlock? Yuck. I might be able to get there today. As long as I continue having a problem. True. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, you talkative bitch. He said just like murder. It's not a problem if you're having fun. I'm gonna take this guy with me. Just so I run out of stamina less. They have a lot more stamina than me. Is this dungeon good enough for me? Yes. Maybe? Actually, maybe not. Yes, actually, yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's fine. Are there any woolly pops? Hello? Hello? We also would like a giant woolly pop if possible. If not possible, I understand, it's fine. We're gonna run lots of dungeons. Get lots of good shit. Cloth outfit schematic. Who's done just do it by me? For all the truth that you let me see. For all the joy you brought to my life. For all the wrong that you made right. I don't know what I'm expecting to find in here. I know what I want to find in here. I just don't know what my actual chances of finding it are. See, we just look. They don't see me, right? They don't know how ladders work. They don't know how to climb. They don't know how to climb. Silly syndicates. I really don't want to catch people unless they benefit me, like merchants. Every single time that I wind up catching a syndicate guy or a Free Pal Alliance dude, it's always by accident. It's because I was aiming at something else, like I was trying to get, like, I don't know, fucking floppy or something, and it was just in the way. I will name them, you know, because, like, Syndicate Dude is just, like, not exactly the best name. Gimp Boy's way better. You were my voice when I couldn't speak. You were my... Syndicate Thug, that's the one. Who wants to be known as Syndicate Thug when they could be, yeah, Gimp Boy or Bobby? Exactly. You get it. Oh no. Tristan said spare parts. That's terrible. Oh my gosh, I have $1. Thank you. And she threw 100 pennies at me. Well, so I have $1 USD. It's actually more. It's actually more here in Australia. I could maybe get a cheeseburger. Maybe. A cheap cheeseburger. Cheese. I can get cheese. Get some cheese. Why are these guys sleeping? I don't really care. The timer should have gone up automatically too with that. I think that was a minute. The fam is all here and says hi. Hi. You say the fam's all here, like who? Like, is Brooke there? That'd be funny. Is Brooke there? Is Kaylee there? Well, Kaylee's there, obviously. I love you too. Tristan went to sleep. He said he's not feeling well. I'm just kidding. He saw you guys coming and he decided to leave. I'm kidding. That'd be bad. That'd be bad. You said what? You said chat was getting stinky. This is my friend Lucifer. You guys, I'm sure you guys have heard of him. I'm so sorry. Justin says he loves you guys. Call him Lucy. I was actually talking about you guys this morning. Specifically kind of about Lucy. You know. I mean, I wouldn't say that out loud in the chat, but you know what I would say. my family, my parents, and my baby sister are not gonna call you Daddy Lucy. Although I'm not gonna lie, that would be kind of funny. I should change it legally to my first name. I will be Daddy Lucy. One of the girls saw where their mom posted a video of their pappy and told him to tell a video of him grabbing his... Whoa! That's funny. Oh no, that's terrible. Okay, Lucy, I'll tell you, okay? In my family, nobody, I never met anybody else who does this, okay? As a kid, they have, you know how everybody has like little cute pet names for their private parts when you're raising children, you know? It's not just like, you don't just say the anatomical versions of it. You have little nicknames for it. Like Willie, you know, kind of thing. Or, oh, it was a Michael Jackson video. That's funny. But yeah, that's what we grew up calling the girl private area. Yeah, Lucy. So I don't even think about it like that anymore. It's just every once in a while it'll come up and I'll be like, oh yeah, I forgot. Weird. It's a name. He says, wait, what? No, no, you weren't called after a private part. No. First of all, you named yourself. And I don't even think about it. I don't even think about it that way. If anything, I call it a hoo-ha. So, which one? What do you mean, which one? Think Michael Jackson. I got a bunch of demons. Banana. Well, no. Girls don't have bananas. I hate to tell you this, Lucy. I know. You're still a virgin and all. Girls, they do not have bananas. Yes. More accurate. See, those would have been kitty, makes sense. Okay? Hoo-ha makes sense. Coochie makes sense. All that makes sense to me. Okay? Also, but Lucy didn't ever make sense to me. Not like after I started school and nobody called it that. You saw ooch? You say ooch? Yeah, I say hoo-ha, just 'cause it's funnier. I think it sounds funnier. I don't know, because my mom... Okay, look. My mom was raised to say that because her friend's mom, like basically, the way she describes it, she says that her mom, my grandma, didn't talk about that stuff. Did not talk about lady parts, right? Didn't talk about puberty, all that other stuff, right? So her best friend's mom, that's what she called it. So that's the one that described it. Oh, thank you for the follow, Woobow. Bow? You tell me what you'd like to be called, and I'll call you that. Your sister teaches her kids to say the anatomically correct names so they don't say the V word. Yeah. Oh, does she? Okay. I mean, that's fine. I prefer that. There was no confusion there. There was definitely a lot of confusion when we were kids, and they were like, what the fuck are you talking about? Not really, they didn't say the F word, but you know. It's just funny that they told that Pappy that's what he was grabbing. Yeah. Well, probably because they were talking to you, and they know that's what you call it. This game is like really popular now, guys, and it's super addicting. We just started on this server. This is our friend Panic server. We call it the Pantaru server. Is that the dungeon I just left? It is. Okay. I want to go check out that meteor because I believe there's going to be a Xenovator. Not quite Xenogard. Xenovator. Sounds right. Yeah, let's see if we can get one. It's gonna be good for breeding later. I don't necessarily want one. I would prefer a Celine, but can't be picky. Oh my god, get in the fucking ball, dude. What'd you say, babe? Oh my gosh, you're right. Maybe they spawn more often. Go ahead, kill him. He stopped saying Lizzie after I told her to go to school with my no square had the same name as her. Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly why you can't. Tristan said that he had the same issue with Susie. Susie was what he called it, I guess. Your mom? Yes. Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, that my mom learned hers from her friend's mom. Yeah, apparently Susie is what his mom called it. Well, both of our parents are in common then. I don't necessarily even really know what's common. I don't teach children. So I bet Brooke would know though. I bet Brooke for sure would know. Cause she probably when she was going to when she was teaching, she was probably hearing all sorts of different names for it, right? Kaylee, you did kid stuff, right? I don't know why we're having this conversation. I'm ready to move on now. I'm ready to move on from this conversation. So how's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? I don't really want to hang on this conversation of what we call hoo-haws. Hoo-haws and... Ugh. Ooh. Wish me luck, babe. I found another Mimog. But I gotta get a sphere this time. Stay. Bitch. I'm gonna go get it. I'm gonna hunt it down. Can't see game. Why is there so much UI? Because it's a subathon. There's not this much UI if it's not a subathon. Well, it's not really UI so much as like I don't really have a lot of UI. There's the VTuber model. There's the chat. I've got the thing going across the top, but technically speaking, that's not interrupted game. Then we've got the subathon timer. That's needed for the subathon. And then there's the stretch goals so you guys can see what that's for. So I don't think that's too much. I could see how you might think it's a lot though, but I think it's pretty fair. I did want to have like recent followers and recent subs and everything on there too, but oops, not what I was trying to catch. But guess I'll go for that. Sorry you don't like it. If you want, like, I think day after tomorrow should be the last day of our subathon, so most of that'll be gone. There we go. Baby left me. Haley, do you want me to call you eyes out on here? What do you normally go by online? What do people call you online? Just punching bag? I should just call you punching bag. I will get one that has Demon God. Come back. Come back. Little chicken shit. Okay, fair enough. Don't be too public. I'll call you Kaylee, but I won't call you by your last name. Just because... I don't want people finding me. I'm dox my damn self. That's my big thing. Just don't make sure it's not your full ass legal name. Yeah. That one's got ferocious and nimble. I don't want demon god. Basically, here's what I'm trying to do. Are these warrior pals? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Am I going to make it a warrior anyways? Yes, because it's adorable. And this is a friend server, so I don't have to take it too seriously. And also, it's just a fun game, so I don't have to take it too seriously. Anyways. Guys, we cannot increase in viewers. We have 69. We have 69 viewers. We need to just stay there for a while. The only way this could be better if it's 69-42. We're gonna need a lot more viewers, guys. I don't know what I was thinking was gonna happen. I don't know what I thought was gonna happen. I'm sorry. I said as I kept pelting it with balls. I'm leaving! I'm sorry! Oh, no, I have 70. Damn it, someone ruined it. I'm kidding, don't leave. Don't leave, it's okay. No. Kaylee's like, I'm fucking leaving. I need more woolly pops. Basically, it takes 48 woolly pops to compress to get a 4-star woolly pop. In the meantime, I'm hoping that I find one that's got Demon God. This one I have right here has Ferocious, which is nice. I got another one that's got Ferocious and Nimble. If I had Pal Tamer classes, it would be even better because I would be able to see the stats on all of them. But I'm willing to grind to make whatever one I choose to be awesome, and regardless. Let's go this way. I think she dipped. It does now say 69, so I'm thinking she probably left. A fighter rampaging dire hound. I don't like normal dire hounds. Oops. I fell. My bad.
Yep.
She got mad. We changed subjects, and now she's like, don't want to be here anymore. Subject I was interested in changed. Done. I'm kidding. She's fine. I'm gonna try going into this dungeon over here. I don't know what's in here. Maybe a woolly pop if we get lucky. Oh yeah, exactly. There you go. So what I'm hearing is everybody's just slowly leaving me now. Tear runs down my cheek. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I got this. I got this. I got this. I forgot I have my new model now. Why are you guys leaving me? I thought we were friends. Guys, stay. What'd you say, babe? Yeah, well, they left when you went to sleep. I knew he wasn't tired. He's lying to me. Big fucking fat fibber. I'm hoping, listen, my goal is to do basically what Tristan did, okay? We go into the caves, these Ravine Grotto ones, and we try to find a boss woolly pop. The boss woolly pop is called Giant Cotton Candy. I am. I'm going in Ravine Grotto. And I'm also picking up chests while I'm here. So. Fuck off, bitches. I could get a daydream. Do I want a daydream? I can get a daydream. Daydream can breed for good things. I feel like I'm gonna be really picky on like what I catch and what I tame and everything like that. We need more metal. That's what we need. So I think later, once I get all the woolly pops, preferably a good, badass woolly pop. Yes, motherfucker! Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Oh, I could not be more happy. I know you. I know, aren't you a chunky baby? No. Tristan took forever yesterday, going from cave to cave to cave, looking for a giant woolly ball, or looking for a giant land ball. Boom. It's got reload master. Damn it. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna keep doing it though. I'm gonna see if I can't find more. You know, I want to find what the chances are of me finding a boss land ball or a boss woolly pop. Because I can just keep going into them and getting boss woolly pops, you know, until I get a good one with a good passive. Because reload master is kind of shit. It doesn't really work for arrows. Ah. And I could also do is I could just breed a big one. Theoretically. Or I could just catch a bunch. Because I can't breed right now. And this is kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie. Let me see. I want to see what the chances are of finding a... There is a... It just says level 14 to 17 Ravine Grotto and level 17 and 18 Ravine Grotto. That's all it says. And whatever blue G means. Blue G. but just like the spawn point, I guess. Then I could potentially get one from a PAL recruiter if I'm living in these other areas. Then there's an incident spawner in the volcano area. I'm just gonna keep trying to go in these caves. Is it these specific ones? So it looks like the boss spawns can be a Nox, a Cognito, a Sweepa, a Ribunny, a Woolipop, a Matsurina, Arsok, Scale-Claw, Kelpsy, Surfant, Univolt, Doomud, Hangyu, Tokotoku, Dictoys, or Gelroy. So it might take a minute because it looks like there are lots of other things it could be. But let me see where they are. All of them. I need the map. The rules and I hit the ground. Okay, I'm gonna mark them all. So this is one. Bean grotto here. Oh fuck nuggets. See, this is what happens. I'm using my. Oh, there we go. This is gonna be a cave. And then there's one up here. Is that called Bean grotto? Yes. There's one down here. I'm gonna go cave grinding for Woolipops. Yes. There's one over here. Looks like it's probably about here. That one's ravine. Yeah, it is. Okay. And then we've got this here. And then another one here. Up here. And then another one over here. All that glitter is gold. Only shooting star. Oh, wow, there's a lot of them, bruh. Can't even mark where that other one is because I can't see it. Say here, maybe? The start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with kitchen? Taking the back street. So we've got options. So if we can keep running them, we have a good chance of getting them. And I think trying to look at this down this way. I'll say it's probably about here. Just a guess. Alright. Now I don't have to keep swapping back. And forth. Arigato, Samuel R. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the head pads. Sorry, I got very confused. I don't know why. But yeah, so we got lots of cave options now. We're going to run around, try and get more woolly pops. Actually, I'm going to head back to the base really quick. And put some stuff away. Clear out my inventory, and then come back out. Okay, well, it looks like we only have 7. Hold on. This one would be better, but I don't think we're going to use that one just yet. That one might be better. But again, I think we can do better than that. There we go. That's what I thought. Oh shit. I need to make the little primitive one because that's where we still need to make our spheres. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. It's not gonna work. That'd have been funny if it did though. I think there should also be like... Is there not... We don't think we have... I don't think we have a transporter. Really? The penguin, maybe. I'll put a chest over here for that. I somehow painted it before it existed. Okay. I want to see how many woolly pups we've got so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. See, we're actually not too bad. That's not too shabby. Trying to see. This one could be good. It has muscle head, which is really good. Is that better than ferocious? It is better than ferocious. See? This one has burly body, which gives it more defense. I could try and breed for passives later, but I want a big one. I want a big one. Yep, that's what I'm saying. Alright, let's go get some more metal. You know, we can just sit here. It was black or white. Hey, it's funny we were talking about Michael Jackson earlier. Now we've got Michael Jackson music. Guess that tracks for 90s playlist. I don't want to do this dungeon. I want to do another dungeon. I want to do another dungeon. If I'm gonna do a dungeon, I might as well do one that has a woolly bop at the end, yeah? Just saying. don't know if I go in, are the chances still going to be the same, or are they going to try and prioritize a night pal? I don't know, actually. Does it change based on time of day? Can they just go to sleep? Well, you know what? Let's fucking go check one out and see if it's just night pal. We'll go south from here. Entirely possible it won't be there at all. Or there won't even be a cave there. That is something we could run into. Okay, looks like things in here are asleep. Let's go. Let's just do a rush for the end. If it's not what we're looking for, we'll go grab some metal and then we'll leave. Messing with it? Not messing with it. I think this ending's, yeah, this ending's pretty close. Oh, interesting. Okay, this is perfect. Perfect way to show you guys what we mean by they just fucking make these bitches look dead. Sweet. Electric-wise, we are golden. Should we try and get these? Might as well. Come on, get in. Ow, rude. I don't even need to catch you, you know. I could just fucking kill you. That's the last one. That's the last. Go ahead. Fuck him up. Ow. That could be an unconventional mount, which is not what really what I want. Alright, let's go get some metal. Is there metal in here? No. Whoa! That was something. I'm glad my GTS ignores emotes. Don't do that. Yeah. Yeah, that's a... It's not proper etiquette. It's not stream etiquette right there. That's rude. That counts as spamming. We don't do that. Rawr. Show me you're sorry, don't tell me. Just don't do it again. I tend to give people benefit of the doubt. You've been smacked with a pussy. Yeah, the suspects for me would be like wondering how old they are. Because typically you don't see emote spam like that from anybody. I mean, I don't know. I don't really see that from anybody. I could just say anybody, not under any certain age. I've just never seen that. What's that? Do you think that's just a penguin? No, this is a duck. Woolly pop. I have a problem. I'm addicted to woolly pops. The addiction's real, guys. Join my family. Join my family. I'm trying to save you. The Syndicate warriors are out for you. They're trying to kill you. That one had Vanguard. Not too bad. Not too shabby. How about this one? This one. Abnormal. Okay. Okay, I found some metal. I ran. I ran up to it, so I have no stamina now. There's a bird above me. What? I thought there was a bird above me. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing it. Why did I do this? How far away am I from a shrine? Ew, gross. Oh, wait, wait. I got this. I got this. You ready? You ready? Hell yeah. Oh, yeah. Alright, we gotta be careful here. Let's not attack a random Amarest. We don't have the stamina. Okay. That was close. Oh, I don't have this one. So we're gonna go back. We're gonna cook up this metal, and while that's cooking, then we head back. Because I want to make more things that require metal. I just don't remember what they were. Oh, a new shield. Actually, I might stick around until I see a new shield. There's noises happening in this house that concern me. Okay, PAL materials here. This is riches. This is processed. And this is raw. And then we've got this over here, which is schematics. This is better. This already? Actually, I can't already make that, so not really useful. La 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 la. Okay. Are we going to upgrade this base now? See, the thing is, we're not just making a base here. We're expanding. Once I can get a second base, I can figure out where that's going to go. But... Sphere workbench. Sphere workbench. La 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 la. That takes a lot of ingots. Oh shit, I was in the middle of making spheres and forgot. I'll just make some more, don't mind me. Does my UI look like too much, Lucy, or am I like I thought, like I worked really hard to try and make the UI as small as possible. I know that right now it's got the Subathon graphic and the thing on it, but not at all? Okay. Because I know that there's some people who are like a 90% streamer, 10% stream, and it's like, I still want to give people credit, you know, like the little doing this recent stuff, and yeah, so people know my goals. Yeah. That's what happens when I'm just sitting here and making spheres, living my life. Thanks, Lucy. I appreciate you. I'll be lonely. I'm never gonna be lonely. What? Oh, there's somebody over here. Hello? Hello? Okay, what's up? Oh, I don't need any of that. Okay, bye. Might put an A in it. Who's a precious and amazing? Is it me? Am I the precious and amazing? Oh, Lord. What was I trying to make? Yeah, I know a visitor arrived at my base. I don't give a fuck. It's not even what I'm trying to make. I don't even remember what I'm trying to make. I want to make this. So I can not have that primitive workbench anymore. Not that I even have... It's fine. I am going to go handle food really quick, easy peasy by doing this, okay? I'm gonna go get a settlement. Because I have 2 quests over here, you know. Come, my baby, come, my baby. You're my sugar, baby, baby. I wonder if this will count how many pals I've caught, even if it's just like all the same one. Species. Okay. Hello. Hi, Lucy. Excuse me, sir. Now I'm gonna go return to the lady and tell the lady, hey, I gave the farmer's meal. Thank you. And she's gonna give me burgers. That's good food. There we go. You're my sugar baby. Come my baby, come. You make me go crazy. I'm going to need to make this compressor, which I might be able to make, but I don't know. Is there still a heart on my head? Heart on my head. Okay, I want to grab that. So we think I'm gonna Bushi now? I don't want the Bushi. Yes, I do, no doubt. I want the Bushi in my other run. Plus, I've had much to assume there are named Subathons. This is barely much. Yeah. Jesse! Jesse keeps yelling at me. Yeah, apparently. No. I refuse. You want it to happen again? I make no promises. If stuff sticks, it sticks. You just gotta keep trying. I believe in you. I believe that you have the points. I'll keep my head really still. No, hold on. Do I have to like crouch down maybe? I don't know. Sometimes the angle works and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. Whee. I don't know how it happened before then. Try leaning. Okay. Did it work? It didn't work. I tried. I think my dog's gonna go die. Oh, it did. Damn it! I literally just fucking checked out a... What the fuck, bruh? No. I literally just got over here. I was in the middle of looking at the way shrine and my dog died. I thought I was joking. Is it working? Hold on. I don't know how it worked last time. How did that even happen? Was it just like coincidence? Maybe it bounced up somehow. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep getting beat. And my ass handed to me over here. Oh, how close was I on that one that I couldn't see? I should go up there and start unlocking some of these things up here too. I didn't sneeze. I said bitch. It's funny that that sounded like a sneeze to you. Down here. Yes. We're gonna see. Someone's gonna come in here and be like, what the hell, man? What is happening? He's like, well, he found out he can get a heart stuck on my head. So now he's trying to do it again. For anybody who's just joining in. They go flying, I guess. I don't know. I never see them when they go flying, so I feel like I've got to not be looking. Until you get to 0. Okay. So now... Not too bad. Oh yeah, whichever one comes first. I don't need any of this stuff. Ah, shit. These are wild. Oh no. I don't have a flyer to get through this one. I gotta jump. No. Don't gotta jump. I mean, I can jump this way. Fuck. What the fuck? Did I die? Oh, shoot. No, go kill him. Kill him. Fuck him up. I really need to get a weapon. I feel like I'm on a pacifist run, damn it. It was there for like a second? Oh, jeez. Good luck. Being so mean. Oh! Damn, that one went flying. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, God, that was so close. I am watching it, like, delayed, though, so... If I say that was close and it wasn't close, that's because it was close at some point in the recent past. Ooh, I see. Hey, look, finally we got our first skill tree. No, not yet. Did you run out of points? Damn. Now you're poor. Oh, it's so quiet now. It's so nice. Jump. Can we do like a long jump? Nope. No. Damn. That was a lot of hearts, though. That was very aggressive. There we go. Whee! Oops. I'm gonna kill my dog. No, it's not my dog. My dog's fine. Damn it, it's a sweeper. Do you think alpha swees are a thing? Yeah. Or is it just like swees and then a sweep? An alpha sweet is just a sweeper maybe? Cool. I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Like when Stream Avatar used to be on and I get the invisible box. Oh, yeah. I'd like to get to the point where we could use that again, but we just need better PCs. That's the downside. Shit be expensive. Speaking of expensive, once Tristan wakes up, we need to go through and talk about, like, what game we're going to be getting and what we're going to be doing for date nights and stuff like that. Everybody just kind of get together and have a just chatting stream at some point. It'll be at the end of the subathon, though. I say when Tristan wakes up. He'll be awake in 2 days, I'm sure. An echo? I mean, that's kind of free. How much time would we invest? That's another thing, too, is like, one thing I was thinking about is that I want to find something that I don't mind if it has a little bit of time invested, but I don't want it to be something that has to be like, I'm going to be playing that bitch for a month, you know, because like a few days maybe, but how long is the Bible? What? Last time I checked, it was like 9,000 pages, but I don't remember. I felt like it was 9,000 pages. Those bitches were paper thin, too. I say, wow. You know what I mean? Like, they were rice paper thin. Are you open? Yes, you are. Like 77.5 hours long. I don't know. Like, the reason I don't want it to be super long is because, like, I still am super fucking addicted to Palworld. And I like want to put a bunch of time into Palworld. And I want this to be, like, primary focus at the moment because it's like, but I don't want to, like, not fulfill our obligations for the subathon, you know? But I don't think of them necessarily as obligations. But I will kind of think of it as an obligation if it winds up being, like, really long. Okay, I think there might be another treasure room this way. Oh my god, they're really pooped! Kill them. Kill them. Kill the syndicate thugs. We can't have them in our way. Get them out of the way. Thank you. Alright, let's go. Okay. Okay, hi. Hi. Get them all. It's all good. It's all good. No, calm down. Okay. Back it up a little bit. Not a lot. Just a bit. Earthquake resistant. Not great. Holy fuck! Holy fuck! Don't kill it! Oh my god, I forgot how powerful he is. Help! I have to kill him. Shit. Do what you gotta do, Herbie. Do what you gotta do, I understand. You're so powerful. How did I go down to a fucking woolly pop? They're so strong. Why are you so strong? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Oh, buddy. Friend slop games? We'll have to see. We'll talk about it. It's not something that we've necessarily, we've really been into. We did try, Tristan and I did try Peak on our own. It was not good. It was not great. I did get a big woolly pop though. Basically, it was kind of tedious and annoying, and then we got to one of the new areas, which was like a big mushroomy biome kind of thing, and that was just like, oh, Digimon? No. Digimon's not gonna happen. I have zero, connection to that game and that franchise. There are certain games that are going to be, franchise specific, and if I don't have connection to a franchise, I'm just, nah. Agreed on that, the franchise, or agreed about the, if you don't have connection to a franchise? I was trying so hard not to kill them. Maybe I'll get lucky and everything will have respawned. The peak thing. Yeah. He came around, he was terrified. Show me what it was to find. You couldn't be the man I adore. Okay, now there are Soxes. Alright, we'll just kill them. I mean, I can use A and R Sox. And R Sox. I can use N R Sox. It's a slacker. Fuck him up. You know what? Going up against these Arsoxes, I really wish I caught those other fucking woolly pops. Because those guys were strong. For no fucking reason strong, dude. There's 3 pals in there? Damn. No! my dog! Get him! Good job. Okay. Is that 3 kinship peaches then? That's very good. Take that. Down a bucket on the floor. Those never changed. Into something. I am gonna have to like actually use my points. Can I ride? You think I'd be able to? I think I should be able to ride the fucking woolly pop. Oh, whatever. Big enough. So I'm just walking the rest of this place. Cause my dire house dead. Maybe I get to the end and there'll be more woolly pops. Maybe I get lucky. Could I theoretically go back and forth? And then things spawn and respawn? I'm kind of curious about that. I mean, it would take me having to climb back up here, but I know at one point I like came over to like one of these big rooms and then I left because I was like, oh wait, let me go to this other room, and then I came back and it was a different boss. Okay, I see that. Let's test this theory. Oh, I'm sorry, Jesse. You must freeze. I did it again. I made you believe we're more than just friends. Oh, babe. So I guess like I do want to see, because if it's like, if it's a situation where it's like, if I don't like the boss, I can just like back up and like go to the previous room and come back out. That could be a good way of doing it.
Yep.
We're learning.
Yep.
Babe, babe, oops, I did it again. I played with your heart, got lost in. Okay, you guys are mad. Thing is, I feel like this would be better to do if I had my dire howl, because then I could like not worry so much about enemies. It's also entirely possible I didn't go back far enough. But nothing's loaded in yet, so... Nope, still knocks. Okay. Alright, who are we thinking? Fat boy? Go fat boy. Wow, my aim is trash, bro. There we go. Yeah. Go fat boy, good job. I'm gonna have so many remedies. It's gonna be great. That. This is basically what Tristan did last time too. I have to walk. Fuck. Suppose if I see any woolly pops on the way, I can catch them. North, south, south, southwest, southwest. Oh my god, is that where I'm going? Please don't tell me that's where I'm going. No, that's like way down there. Okay, it's much closer than that. I became very concerned. Bigger than you when you are not me. Ooh. Electric egg, I will take. Do you think there are any electric pals that don't generate electricity? I didn't think about that. Because there's plenty of grass plows that don't plant. They'll just like gather. Like planting and gathering and stuff like that. And then there's medicine. And there's other options. There might be... I could see there potentially being like an electric pal that is just really good at transporting. And moves fast. I don't know. Yeep yeep speed. Where the fuck is this thing? Is it on top of that mountain? I'm gonna be so mad. No, it's not. It's at the crossroads. I gotta pee like bad. Let me get to the base first. Okay, I'll be back. I'll return this. Okay, so one of the things I wanted to check really quick is because I know that I had peaches. What did I do with them? That's not where that goes, but okay. Did I just keep them in my... They've got like the best transporters in the world. They're doing their best. Okay, I am gonna go ahead and actually hold on. I need to put this guy back in here for a bit. I just swap out Dire House as I need to. We should probably get some Paldium, huh?
Hut, hut, hut. Hut, hut.
Broken arm.
Hut, hut.
Ugh. We can make the compressor, and then we can see what else we can make. That's probably just lacking fucking Paldium.
Hut.
Spaced out. Hi, Kuma. Is it morning? Alexa, what time is it?
It's 11:06 p.m.
Sounds like it's 11:06 p.m. Lucy's always here. Unlike a certain moderator of mine. Kuma. No. 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 Nobody else knows that. You just happen to be there at the right time. No. No. Nobody else knows that. No, you are completely fine. I'm just fucking with you. Does this woolly propeller sort? Okay. We have two big woolly bulbs. One with reload master and one with earthquake resistant, which is kind of lame. Being honest. But this one's a pretty high level, so we're just gonna go ahead, pump everything into it. Got some good stats on other ones, but we're just gonna pretend those don't exist. Because otherwise we're gonna stress ourselves out thinking about it too much. Okay. So we have so far a 3-starred lollipop. Sugar's with us too. That's not it though. Oh really? Damn. I am willing to accept sugar being lost. Losing sugar. But it doesn't mean I'm not gonna do my best. Also, what do we need for this? Metal chest and sphere workbench. chest. Cutting down is helped with health. I said I cut down to have extremely a lot of people watch do time zones, yeah. Ooh. No, 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 no. No, no, no. I actually have noticed that too. It's like you're not necessarily the first to join in a chat. You'll join in later, and sometimes you'll leave and go do life things. And honestly, I've been like super fucking proud of you because of that. Because I know that it can get really fucking easy to just like veg out in front of the TV and not, or veg out on your phone or whatever, and not really do anything else. We're gonna need more metal. Oh my god, you getting muscle? Oh my god, get swole. Get swole, boy. Alright. I think I'm gonna go here, try to unlock this one, and then go to that one, and then unlock this one. Yeah? Sounds like a plan. That's why we're also unlocking way shrines. While also acquiring woolly pops. Potentially.
Yeah.
Where is this one? Okay, there's a shrine down there somewhere. Whee! Now we've been playing a lot, Kuma, so it's not like we're only here for like the 6 hours that we were originally scheduled for. We're here, like, if we're awake, we're here. So honestly, you just have to check, and we're probably live, unless we're sleeping. But I'm glad that you stopped by. It's nice seeing you. What have you been up to since the Palworld 1.0 release? Has it been playing Palworld 1.0? If it's not, why not? There's so many caves in this area. I'm so glad I marked them down. You heard a doggo? Oh yeah, that's my doggo. From in the game. I'm riding him around. See? Dog. So riding United States 2026. How's it going? I've never experienced United States 2026. And honestly say, never experienced United States 2026. How's it going? Eee. Like immediately to the ball store? Oh, I see. Not fun. I'm happy for you don't have to experience. Tell me what's going on, because I honestly don't know. I've been pretty much staying out of it. Tristan occasionally updates me with something, but I can't really say that I've paid that much attention. Whoa, really? What the fuck? You saw that. That was nowhere near me. That was nowhere near me, bruh.
Yeah.
What the actual fuck? Do you see the fact everybody over here is a problem with people about autism? What? Okay, alright. I need you guys to watch this, okay? Okay. You got games on your phone? Me? What do you mean? Me? Right now? I don't have games on my phone. Do you have games on your phone? Base stealer? I'm just kidding. I am losing my mind. Look at this. Look at this, okay? Really? Well, okay, well, okay, to be fair, my thing was I wasn't going to claim a base that I wasn't going to be able to get till like level 50. And I felt a little salty about it at first. At first, now listen, Frosted, I need you to understand. At first, I was like, why are they going to claim a base that they're not going to be able to even live at until like level 50 or whatever? Then I found out that your ass is dealing with that spot early on anyways and went and got yourself a jet dragon. So you know what? It's all yours, bro. It's all yours. I'm not speeding running to level 50 to get that shit or getting myself a damn jet dragon. No, you can have it. You earned that spot.
Yeah.
Tell me. Should I just walk? Should I just walk? Maybe it's my mount. Maybe that's the issue. I'm just gonna walk slowly. Clearly it just doesn't like my mount. Okay, we're good. Heard you've been doing lots of cool shit, and I'm just like, yeah, no. You're not either, but someone tried to tell me they get the jet dragon before me, and I couldn't let that slide. Yeah, the thing is like Tristan and I, the way we played the first couple of times, the first time we played on 3 times XP, right? And then the second time we played, we thought we switched it to 1 times XP, but because we had set up a server, we had a world options saved config thingy, whatever file in there that that we still had in there, and we hadn't deleted it, and so our settings never changed. So we started a new playthrough because we didn't want it to be on 3 times, only to do it on 3 times the second time, and we were so frustrated by that fact. And then we found out that we were being told that 1 time speed was still too fast, and we're like, fuck it. So we have a 0.1 XP playthrough going through, and we love it. It is just slow enough to where we're actually able to experience every level properly, we feel. And it is nice. It's really nice. And you know what I did? I'm fucking level 25. Or no, I'm level 32 now. But I think at level 25, I moved to that spot. I moved to that spot where you live now. And I was like, because that's the best spot, obviously. You know that. Yes, more woolly pops. Yes. Okay, sorry. This is what I'm after. I'm here for woolly pops. Please. Please. Please have a good passive. Are you fucking kidding me? It's a coward. I want the big woolly pop, but I will go for smaller one. First endgame base here. Yeah. I will go for a small woolly pop if it has a legendary passive. Like Demon God. Look at this. Look, I want to show you Frosty. Hold on. I need to show you. I need to show you my hamster. My hamster. No, I can't take out my hamster. My hamster's badass. No, my hamster will kill everything. My hamster has Demon God. No, sadist. I want it. I'm basically dungeon grinding right now because I want a giant woolly pop with a good passive. So far I've gotten three woolly pops. 3 alpha woolly pops, but they all have shit passives. I don't know if you could tell based on the fact that I'm eating nothing but cotton candy. Like, and the fact that this Woolly Pop is 3 stars. It's got ferocious. The other 3 will most likely be in the ocean. I don't have to deal with people trying to claim my stole their spot. That's fair. That's fair, but that's why, like, I wound up making, like, this spot up here is, like, the spawn area, and we're like, look, I just want this island. Give me this entire island, and I'm good. I don't need a base anywhere else. Here. The only one that I would have wanted on top of that was your spot. Well, I guess up here, whatever. But I was like, if nobody has taken it by the time I get there, I'll steal it. But then I saw that you had already claimed it, and I was like, okay, never mind. And I was like, fair, it's a gorgeous spot. Why wouldn't somebody take it? The only issue being so high level that I make it something like a furnished to replace. Like, that's exactly what we were having. That's exactly the issue we were having with leveling too quickly. Is we're like, we are literally just surpassing everything, and just we're passing everything. Like, what was it? We were. Let me see, where's the nearest? Yeah, okay, there's short back. We were going from like metal to hexalite. You hear it? Is it a woolly pop? Is it a woolly pop? Where is it? Where are you? It's a Mammoras. Ooh, it's a high level Mammoras too. That's just gonna kick my ass. Ooh, it's asleep. I got this. Oh yeah. Cherry blossoms are my favorite mostly because, like, I don't know, it's just aesthetic. Like, I don't know, heart blossom, cherry blossoms are big. Are you fucking kidding? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dude. Sorry, dude. No! I want you to be my bestie! Look, I'm so close to that shrine, dude. I'm so close. I'm so close. I'll go get the shrine. I'll go get the shrine. I'm sorry. No! Herbie, save me. See, you go back to sleep. You lazy fuck. We either get it or we didn't. Nope, you escaped. Run away! Run away! Run away! I am constantly... I have 2 dire wolves and I need both of them because I keep killing them. I wish I could show you what I did in my first base. My first base, I think, was my favorite one. Did it separate itself? Where is it? Is it? Did it disappear? Did it despawn? I just wanted to... Fucking whatever. Oh, those were Lexor's Luxes. Anyway. So yeah, we were having that issue. We were basically going from metal to hexalite to ancient armor. That was it. You're hoping to get a new phone here soon. The one I got is on its last leg. That sucks. did that. Could do that. We're trying to get all these caves in this area. We will find a superior Willy Pop. Is this gonna be? Why am I doing this? Because I've. Why not? Why not? Thanks for the love. Did you were hoping, you were like, come on, let this one land. Let this one land. Nope. Sorry. Whee! I think I'm just not taking this one too seriously. Just because we've had, like, we've beaten 2 worlds. We're in our super slow roll, which is really nice. Not Kenny. Why was he asking if I had a phone? Oh. Why were you asking if I had a phone? Or what was it? What was it you said? Do I have a phone game? Or you got games on your phone? Why'd you ask if I had... Oh, it's a meme? Is it? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just dumb. I've never heard it. Games on your phone. Oh, Joker. I remember when I was good. Oh, okay. I'm just dumb then. This fuddler's gonna die. Joker isn't even old. I mean, it could be from when he was a kid. I don't know how old he is. Are you still a kid? I'm giving him a pass right now because he's in this server. So, if you are under the age of 18, frosted, just understand that there are going to be jokes here that you probably don't get. So. Oh, I don't know. Alright, fuck him up. Could have been. I don't know. You could have been being legit. What do I know? I really need to make a bow. What beats dark? Dragon. I don't have a dragon. Or do. Dark versus dark. Go Aura. I believe in you. Cognito v Cognito. Cognito. I just want to get the fuck out of here. Neither one of them is you. You are in a global POW box right now. Built in 2014, 2016. It's over a decade old at this point. I don't know. I don't know. It's over a decade old. Is it an my little brother? For being over 20. Or by your brother for being over 20. That's funny. I'm 36. Yeah, good luck with that. You're not gonna be uncare, friend. But that's fine. Alright, go Herbie. I believe in you. Fuck things up, Herbie. I believe in you. There you go. Yo, sugar. Oh, definitely does not have the advantage in this fight. Okay, okay, okay. Go, go. You got ferocious. I believe in you. You fucking thought, bitch. Yeah. That was a pretty good one, though. No fucking woolly pops, but you know. We're here. I think I should be going into like the 14 ones, but 19 works. I would prefer them because I'm level 22 now. Everybody's dead. Okay, I think most of everything's fine now. We can just keep going. I'm gonna go south. Because there's another dungeon to the south. The phrase is called the Wii Retro Console. Good. I'd be sad. Like, my first console was a PlayStation 1. And my second one, was, my handheld was a Game Boy Advance. That I could see being retro, I guess. But I still consider an Atari retro, which isn't still technically wrong. It's just kind of sad. What do we got here? What is in the schematic tower? I wish I had memorized everything. I only know, I only have, one schematic tower memorized. And it's the one with the multi-climate undershirt. There's a few I want to know and want to memorize. Nope, that's not one of them. What happened to Fancy Aiko? What do you mean? What do you mean what happened to Fancy Aiko? Like the fancy redeem with the mustache? Oh yeah, I don't have that redeem on this one. I can add it back later. Just not right now. I'm playing a game. It's just not top priority at the moment. I can see adding it back. A lot of them got fucking left behind. So here's what happened. I'll tell you exactly what happened. So whenever I was considering restreaming on Kick. And I was going to for a week or whatever. And I restreamed on Kick. And whenever I was setting up the... How did you? Yeah. Is there not a cave up here? Am I losing my mind? Oh, there it is. So, I considered restreaming on Kick, but the thing is I needed a new bot. And that's how we found out Lumia, because Lumia works with both Kick and Twitch. And I was like, cool, that'll be perfect. So I started setting it up through there, but the thing with Kick is they only have 15 redeem slots, but I wanted it to be even between Kick and Twitch, so I got rid of a lot of Kick redeems, or Twitch redeems, including that one. That one just got left behind. Yeah. I'll let it back. I'll let it back now that I'm not restreaming on Twitch, but I will be, hopefully at some point I would like to, whoa. I'm gonna leave and come back because this is dark. I would like at some point to stream on TikTok, but I don't know what's available on that. Because Tristan's been restreaming on YouTube and it's been helpful. It's been really nice. If only you had night vision. Shut the fuck up. I don't think it would have helped. I do actually have night vision too. Still would have been gross. Penguin's so committed to building, they'll climb into chest up people's. How sweet! Oh my god, that's so that's so sweet of them. I love that for you. I don't care about any of this. Look, I just want woolly pops, okay? I am a simple girl. Just woolly pops. I don't want the chest. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Just give me woolly pops. I'll be happy. I'm only here for woolly pops. Does my tree look like Play-Doh? I fucking don't want more goddamn cognitos. They're such a pain in the ass to find. I really need to make some bow and arrows. I have arrows, I just don't have a bow. Go, sugar! Fuck. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. I've seen it that bad when you're a female streamer. Guys tend to get hate or just cheer. And as it advances. Okay. I hear TikTok chat is bad. Like, remember how bad YouTube can be? TikTok source. Really? The whole reason I don't restream on YouTube is because the comments are bad and I'm sensitive. Some people get on there like, oh my god, you're a VTuber, how cringe.
Hut.
Plus kids on it. Hey. Kids on YouTube too. He has to just ban them whenever he sees them. I just want to get our names out there. I want this to be a viable fucking career. So I don't have to leave my hubby. I'm so fucking dependent. Break my heart. Say you love me again. To this hurt to go when you walked out the door and walked out of my life. Oh god, man. You know what? I can sing that song fucking perfectly when I'm not streaming. Because I'm like focused on it. I like sit up and I get my whole chest into it. It's fucking nice. When I'm streaming, I'm distracted and I just like switch pitches 14,000 times. It's my favorite thing. Favorite thing to do, not on purpose. But I'm really weirdly good at like this, what is it? It's not alto. It's like just below alto. I have a deep voice. I have a deep voice.
Yep.
I'm the deepest voiced anime girl ever. Well, I guess some guys are just like straight up dudes. What are you showing me? What is happening?
Yep.
I'm climbing forever. That was like not even that high up. What is that? What are you showing me? I don't know who that is. Your voice is cute. Thanks. Thanks, I appreciate it. Do you like my fucking weird ass... my weird ass, my weird ass half French, half Asian, uwu accent yesterday? I don't think it was necessarily French just because I added ho onto it. But, you know, I did my best. How hard is it to do an accent while you are also doing an uwu accent? Very fucking hard, dude. Very fucking hard. You can do it? Did you try? Did you try to see how you could do it? Or you just think you could do it? No. I don't know. I don't think so. You did try it? Was it French? Was it French or Asian? Both? Ooh. Was it awful? Did you say ho 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 at the same time? If you didn't say ho ho ho, were you even doing it right? Insult every French person in the world. Well, I mean, I'm so happy for you. I'm not a voice actor. I just have a voice that isn't that great, in my opinion. But, you know, other people are okay with it. But that accent that I did, whoo buddy, that was some special shit. Why am I on fire? Have more confidence in yourself. Not in my voice acting. You heard it. What's there to have confidence in, my friend? That is what we call cockiness. False confidence. Okay. Is there a cave up here? Yeah, there it is. Got it. Run away, run away! Run away! Run away! Run away! At least you can do accents, I can't. Oh, Lord. I I don't know if I'd call what I did an accent. I'd call what I did very special. Basically, it was on the punishment wheel, and it was something. Wow, Lucy's got that confidence. Imagine being confident. I just want a woolly pop, just want a woolly pop. Is there a woolly pop? It's a fucking cow. Excuse me, prime beef. Can you hit my pocket, please? Nope, need more cows. We need cows. We need cows. Excuse me. Okay, you know what? Fuck it, I'm leaving. Actually, don't need to kill y'all. Just need to do the boss. So we're good. We needed a cow anyways. We got the big chicken. Now we've got the big cow. Just saying, all we need now is a big bee and we're perfect. We can make cake. I say as if we've done any fucking bosses. Lucifer having a massive amount of confidence is iconic. Ironic. Why do you think? You don't think Lucifer has confidence? Whee! Let's go. Now you need a big pig. I don't think there is a pig. Is there? There's a boar. Devil stuff, don't worry about it too much. Well, no, I just don't remember. I just don't, like, I don't know if he was... I thought he was pretty confident. I don't know. I don't remember. It's been a long time. I grew up in the church. Doesn't mean I remember squat, though. So... Alright, come on. We need woolly pop. We need woolly pop. We need woolly pop. So all we need is woolly pop. Woolly pop. What the fuck are you doing in here? What the fuck? Oh shit. Oh shit. Hold on. No. You know, be a criminal. Like, are they gonna follow me to a building? Come on. Yes, I got a wandering merchant. Awesome. It's a good one too. Had some good shit. I don't remember what exactly, but I had one. Why do I have... Haven't done a single boss, but I've got 4 ancient technology points. You're the hype A. We want to try to go for that, yes? Hi, Kuma. Wee! Baby, I love you, baby. I'm a baby in a bottle, baby. Come on in. Come on. Game is so much fucking fun. This game is fucking great. Man, I just love playing this. Come on. Is this a different PAL merchant or the same one? Same. Okay, I don't want that one. I just want... I just want woolly pops. Okay, I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna see if there's a woolly pop, right? If there's not a woolly pop, we turn around. Okay, we turn around. Okay. And now, this is only because you got a hot pocket. Oh, that sounds nice. There's no hot pocket in this country. This one always feels so bad every time I say something like that. Like, there's no blunt in this country. Because there's not. But, like, at the same time, it's like I'm not regretting being in this country. It's just, there's not this thing in the country. No, no. I'm wondering, because technically speaking, with the other time, we didn't get far enough away. I feel like we're going to an entirely different area that has to be loaded in. Because I remember one time, and it could work backwards. Oh, that's fine. I remember one time, I loaded in an area, and then I left, and then I went to the boss area, and then I was like, oh wait, okay, so I'll go back to this other area. And I did, and then I was like, when I did, the mobs changed in there. Tristan's gonna kick my ass. He'll zoom up, no problem. He's good at that. Please be not univolts. Oh, you see? You see? Hold on a second. Hold on. Hey, like what you guys saw that, right? See, now there's a cat in here. There wasn't a cat before. Yes, motherfucker! Oh my god, we found the perfect way to grind this shit now. We are on to something.
Yeah.
We could stop dealing with fucking... Stop dealing with cognitos. That's gonna be nice. Ugh. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Ugh, bitch. Oh, it's no, I've got the one with past philanthropist. I don't want that. But good for breeding. It is big and it has ferocious. Would I prefer? Would I prefer Demon God? Yes. Am I going to keep going until I get a Demon God? Maybe. Can I breed for a Woolly Bop? Because I have a Herbill. That's Night Owl, that's trash. Okay, I have a Herbill that has Demon God. Okay, hold on. We're gonna find this out. We have a Herbie that has Demon God. I don't think it's gonna be much to breed for a Woolly Bop, yeah? Let's find out. Especially if we already have a Woolly Bop. Herbill. Woolly Bop. That is a one breed. That is a one breed. And we have a Sparket. Herbie, you wanna get boinked by a Sparket? Or a Lift Monk. If we can get a good Sparket or a good Lift Monk, good passive on that and breed them together, we can get a good Woolly Bop. But the thing is we need to do the bosses. And I don't want to do that without Tristan. Ooh. Okay, so what do we do now? We focus on... Because we have... I think we have enough Woolly Pops now. Maybe. Okay, we're going to go back. We're going to use the Alpha Woolly Pop. That's what we'll use. That'll be our caught one. And then we'll breed for a badass one, you know. So that one, then we're not going to necessarily care if it's big or small. This is going to be new sugar. Okay. Does it fight at all? I don't think so. Here's a Sparket, but this Sparket has Pacifist. Then I don't think we have a Lift Monk or a Depresso. We don't have enough Woolly Pops. Look at that. We have to go get some more. Oh no. Oh no, I've been hating doing that. But it's cool, because now we have time. We have time now. Because Tristan, we're not going to be able to do the boss stuff until Tristan wakes up. So let's go get some iron. We need metal. You know what I think I did? I think I put like 3 fucking kinship peaches in the chest over here, and I forgot that I put them in there. So when I broke it, they just fell on the floor. Just be rib, honestly. So how many do we need now?
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
Alexa, shut up. Pelt armor schematic 2 versus we could make metal armor schematic. I'm gonna give us 70 versus
Take your nighttime meds.
45 or 49. Okay, yeah, we definitely just need more metal. Did I upgrade my shield? I did not. That was the other thing I wanted to do, and I wanted to make a sword, and I wanted to make a bow. Let's find things first, okay? Mega shield? Is that what this is? Yeah, okay. So let's get some Paldium first. Let's start with that.
Hut. Hut. Ha.
So we're going to... We need to make a weapon. We need to make armor. And we need to...
Hut. Hut. Hut.
Is that? Okay.
Ha. Hut.
I don't even know if that's enough.
Ha. Hut.
Yes, okay. So we're gonna make this. I'm gonna look up really quick in the database because there's gonna be specific schematics. I keep crafting this really quick. I need to get the bunny ear schematic because that's just for me though. Damn it. Okay. So I need, okay, bunny ear schematic so I can remember to grab that. I need an armor schematic. Metal armor schematic, not common. I want better than that. Metal armor uncommon. Metal armor rare. Metal armor epic. And metal armor legendary. One of those can work. And then we want the hat. Metal helm. Basically trying to figure out where they are, what chances are of finding them. Else is just common. I see. Okay, that's how this works. Okay, schematic. Fishing. Enemy camp. Desert NPC. Cavern of the Dunes. Trying to see if there's a higher level metal armor schematic somewhere. I could sworn there was. Treasure map. Just finding it. There's a 3% chance of me killing the Supreme Fluff Commander King Paka. Of me getting it from killing the King Paka. Random. I think I'll just wear regular stuff. I'll out-level it at some point anyways. I'm not going to super worry about it. Okay. So either way, I guess we need metal, and then we need... Oh, for a bow. That's what we wanted to look at, too. Yeah. All I know is you. We have the sword one. There's old bow. There's crossbow, but I can't make the... I can make the crossbow now. I think. Pretty sure. Triple shot bow. Either one of any of these will be better than what I'm currently using, which is nothing. It does not look like there are any upgraded versions of the 3-shot bow. So, old bow. Nope. Nope. Jesus. It's all just like fishing. A lot of this shit is got just from fishing. Fishing. You know what? Maybe I will go fishing. Maybe I will. Because I haven't got to do a boss for a bit. I can go fucking fishing, okay? But I need metal. I need metal bad. So I'm gonna go metal. Get metal first. Fat boy. Ooh, hold on. We want to see what this guy's got. He has some good stuff. Like he has more, you know, than some of the other ones. This one's a good one. This one has fucking, look at all this meat. And then what am I missing here? I'm not hearing you, kitty cat. Let the world begin. Hey, I walk. Okay, so it's all just metal. Literally everything I'm missing is fucking metal. Say you'll do what I don't. Say you do, say to me. Say la vie, say you do, say you won't. Say you'll do what I don't. Say you will, say to me. Say la vie. Oh my goodness gracious. Hold on a second. Door keeps getting shut. If we just leave it open, that cat could come and go as he pleases. Which I think is weird for me to say, considering I've always been anti leaving doors open behind me. That's how you know that I feel comfortable. How you know I feel safe and secure. Like Tristan's body, he's a big square box. I should fix that, but last time I fixed it, the only way I could fix it was by reloading OBS. I don't know how else to do it. Oh, I'll do it this way. Whee! That one's ready. Alright, so we're gonna go in there. We've got 2 goals, okay? 1, metal. 2, woolly pops. I didn't even check to see how many more we needed. But once I go back with metal, I'll check. Yes. Yes. Jesus, fuck. Oh. I'm not getting either one of those. I will get peaches, though. Well, now I have to find another one. There were no woolly pops or metal in there. Na 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 na. Get to you with it. Na 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 na. Sulfur, sulfur, calcium, which we could also use. No metal. Metal. Oh, there's one. I should have got a tentacle, actually. I should get a tentacle. Because they reduced the weight of ore by a lot. So I can come over here, and if I don't like what this boss is, I can go back. Ew. No. Do we think? I know. I know that. But the last time what I did to fix it was I restarted OBS. And I don't want to do that. Face pills. Face pills. Face pliz. I don't know what you mean. I mean, I'll turn him off. For now, I mean, it's not like he's sleeping, so... I don't know what you mean by face, please. My face is right here.
Yep.
See? Real face. Ew, why? Why you want to see that? Bunnies. Nope. I'm a VTuber. Why would I show my real face? That makes no sense. But welcome to the VTubers Center, or VTuber community. Not everybody might know what VTubers do. I mean, to be fair, I don't think it's necessarily right for somebody to insist that they see their real face, you know, to begin with, because, like, why? It's kind of rude. But, yeah. Some people just don't know what VTubers are either, so I'm just gonna assume that. Nope. See, that time we had to hang you. What is this game? Palworld. It is Palworld, and it's freaking awesome. So basically, what it is, have you played any like crafting survival games, like Minecraft or Ark or 7 Days to Die, or which one? This conversation helps if you tell me which one. Minecraft. Okay. So it's kind of like Minecraft in that you can build bases and stuff like that, but imagine like, you know how you can get dogs and stuff? You can tame a dog, you can have like bees and stuff like that. So you can build bases and you survive against enemies, and you can have pals, but this is like more of a focus on the pals themselves, and they can do all sorts of attacks and everything like that. And they get strong, you can compete against really big bosses and stuff like that. So it'd be kind of like taking, what the fuck was that random daydream? Anyways, it's kind of like taking your wolves, like a big pack of wolves or something like that, into the dragon fight. It's like a lot more emphasis on the animals themselves. But the building's there too, and you can build bases and hang out with people, and it's really fun. I fucking love this game. Alright, you know, I'm gonna drop a couple pounds. I don't think this is what's weighing me down. There is a bit of grinding in it though, so it's not like... Rude! survivor, gonna make it. I'm a survivor, keep on surviving. Woody Pops! Okay, well. Balls. Bigger balls. Ferocious. Nimble. Not nimble. So kind of not as ferocious in these ways. Mercy hitting heavyweight. Interesting. Not exactly what you want on a warrior. But we did get more woolly pops, which was the goal. And we're getting more. Shit peaches, which is nice. I am gonna be fucking crawling my ass out of here. That is what you Alright. So I would like the ending pals to also be woolly pops. If possible. That'd be nice. I don't see why they can't be. It's just gonna be a pain in the ass. No, no, no. Nope. Look, I ain't trying to deal with the Tokotokus right now. And then we blood with each other. Oh, right. Wanted to go all the way back. Too close still. Come through here. And we're gonna be like, oh my god, we need to come over here and see what the. Oh my god, they respawn? Interesting. Good to know. We could just go back and forth here, couldn't we? Whee! I don't wanna. Oh my god, I'm too heavy. What am I dropping? What am I dropping? Love eating raw eggs. Hold on, do we really need 33 pounds of cave mushrooms? No, probably not. We're good. Okay. What if we come back over here and there's more woolly pops? I feel like the only thing we're missing right now is more balls. Ooh, okay. What does it do? Cycle a set amount of times, but not like... Unless they just got unlucky and it was just our socks both times. think that same thing happened with the red bunnies. I don't want your number, no. I wanna give you my number. I don't want to fight these things. I want to catch woolly pops. Approach me. She looking at me. I feel kind of bad because like Tristan was like running dungeons for like ever yesterday looking for an alpha lamball, and I don't think he knew to like go back and forth in the rooms like this. Okay. Oh no, you didn't see nothing. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Our socks wants my booty. Save a preview. Just lag a bit. Whee! God damn it, why are there so many Arsoxes? Jesus, leave me alone. You know what? Actually, it's fine. I'm gonna leave. I just need to leave. I need fucking metal, so I leave. I can't even contribute to this fight. What do you expect me to do? I need Arsox, sure. Maybe it's a good one. There we go, we can leave now. Goodbye. He had mercy hit, he was never gonna kill me. Oh, he died. Let's go. You know, streaming by myself is like not my ideal. There's that fucker who I married that one day. Where's he at? He never gives me shit. He never ever gives me shit. Cool. What's going on over here? What's this? What's this? I want to see. That's kind of cool. Whose base is this? I want to know. This has progressed. Being sneaky. Yeah, I used to do my own thing, you're right, but I did get used to doing it, Tristan. I like doing stuff with him too. He's kind of cool. I like him a lot. Alright. Think about that. Now you know. Oh my god. Okay, well, I'm in this person's house now. Apparently I could just jump through the windows. Okay. Sorry, person who I just jumped through your fucking windows. They were in there. They were probably really confused. I can't imagine me just standing there and be like, the frick? Someone just jumped through my window and out the other side. This story from A to Z. You wanna get with me? You gotta listen carefully. I'm in the place that likes it, and your place it got. G like MC, likes it on the easy beat. Dance for me, and you'll see. Let me body down and wind it all around. Let me body down and wind it all around. So we're gonna go back. We're gonna make our things. Then we have to go on a separate grind. I say separate grind, but I don't know yet. Because we have to see how many woolly pups we still need. We could be done. We might not be done. I'm leaning towards probably not done. Let me body down and wind it all around. Let me body down and wind it all around. Rushes. Alright. Is this one a boy or girl? There's a girl. Okay. She hit heavyweight, dragon killer, and nibble. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Literally need one more. Are you kidding me? Okay. It is what it is. Let's get this metal cooked up. We're gonna need more than that. But it's fine, because I don't really need that. I can go over to this dungeon over here, which is lower level, but also has metal. I don't want a Nightwing as a flyer. I'm trying to remember like what level I get my next flyer, which could be an Ephedrine. Nightwing is just so painfully slow though, dude. I think I might run to the store. The Hika's awakened. Hi, Hika. Would you like to see my battle mount? Or not mount. My battle creature? Look what? Warrior! Kill them! Some sugar. Oh, there's sugar because she's made out of sugar. She's gonna melt in the water. What? I came in here for metal and I totally forgot to get the fucking metal. What's the stamina issue at this point? My stamina's trash. He's like, don't worry, I will protect. He's like, I protect. Gross. In this is here. we shall go on our adventure. Not nearly as cool. I'm very heavy. Which way do we go now? I guess this way. That way is also an option. I don't. No, it's not. It just looks like it might be an option. Take this slow. Oh, actually, not too bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stand. I'm very good at this. Bye, guys. Stop hitting me. It's not nice. You get to the end and you don't have to walk all the way back. You're just dumb. Just leave. Yeah. I follow me. It's just the active part that's the issue. Not lack of people in the chat, it's just lack of people who are talking in the chat. That's strong. Good, strong doggo. Weirdly, this uses up less stamina than just swimming. And they're annoying to get because you can't sell them. Oh, jeez. Okay, here we go. I'm just gonna be in this corner. There we go. What the fuck? Bruh. What are you doing? It's so long. Cleopatra, okay, we're gonna start here. Start with the sphere workbench. Why? Because we fucking can. Need all this shit anyways. Oh, sorry. Cooking pot and mill. We're good on. Might be low on stone. I don't know.
Hut.
Let's see. We need somebody to work wood, and we need somebody to work stone. Did I get this or did Tristan get this? This is mine? When did I get this? I don't even remember getting this. But okay. This is my best level miner? Oh, that's fucking disappointing. Hi, him. Do we have another plant for gather? Ooh, yes. Where's the better waterer? Again, dude. Just gonna have a couple of those wandering around. Sure. I don't think we need as much wool now. I don't think we necessarily need the Vixie at the moment. Maybe. We could keep Vixie out. Keep Vixie out. But we will now pull out a, only because we don't have. I guess we could have all 3 of these. No, we don't want that. We want more of electric organs. What do we have? Bones? Because it is a work slave. No, we want transporting. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep, mounted jump count's gonna be fucking great on that. Right. Time to command everybody what to do. That. To transport. Bobby only wants to gather and. I think we're good. Go water the crops. I ate him. It was delicious. I'm gonna water this block. I'm just watering one. I don't care. Morning, Horton. How you doing? I heard there was a sign outside your house. I swear I didn't put it there, but Tristan told me about it. You started it. Tristan put a sign, 2 signs outside of the place at the plateau beginnings. There's a place. He's claimed both of the bridges. He says this is Tristan's bridge, and this one. There's a second sign that says, and this one. I've got an almost 4-star lollipop. And then I'm gonna try, and then I have a hamster with Demon God. I'm gonna breed this with a good Sparket. Try this. Figured you've probably been at it for a while. Me? I don't think so. Not really that long for me. It doesn't feel like it, at least. It says 8.5 hours, but like, what is time? What is time even? Your parent are running around the clubs everywhere building a brand. No, listen. Listen. Why am I getting raided? I thought they turned raids off. Confused. You just like fuck off, dude. Where are you at? It'll be like 500. Whatever, yeah, it's fine. Fuck off. But they did too, maybe it's just not the PvE ones. What do you mean? Are there PvP raids? Like that? I don't know. I paid him off. Pile up in the thing. I do have a club, but only because because I've been very focused on trying to get woolly pops. And Tristan's sleeping anyways. I haven't even done that much building, to be honest. All this, like most of this building got done within like the first 5 minutes of us being on the server. Because like we spawned here. And this is where our base is. I've been meaning to make a bow. I just keep forgetting. It's on my list of things to do. I just wanted to get a good one, and I don't have a good one. First started, everyone spawned together and we all went after the Mammoth. Oh, did you? That's beautiful. I love that for you guys. I tried going for the Mammoth, but not that Mammoth. I went for a different one because it was lucky. Wrecked my shit. Only thing that's saving me is Herbie. I'm going to the end with Herbie and Sugar. Sugar might be changed to a different Woolly Pop. Because I want a Woolly Pop with Demon God. I'm also trying to get resources to make metal armor. Sure, I'm gonna do the whole like multiple bases in this area thing. So far I've got this. This is what I got so far. I will be trimming away at it at some point. This is what I got so far. So I want to be able to put down ramps here. It's been very peaceful today, I think. Tristan hasn't been feeling well, so he went to sleep. Poor thing.
Hut, 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 hut.
Even bigger video. And he wasn't drinking again. Now he let the proof on her cheek. Go down to the Valentine on Independence Day. Next year's on the losing. Some kids whisper, some kids talk, but reality looks the other way. Lord, come on. Let the whole world know that today is a day of reckoning. Let the weak be strong. Let the right be wrong. What it's Independence Day. Leave the way revolution. It's Independence Day. Let the white dove let the whole world know that today is a day of awakening. Let the weak be strong. Let the right be wrong. Young, what? Guilty, back. It's Independence Day. I accidentally jumped through somebody's window today. You're gonna go get started playing your addiction? That's fair. Have fun. Is it the same as my addiction? Probably not. I have no idea when he gets that. I feel so bad. All right. I need somebody who has handicraft. That's fine. Okay. Celine will do whenever I get Celine. Okay, let's see. I have Herbie. I have my current mount. I have Sugar. I need somebody with handicraft. Production. Hello. Did I get kicked out? When did everyone start? Did you figure out after the layout you wanted for your base? Or you just winging it? I'm just winging it. I knew where I wanted to be. Other than that, like, I'm not even building in the exact same spot I put the base in my test build. I had such a fucking weird dream last night, dude. I'm trying to remember what it was so I could tell you. I think I need to go to the store. What time is it? Oh, they're fucking closed. Shit. That's my own damn fault. He's like, we can go later. 9 hours later. Alright. I'm gonna get snacks. Fuck.
Hut, hut,
Oh my lord.
ha.
What do you mean? Important, because I'm not gonna want to be wearing bunny ears. But I want to wear my bunny ears, you know. You get it. What's handicraft? For God's sake,
Hut.
man. No, I refuse. I'm not taking the duck. I'll take the cat. The cat helps me with weight.
Ah. Yeah.
I don't have anything to drink. I mean, I do. I'll drink water, I guess. I need energy drinks. I told Tristan the way that my meds work. My morning meds, as long as I remember to take them, they don't, like, wake me up like, ooh, I'm awake. They wake me up like, oh, I didn't realize I've been awake for 20 hours. What? That's kind of how they wake me up, because they keep my brain busy. Like, I don't even think about sleep. I feel rushed, I just don't feel tired. It's nice. armor. Much better defense than my 15 armor. Fuck. But I can make this now. There. I don't want it there.
Hut.
Yeah. sit here. I can't. It's fine. It's aesthetic. Here it goes. I like these. I hope he likes it. I like him. I don't know if you guys have realized. Shit. Get the fuck up. Alright. I'm just curious. House, the natural wood looks better, I think.
Hut, hut. Hut. Hut.
That's nice. There we go. All right. Like the little guy's nocturnal, so he doesn't ever have to stop moving. Okay. Now, we need more metal to go get, and we need to go get, to go get a sparket or sparket, a lift mug, or a depresso. Depresso would be easier to find at night, but sparket would be better to find mostly during the day, I guess. Oh my lord. I need this. I need this bad. Okay, we definitely need metal. Well, Subathon's complete. I guess I get to turn off my face. Find out if I am a... Am I also a box? Yeah, we're just a couple boxes. Oh no. How does this happen? I don't want to restart the stream. I need to call and then I join back. Because that did kind of happen earlier. Hi. Okay, what if I close out of Discord fully? To restart OBS. I'd rather restart Discord. Can't leave an update. That's fine. You can. Don't do this to me. There we go. Please. Struggling. Is my Fuji Tech reactives a box? A loading box. The cache is stuck right click browser source property, refresh cache of current page. Let's try that. I did that, but that's fine. We'll do it again. Delete the browser source, add it again. Okay. Oops. Shit. Yeah, I swear. Just give me a minute. Shows. Where is it existing already? Give me a minute. Oh yeah, now that does things. Whatever. Don't look at me like that. Oh my god, what the fuck? Sorry, you didn't see that. No, don't look at me. Don't look at me. It's embarrassing. I'm staring. I don't know why this is being stupid. I'm trying to like remove. If there's still one that says Aiko React, I know there's a problem. Is it here? It's here for some reason. Why? Why? Remove. Yes. Is there still one? Yes. Where? Here? Yes. Fuck. Okay. Is it still here? Yes. Where? Here. Yes, it is here. I'm sorry, I lied. Let me remove it here. Does it still exist? Yes. Is it here? No. Is it here? No. Where is it? Bitch. I am losing my mind. Bitch, where? Bitch, where? Where? Why does it exist still? I'm so confused. See, if I click that, yeah. No, where are they? Oh my god, are they in the vertical sources? They're in vertical. Remove. Add browser source. It still exists. Where? Where does it exist? I'm losing my mind. Okay, so basically here's what happened. Oh, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. Okay, so what happened is time ran out on the thing, right? And I tried to swap to my Fujitech Reactive, and for some reason that turned into like loading boxes. Don't know fucking why it turns into loading boxes, but it turned into fucking loading boxes. Whatever, not a big deal. Refresh it. Doesn't fucking do anything. Okay. So then what? I left the Discord call, I restarted Discord, everything. No, it's not loading properly. And the only time that I was able to get it to load properly is by restarting OBS, and I don't want to do that. So I'm currently just trying to remove the source fully from OBS, but it's still here, and I don't know where it is. Where are you? Where is it? Stream avatars? No. I am going down literally every